It is winter. Alright, so 0.8 still hasn't came out yet. We had some people asking to go back to League not too long ago, so I don't know. I'm tempted to go back and try it again. I haven't played in a while, so I wonder what champions they came out with, but when 0.8 comes down, that's going to be the big one. Also, I believe someone sent me a video in the Discord. Let me see. I gotta find the right Discord channel. I think it's this one.
Hey, Bill! Boy, Bill! Wake the fuck up, man. Wakey, wakey, Snow White. It's showtime, baby. Come on, get off your ass. There we go. So,
Let's see what we can
you
gather
remember
out of
what we
this.
talked about yesterday, right? How shifters can't...
Alright, let's just think about this critically for a minute, alright? This is a video. I believe not actual game footage. So we have
Boy,
kind
Bill!
of take things.
Wake the fuck up, man. Wakey, wakey, Snow...
Still got the log cabin. Chickens though.
Snow White. It's showtime, baby. Come on, get off your ass. There we go.
Potential hairstyle. Construction hat, wheelbarrow, looks like piles of logs. Brick building. Okay, so these guys are building some sort of camp. I kind of wonder, you know, if these videos that they make for their game, like this for instance, if they're going to have some sort of impact later on in gameplay, like if this is going to be like a camp or if this is a trading post or something that's already on the map.
So, you remember what we talked about yesterday, right? How shifters can't focus during dusk, so you...
Let me change this real quick. So right there he said shifters can't focus during dusk, I believe.
During dusk, so you need to go now. How shifters can't focus during dusk, so you need to go.
Shifters can't focus during dusk. So I'm guessing they're either nocturnal or they're daytime. Something to do with dusk mess with them. That's kind of weird. That also means though that if they're only affected during dusk, those servers that don't have long nights, there could be some difficulty involved there. But we also got these chickens, so I'm assuming you're going to be able to catch and raise these chickens with a farming update, potentially giving more use to these chicken pens that you find across the map that have feathers in them. That's kind of interesting to think about.
Now. Oh, fuck, man. Those things give me the chills. They fucking tore Dwayne apart. Don't worry about it. You'll make it out alive. Just make sure you bring back the goods and don't even bother coming back at all. Oi, Carter! Get the hell up that fence and fix it before dinner time. Let's go! Move it, move it, move it, move! I swear to God, one of these days...
This vest guessing it's just a normal vest, but this doesn't seem like a vest. I'm pretty sure the vests that we have in game have pockets on them. This one doesn't. I need to double check, but like this vest doesn't seem to have pockets. Um, I don't know how good their voice acting is here. Something that kind of bugs me. The other thing is, what is this? Is it a floating bucket, or it has like a line attached to it? I guess they're using it as a crane. I find this interesting. All right, so we got chickens and we got horses right here. So it looks like horse taming, even if they don't have horse riding in the game yet, it seems horse taming might be pretty close. I kind of wonder if they're just telling people that horse riding isn't coming yet and they're keeping it as a surprise, but I don't know why you would necessarily showcase horses if they don't really serve a purpose in the game yet, because really all they're going to have is riding unless you can use them for meat instead of cattle.
God, one of these days
Hey,
I'll...
Kane. The guy said you need a backup. Where do you want me to go?
Okay, M16, got digital camo, black boots. A lot of black gear on this group here, which I get, it looks cool, but it doesn't necessarily blend in during the day.
Hey, Jeanette. You ever been mistaken for a man?
No, have you?
All right, cut it out between you two. Listen, Jan, go to the left post and make sure there are no intruders tonight. Understood? Go.
These guys are after my heart, though, because, like in Tarkov or any other survival game like this, I always wear a vest and no helmet for the most part, even if the helmets are OP, because usually helmets are just kind of expensive and a waste of money for me. I always felt like anyway. Um, Potentially here, I mean, no backpack, which kind of is interesting to me. This guy back here is using a shovel or something, either for construction or part of this farm area. Shovel or a hoe, maybe?
All right,
That's a shovel. Alright, so he's digging something.
Bill, we have no time to lose. Wait, Scotty.
Now, we're seeing cooking pot on a pole here. This kind of looks like an outhouse almost, though, but we're also seeing cooking area, big pot on a fire. So maybe that's coming with cooking updates. Possibly they're going to have more usage, more cooking utensils, things like that. Looks like there's some sort of feeding trough or compost bins or something right here. I can't really tell. But there's something here that's like a wood box. Almost looks like a bench, but I think it's like a series of wood boxes or like extra large storage chests or something. I can't really tell on that. But then we look at the car, so I don't know necessarily what the point of this is. Because it looks like tire armor. It's going to keep you from getting your tire popped, but it's only really guarding the hubcap, so maybe it keeps people from stealing your tire off your car. I can't really tell. But that would be an interesting kind of dynamic to the game if you don't have this on your car. People could come and steal your tires. That'd be kind of interesting. We got light protection here, some armored doors. This hood is opening up backwards, which is weird to me, but I guess I would kind of hate to work on that in real life. This guy also like kicks the car to get the light to work, which tells me that maybe there's gonna be like an electrical system and stuff in cars potentially in the future if they go this route to make it that realistic.
How's she holding?
I'm giving her all I got,
Like maybe they
Captain. I
need
can't give her
wires
no
or
more.
something. Alright, afro, beard. This is a different face than we see in game generally, so this is a new face. Don't know if any of these faces would come to the game or not, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of difficult to tell. Also, this guy is quite big compared to the other people, so I don't know if that's just the stat distribution. Maybe he's like higher intelligence. Um, Noted though, I don't really see a rooster amongst these chickens. Alright, so he kicked that to get the lights to work. All this seems relatively simple. Manual car, manual windows, seat covering. I don't really know what that would have to do with anything. Maybe some extra style features in your car. Everything's surprisingly clean and crisp inside. I would expect this to be a little bit more drab, but well, let's see. Let's go back real quick. So the mirror's working. So I'm interested in this because one, the mirror's working, which I don't think it really works very well at the moment in single player. Um, it's very difficult to kind of back up when first person. But this looks like a pickup or something in the background. I don't know if this is a movie. I don't know why exactly they would take the time to put this in here. It looks like a truck frame with the cab light on, but the interior doesn't look right. Something's off here. It doesn't look like the inside of a truck. It looks like kind of like an RV or something in there. But this looks like a truck frame, unless it's like a van. But there's something weird about this. Like it has lighting or a rack or something on top of it. But they took the time and they put this in the focus point of the video. So I would assume, they're trying to kind of draw your attention to it. There's something weird about this vehicle. It might just be the angle. Um, this hood, it looks like it has a raised hood and then more of like a dually truck like mirror. I would assume it's just a truck, but I mean, the interior just does not look like a truck interior to me. So, cassette tape? Potentially. I mean, I don't. We could just be going overboard with details here, but I mean, cassette tapes, finding music in game to have custom like music in your car and stuff would be kind of interesting. This vehicle must be at a standstill before using what? Before using transfer taco loco max and for using the something. Wait. Let me go back here real quick. Something about 10 kilometers per hour. This vehicle must be at a standstill before using transfer something max speed for using the something 10 kilometers per hour. I, I mean, it's on the shift box. I would assume it has something to do with shifting. Um, Maybe to keep it from stalling, you have to be going at least 10 kilometers per hour. If that's actually a thing in game, that's kind of interesting to know. Because I've never really focused on that necessarily, but it would make more sense because driving a standard, like once you get going a certain speed, it is a little bit easier to keep from stalling. So 10 miles an hour seems pretty decent. Not seeing anything super crazy here. Not seeing anything super crazy on the gun, unless it's, I mean, I'm assuming that's just the normal gun that's in the game already.
All the gear you need is in the trunk. Make sure you...
So the other thing is, these faces that they have on these characters, I don't know if these are coming to the game or not, but we've seen 2 or 3 different face types so far. And also these different hairstyles. So this kind of Vikingish mohawk style, I'm kind of okay with. The vest not having pockets on it, I don't know if that's a big deal or not, to be honest. Also, right here, they have that vehicle in the frame again. It looks like a pickup truck. I don't know why they have this in the frame, though. Uh, looks like... Hmm.
Check the radiation level before you get, okay?
So checking the radiation before you go in. Also, this is a lamppost here. Unless this is just like a trading zone, but I don't think they're going to add this to the game. But this right here looks like they have a truck or something up here on this roof. So it makes me think trading post. But I don't think there's a trading post in this kind of area. Because C2 traders snow, A0 traders more desert. I mean, I don't think it necessarily looks like this area, and also it's kind of coastal. Um, the trader on the west coast, I think, is still kind of more desert. So I don't know if this is a trader or an outpost that would potentially be added to the game, but definitely something going on here. And light lampposts, I don't think I've seen these in any trader, as far as I can recall. But if there's a lamppost in a trader or in a base, that means that you're going to have power to turn it on. So potentially power from the power plant, power from the dam, or something like that. But we've also seen the uranium and the uranium boxes that you can make, the improvised box and all that. So potentially maybe getting uranium from the power plant would be like a kind of a generator that you could use at your base, which would be interesting. But if they have different classifications of boxes that you can use to hold the uranium, I'm assuming that, and they have radiation detectors and stuff like that. So I'm assuming if you are using this to power your base, you're going to have the potential for a radiation leak. Maybe it has a durability or something on the container that you're going to have to keep the uranium in. But that also tells me that you could potentially use uranium as a weapon for base raids or a defense in base raids. Because if it does leak, that means that you could potentially just put it in your truck, load up in radiation gear, and then drop these off outside of a base or something and let the radiation kill the people inside. And then if someone's attacking your base, you could potentially leak the radiation and try and beat the people off of your base with it. But that's just the toss up, all right? I'm not trying to shove ideas in your head.
All right.
All right. Should be good.
All right, Bill, good luck. Make sure you come home before the night.
Okay. More chickens, standard brick walls, stuff like that. It looks like this is probably just barbed wire. A lot of construction crews. I don't
All
think
right,
there's anything
boys,
vital
open
there.
her up. We got a wagon coming through.
This guy pissing looks like a puppet. This definitely looks like a mechanic shop to me though, and it has the door here, so definitely makes me think trader. They've said that they're going to be adding a city over in the C0 area, which this forestry and grass does kind of look like C0 to me. And there's not a trader on the right side of the map besides A0, but I don't know if they're going to add a trader to the map. I doubt it, but I mean, potentially. I think it'd be cool if this was just like an NPC base. Alright, I see a couple of different car upgrades here. I still think these armor that's on the side of the wheel, it doesn't really appear to be something that can necessarily protect the wheel itself, but it protects the hubcap. So it makes me think that you could take stuff off of a car, like the wheels, like steal somebody's wheels if you don't protect your hubcaps, which I like the idea of. This kind of underpan here, I mean, protecting the car. Potentially, they said they're going to have like more things you have to do to maintain your car. So this could be important. You know, protect your oil pan or something like that driving off road. We got the upper area here that's storing loot containers, suitcases, and stuff. So that's pretty interesting. Um, the music playing in the video as well, I think is different than most of the music that I've heard. So potentially more songs coming to the game, maybe, because this music sounds a little different. Let's back that up real quick. Okay, so they said that shapeshifters have a hard time focusing at dusk. This right here has a bunch of dead trees. I find this interesting because all the video footage and stuff, the pictures that we've seen of the power plant so far has green trees, shrubs, all that stuff, right? But this is showing a dead area, dead trees. Um, which is kind of interesting to me. There's only one part on the map that kind of reminds me of this, but there isn't dead trees there. But there's a road that ends and nothing's there. So, but I doubt it's that area. There's still grass and stuff though, so interesting. This does remind me of those old posts where they talk about forest fires. So if they're actually having something in the game, like if the radiation or fire can affect environments like this, that'd be a big deal. I know that I've hyped up Miscreated's weather system in the past, and I wish Scum had a weather system that was like that. But environments that could be affected by things would be really nice as well, to kind of give you a heads up if you don't have a radiation detector or something. See if we can see the backside of this vehicle real quick. Need stop sign. We got some mud. Nothing really major here. I don't know what the hell this is. If that's a gas tank or something. There's some sort of window or something right here. Yeah, so the back doors are placed. I don't see anything vital there. Okay. There's already fog here, so there's a difference in environment with fog. So he went through an area that had no trees to this area, which is more of the typical power plant video footage that we've seen. Because the other area had short grass and dead trees. This one has the kind of jungly ground foliage and trees that we've seen in the past. This, I don't know what that is. I would think it's a branch, but it kind of looks like a hand, which is weird. Interesting thing right there is that bird noise is something that I don't think I've heard in game yet, so different ambience perhaps. Okay, so this is that new gas mask that they showed that picture of. Potentially, I'm guessing this is like the heavy-duty gas mask. We've already seen They have a respirator, they have a normal gas mask, and this one connects to an actual oxygen tank, I believe. So this with the hazmat suit's probably big, and this is one of those radiation containers that we've seen. So it looks like they're taking the radiation container. No idea where they find the radiation container. I'm assuming probably high, like military areas. And they're bringing it to the power plant. So you have to have radiation gear to get in and out, I'm assuming. Hopefully the radiation's deadly enough to where you can't just run in and run out quickly a lot of times, but we have this container, so that's pretty nice. Alright, so this is the back seat. So, oxygen tank, oxygen hose, we got radiation detector, hazmat suit, just normal Glock, I don't, armor piercing ammo. I mean, these guys are preparing themselves to go to the power plant, and they've already talked about shapeshifters, so potentially you need the armor piercing ammo to kill some of these higher damaged monsters, perhaps. Still got the gas mask, M16, rubber boots could potentially be important. I don't really know. And I don't know what the hell this is. Looks like an ammo box, but it has something in it. Something decently big. So, rubber gloves, rubber boots. I don't see anything vital here. All right, this is that tower that we seen in the other video. So there's a very large tower on the map somewhere. And I'll play all this again at the end. This looks like some sort of buried container. So potentially somewhere that we need to look to get loot out of. Not seeing anything majorly issue here. This kind of looks like a detonator or something though. Something weird there. Also a lot of destruction inside, so. This almost looks like a bomber puppet chess piece right here. Oh, it is a bomber puppet. So we got a bomber puppet here. A can of food. Oh, that's the radiation thing. Never mind. So, okay. So it looks like the radiation detector isn't necessarily to tell you if there's radiation there or not. I mean, perhaps the power plant has, times where the radiation isn't strong, but it seems that the radiation detector is actually there to help you find the uranium inside of the power plant, which is kind of interesting. It would also be nice if this worked as kind of a guide to tell you if there's any uranium in the power plant, so you didn't have to go inside um, without the suit or whatever. Like maybe you could go to the outskirts of the power plant, and if you weren't detecting radiation with this thing, you would know that someone's already taken all the uranium out of the power plant, and you wouldn't have to worry about going in there if it is very deadly. All right. New unique POI, radiation hazard, hazmat suit, uranium items. So we know there's already the uranium container, something else. So modular base building, new upgradable modular elements, stability system, improved placement. So improved placement I like. Upgrade modular element sounds good. Stability system makes me think there's a like a weight mechanic, like a physics. So potentially that would be good, help people from building their bases up in the sky. farming, gardens, growing plants, agricultural tools, and items. So we've already seen like the pick and all that has agricultural descriptions. So maybe they'll have more uses there. Modular car, detachable vehicle components. Detachable vehicle components, I think, is interesting. That makes me think the tire deal might be more on point. Because if you could detach the tires, that could be potentially good. Maybe the light system and stuff. Mechanic NPC and auto mechanic services. So, auto mechanic services. I'm guessing the electrical system and stuff has to be maintained at the mechanic shop. Banker NPC and banking services, ATMs, credit cards, new currency. So new currency, they've already got dollar bills and stuff into the game. So if there's a new currency, this will be interesting. Maybe it's potentially like a Bitcoin or something. That way you could transition your dollars into like a Bitcoin and then it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Banker NPC and banking services. ATMs, credit cards. So credit cards, I'm not exactly sure on. That seems a little weird to me because that makes it seem like if someone gets access to your credit card, they're going to be able to go and withdraw money from your bank account. I'm not sure about that. New 3D HRTF audio algorithm. Fame point rework, respawn rework. So we've already seen they're going to take fame points away from respawn, and I don't know what this is going to do. New audio algorithm, I'm not sure on either. But I'll play it through
Bill.
one time.
Boy, Bill.
Y'all can see.
Wake the fuck up, man. Wakey, wakey, Snow White. It's showtime, baby. Come on, get off your ass. There we go. So, you remember what we talked about yesterday, right? How shifters can't focus during dusk? So you need to go now. Oh, fuck, man. Those things give me the chills. They fucking tore Dwayne apart. Don't worry about it. You'll make it out alive. Just make sure you bring back the goods and don't even bother coming back at all. Oi, Carter! Get the hell up that fence and fix it before dinner time. Let's go! Move it, move it, move it, move! Swear to God, one of these days I'll...
Hold on 1 second. Just give me 1 second here.
Swear to God, one of these days I'll...
I think he's just wearing a gun holster. But this looks like a pouch. It doesn't look like a gun holster. Yeah. The tool belt. So potentially another item holder. This is like a construction gloves with a leather belt purse. But all right, just something else that I saw going through. I'm gonna just keep playing it from here. All right.
Hell up that fence and fix it before dinner time. Let's go! Move it, move it, move it, move! Swear to God, one of these days I'll...
Kane. The guy said you need a backup. Where do you want me to go?
Hey, Jeanette. You ever been mistaken for a man?
No, have you?
All right, cut it out between you two. Listen, Jan, go to the left post and make sure there are no intruders tonight. Understood? Go. All right, Bill, we have no time to lose. Time to lose. Bill, we have tonight. Understood? Go. There are no intruders tonight. Understood? Go. All right, Bill, we have no time to lose. Oi, Scotty, how's she holding?
I'm giving her all I got, Captain. I can't give her no more.
All the gear you need is in the trunk. Make sure you check the radiation level before you get it, okay?
All right. Should be good.
All right, Bill, good luck. Make sure you come home before the night. All right, boys, open her up. We got a wagon coming through.
Nice flow, let's go!
Thought this might have been a box of oxygen containers or something, but I don't think it is.
Make
All right.
I just want to go back and look.
All
at
right,
this
Bill.
real quick.
Good luck. Make sure you come.
Does this truck have tires on it?
All the gear.
This thing might be jacked up. Because you see, I mean, this looks like a pickup frame, and this looks like there's either something in front of it, or maybe it's jacked.
You
But
need.
I'm probably
in the
overthinking that.
Make sure you check the radiation level before you.
Scum going nuclear 0.8.
Well, there's a first time for everything. The game just kicked me out to Windows without an error, without anything. Just bah, you're out. You're out for the count. Okay, we're back. The part where you were sleeping, nice, buddy. Azazel Entertainment. What server you on? I'm on the 0.8 early access server, buddy. Which is unfortunately just limited to the top 40 content creators for now. What was some epic stream last night? Never forget it. Thanks, buddy. What happened
I guess
to
we're forced,
me today?
So, I'm not a top 40 content creator, so I don't have access to this, but apparently they released the 0.8. It looks like the only person that's did anything on it is Lithias. They don't necessarily want to, I don't know if he's going to actually test anything.
Man, no problem. We are downloading the new event branch. We've got the plane doors, but I hope we can park a plane indoors. I think that's quite a big problem. Let's first test the radio.
You can park planes indoors, but it's difficult to get them back out, so yeah.
Radiation run in there with no radiation protection. I will do that after the event, buddy. I will do that after the event, Connor. You guys know me. Stupid mode is always activated. Private. Yup. Heroes. 3 or 5. I'm going to click it. I just know I'm going to click it. Okay? I just know I'm going to click it. So let's just focus on this. Oh my word. There we go. There we go. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. 4K. Danny Trejo. 4K. Is that 4K? Because my female character doesn't look like that. Does your female character look like that? I'm playing on 1440p. Guys, I'll just mute it.
Swear. Baby, come on.
HRTF audio algorithm. Fame point rework. Respawn system. Oh my shippity doop doop. Oh my ship.
Baby, come on.
Everything I was saying. That was funny. That was funny.
Hey guys, do we have IP already?
Live. Just make sure you bring back the goods and don't even bother coming back at all. Oi, Carter! Get the hell up that fence and fix it before
HRTF audio algorithm. Fame point rework. Respawn system. Oh my shippity Shippity doop doop. Oh my shippity doop doop. Who wants to watch that again? Who wants to watch that again, guys? Shippity doop doop. Boop boop. Okay, let's use the Discord quickly.
Come home before the night.
Keep the
mean, the
password
event
safe,
has-
guys. Building.
I just can't get that, like... I think I get hyped up just as much as everyone else, but I can't force myself to be like, oh my god, crazy clickbait stuff. I mean, they added some good stuff, but I mean...
Wiggle.
I'm gonna try and
Still
cut
got
this
to get
shorter if I
programming,
can.
electronics, biochem, education, philosophy, cooking, animal handling, tactics, sailing, climbing.
He didn't really take a deep look at the video, but I don't want to know. I don't necessarily want to watch a 12-hour video here, but I will kind of go over it, I guess, and try and talk about the same stuff he is, because I don't have access to this. So potentially the update will be tomorrow or next week or so.
Building.
Farming and survival.
I'll do a little bit of building, yeah. But...
So, yeah, wait. Farming, building. Yes, farming and building, right?
I'm gonna look at the stats that they do, just so we can kind of think over our build choice.
It's new. Yeah, driving, right?
Sorry, guys, just had to deafen them there. Let's go for the bold. Let's go for the bold. Male models. Okay. Okay, that still looks normal. That still looks normal. Tattoos. Okay, tattoos still look normal. Whatever. Okay, let's see here.
Strength skills still look the same. The running and endurance and stuff is all pretty much the same.
Strength, nothing new. Constitution, nothing new.
Okay, so dexterity is pretty much the same. So farming. Potentially, what I would do here, if you go 3 intelligence, maybe medium survival, medium farming, or medium medical, medium farming. Could be a good start, depending on how hard it is to level farming and the benefits.
Dexterity, nothing new. Oh, farming, baby. Farming, baby. Don't stop moving, baby. You know how to drive me crazy. Wiggle, wiggle. Still got to get programming, electronics, biochem, education, philosophy, cooking, animal handling.
You know, I don't know if anyone's ever really talked about this in game, but so farming, I like this, okay? And I don't know if the, animal husbandry and all that stuff is going to be added up with the farming. It seems like it would be. But programming and electronics makes me think like repairing optics, repairing electrical stuff, repairing base electronics. But programming, I don't know if you have to program the electronics to work in your base, potentially like hacking or using like robotic components. Biochem makes me think like crafting medical items or something. I'm just like trying to look at the actual purpose of the stat. Like what would be the actual purpose of the stat? And I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes or something. I'll be right back. Okay, so I don't know if anyone's ever thought about the actual skills that you're looking at here. So biochem, like what purpose is that going to have in the game besides like chemical warfare, making poisons, making antidotes? Maybe I just don't see, what a biochem stat's going to do in the game. And then education and psychology. The only thing I can think of here is traders. Trader prices be like the barter skill or whatever in Fallout. But like education and psychology, like I don't see unless it increases the rate at which you can learn things in game potentially. I mean, that would be a good stat. Psychology just makes me think that you can trick people, and the only thing in game that could do that's with barter and NPCs. Cooking, so animal handling. I don't know if that's the breeding skill or not. Potentially, they're going to dislocate farming to that. If it has the husbandry skills in here, or if this is just purely a riding skill. Because I would probably take this if it's a riding skill early, to be honest. And tactics, we've already seen this in the past, where tactics is going to be like you see somebody, and if you're focused on them, it shows you where they're moving to or whatever. If that's still what tactics is going to be, I don't know. But that's potentially a very powerful combat stat, which would be kind of something I think everybody would want to take. I mean, that's better than awareness for the most part. I mean, and it seems like it'd be relatively difficult to level. Like, how do you level something that's so vague? Like, how are you supposed to level biochem or education and psychology?
Handling tactics, sailing, climbing, swimming, resistances, heavy weapons. Farming, buddy. Yeah, baby, this is the update, my friend. This is the update, my friend. But not for everyone, just for the content creators. Okay, so farming is a skill on its own.
Just
Okay,
for content
so
creators.
what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? Let me just think.
You're gonna
Guys, let
take
me just think
farming.
here.
Wait, what does he mean? What is he gonna do? Like, you either don't take farming and then you see kind of how much XP or leveling stats you're gonna get by farming, and you're gonna be testing farming stuff out, or you do take farming and you see what it does max level and stuff early. I mean, I would take probably farming here just to see if there's any benefits to it. The other thing is, how are you going to level the farming up if like different types of crops or something affect the farming XP? I don't really know how that's going to work. So it seems like this potentially could be something that would take a while to happen. Although they did that thing where it was like 3 days or 10 days or something in Scum that grew one pair of plants. So if we do a slight calculation on that, 1 day in Scum is like six hours, like 4 hours of daytime, 2 hours of night, or something like that. So that's 60 hours for like one crop harvest, which makes me think like if you're gonna like level your farming skill up, you're probably gonna need a big ass field to get a bunch of XP all at once.
I'm gonna go for awareness. I'm gonna go for stealth. I'm gonna go for rifles. And I'm gonna go for running.
So he's going for a standard PvP focused build. I don't really know if the server he's going on is going to be like super hardcore. However, I would be interested to know, lock picking. He isn't going to even like. I would potentially, even if I was going into a PvP focus, you're going into a power station server to test stuff. I would probably at least go medium thievery, medium stealth. Even though it'd take forever to level thievery up, I mean, if there's anything you need lockpick in there, he's not going to be able to unless he has a team, well, actually he does. So he probably has a lockpicker.
Okay.
I
That's
don't
it.
know if I would just go pure rifles
That's
though.
it. Let's go.
Try and fast forward this a little bit.
Oh my
You
word,
have to-
that's a funny one.
You guys have to fully close Steam, open again, and then it should be
Yeah,
in
that's
the.
what I did. I've
Yeah.
just done, and you'll be downloading it still.
My
How does
word.
the snow look snowier?
My word. Oh my word. This is one strong dude. Holy shit.
How'd he get his stats up?
Cheese King is fun if we stream already, eh?
So I'm guessing this is 8 strength
Sorry, what was that?
character right here. Or somewhere close to it.
Didn't hear that either.
Was that a yes or a no?
Personally, I want to see an 8 strength female character. How jacked are they going to be? That's what I want to see. Somebody do that.
It doesn't start for another hour.
So we should wait with stream?
I don't know. Cheese King, just tell me if that was a yes or no, please.
No.
No? Okay. Okay, wait with stream. Okay.
No,
Come
not.
on, verify.
Not. Oh my word. Okay. Then what? What then? Okay, I'm gonna look at a wall. I'm gonna look at a bloody wall. Okay, I'm looking at a wall. There we go.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm just
verify
full
that
cam
one.
right now, just chatting screen.
I'm going to try and cut some of this out. I want to see
lost?
if they're
What's going on
actually
here,
going to
guys? Am I
test
blind?
anything.
That's yeah. I know I'm blind usually, guys, but what's going on here? You just went past it. You passed it. I passed it. It is just past the weapon shop before the tower.
Wait a second. So I know this dude. So Luthias has been through pretty much every survival game I've ever played. He's been making video content on it. He's been playing Scum since like the very beginning, right? How the hell does he not know where the armory guy is? In C2, that's like the main trader. These are the top 40 content creators in Scum.
Past the weapon shop before the tower. There we go.
Greetings, valued customer.
Greetings, baby. Yeah. Starter. My cards. Starter.
Give me a second here. He ran past the bank 6 times. He has to be playing with.
Past the weapon
He has
shop.
to be like just pulling
Not
people's
okay.
legs. I want to see this at the start.
Am I lost? What's going on here, guys? Am I?
Greetings, valued customer.
How do you? So this is the front door of the bank. I just want to. Looks like they have something blocking a door on that side. See cameras, potentially an alarm above the door. I mean, there's at least one camera there. Not really much for internal decor here that I've seen.
Greetings, valued customer.
Greetings, baby.
Welcome to your ATM Tech One Bank. So we've already seen that it's talked about credit cards in the patch note. So it's making me think that if you die, you're potentially going to lose your card. And people are going to be able to go to the trading post and steal your money. Which I think would be an interesting mechanic. Potentially sucks for you as a player. I mean, you're going to need multiple cards to kind of keep people from stealing all your cash. But protecting your card is going to be hard. Like, you're going to have to keep your card. What I would do, if this is what I think it is, your primary bank account, you're going to want an alt character, and I think this is probably what people would do, is they're just going to take an alt character, drop their bank card on the alt character, and then log off with it so nobody can get their hands on it. Otherwise, you're going to have to bury it in the ground and hope nobody finds it. Because if somebody can get a hold of your card, you're potentially going to lose everything. Although this does keep people with one account from, potentially just selling all their loot and stashing everything. But I think this is exploitable.
Yeah. Starter. My cards. Starter.
So account info, withdrawal, deposit, and transfer and eject card. So it is a credit card that you have to place inside the ATM. I'm 50-50 on this. I'm not going to be keeping my card on me at all if I do this. I'm definitely going to put it on my second account and log it off because why wouldn't you? Withdrawal, deposit, crap. Transfer. So I don't know if the other person would have to be near you to transfer money to them, but potentially you're going to have to know people's account number to give them money, I would guess, unless it just gives you like a name selector. But account info is just probably your total, but apparently the other currency that they added is gold. So I'm guessing you turn cash into gold, and then you can sell the gold apparently, so I'm guessing there's going to be an internal market price of gold. I don't know if this is going to fluctuate or not, or have a set price. If there is, there's going to be people playing the stock market for sure. They're just going to sit around and buy and sell gold and try to get as much money as possible, and you probably won't ever see them again. But gold is an interesting thing here. Also, potentially, I mean, gold, or I don't know if gold has the same effect as lead in the real world, but I was gonna say they could potentially make a craftable item with gold.
Withdraw.
Withdrawal money, bank commission 2%. Okay, so the bank is getting a commission. Now, we've already seen that the permadeath system, the cost to respawn was 2,500. That's 50 bucks. It's not terrible. And most items on an official server you can buy for 25, like 2,500 will give you a body armor. So you're looking at 50 bucks. That's not that bad. However, I will say on MMOs, I don't know how this would work in a survival game, but in MMORPGs and stuff like this, when you start introducing economies with taxable rates, there are players that make clans that undercut the traders and stuff like that and make their money by undercutting the bank system. So potentially, if you had a clan that was very, very strong and impossible to break into and could be somewhat competent like the bank, they could do like a 1% commission and then start making money off of people's transfers. But they wouldn't have the potential of, transferring money digitally to other players as easily. So maybe it'll work out.
$1 million. Submit. Are you sure you want to transfer 1 million? Yes. Insufficient funds. Shit. How many of us have seen that before, eh? Okay. Can't buy gold. Can't buy anything. We don't have anything.
The other thing is this is eject card, so what would oh, crap. What happens if what happens if you forget, like if the server lags or if you forget to eject the card? Can someone else just go up to the kiosk and enter your account number?
Okay. Eject card. My cards. Do I have a card?
Okay, so he has one card. You can buy a new card. Classic, 1 free renewal, 1 digital pin protection. Daily withdrawal limit 1,000. Gold, 5 free renewals, 2 digital pin protection. Daily withdrawal limit 5,000. Gold purchases are available. So this is already telling me that there's going to be some sort of like stock market economy with the gold. If you can't buy gold with a classic card, then that means these guys are going to be buying gold, and there has to be some benefit to having gold. So it's either going to be something connected with uranium or something to where the gold value fluctuates. Because otherwise, why would you purchase the gold? The renewals, 1 free renewal and 5 free renewals, is making me think that people can get a hold of your card. But when it says 1 digital pin protection and 2 digital pin protections, that's making me think that's where the programming and the hacking skill set is going to come into play. Because that's the only thing that we've seen in game that could potentially have any use. Because otherwise, you're going to have to know exactly what the pin is. And I'm guessing you're not locked out necessarily, but we're looking at somebody guessing your pin. And if we're assuming it's a 4-digit combination, I mean, that's 9 per. That's a lot of combinations that you could try. It would take you time for sure to bust into that. But I'm guessing, the 1 for renewal. So if you lose your card twice, you just lose possession of all of your bank info. They steal your card and try to use it, they will have to guess it. The classic has 1 digital pin. Gold is 2. Hey, Splash, man. It's been a while. Welcome back. Yeah, I mean, it has 2 digital pins, but I mean, how long is it going to take you to guess a 4-digit pin in the first place, But we're looking at, it says 2 free renewals. So if someone kills you and loot your card once, you get 1 more card. And then what? If you lose that one, you can't get another card ever, and you lose all your money. So if you lose your card once, you want to come to the bank, get another card, take all of your money out, and then you're going to want to transfer it to another account. Oh, you have to buy okay. But this just means like eventually everyone's going to have one of your cards. Is there no way to like change your card info? And then a free withdrawal of 1,000. Like we saw the permadeath respawn was 2,500. So how are you supposed to respawn if you can only withdraw 1,000 a day? You'd have to wait 12 hours to respawn. And the gold, I don't really know exactly how that's going to work. I figure, like, I'm guessing it's like if you're in a squad, you would want a gold membership on your head squad leader, and he would transfer funds to you, perhaps. But I would still say with this, alt accounts are going to take the game over. 100%. Like, I'm not going to keep my card on me at all, probably. I'm going to take all of my stuff, I'm going to sell a bulk of it, put it on my alt account character, sell the stuff, put it in the bank account, and then log off with the card on my alt character. Maybe just keep them in the trader. No one's ever going to be able to touch it. But I like the pin. I like the pin thing. Potentially that would be where the digital hacking would come in though, so I like that. You can cancel cards at any time.
Classic gold.
If you cancel the card though, you would lose your funds, wouldn't you? And if you can only withdraw 1,000 a day, then you're either not going to put very much into the bank or you're going to need a bunch of cards. Because what's stopping you from getting, I don't know if there's a card limit, what's stopping you from getting like 50 cards? And then you could take out $50,000 every day.
Classic gold. Give me huh? Buy a new card. Oh, $5,000 for gold. 5 free renewals. 2 2-digit pin protection. Daily withdrawal limit is 5,000 gold. Purchase available. 1 free renewal. 1-digit pin code. Daily withdrawal 1,000. Okay. Okay. Okay.
The cards weren't very
Okay.
expensive
Okay,
either.
okay,
It was,
okay,
was it
okay,
100 and 500 down
I
at the
got it.
bottom? On an official server, you could get that money easy. You could go loot one spot and you could buy 16 cards for 500 bucks.
Nice. Why? Okay. So the United States Department of Defense Certificate of Appreciation, Francisco Laguna. Okay.
Not really much. There's a bunch of security cameras in there, which is interesting.
No, Sam, this isn't stream between content creators, buddy.
I would say, you know, if hacking and stuff, if they ever implement anything with the security cameras, that could be a potential thing. Like someone hacked in the security camera and watched you enter your PIN or something. That could be potential. I doubt they would do that because the tech would probably be kind of hard.
Okay, well, while we're waiting, let's activate the Discord again.
Trying to fast forward to some more. It looks like he goes into the mechanic shop.
Don't stop moving, baby June.
I guess.
Okay, let me open.
No,
Welcome, stranger.
Okay, so this dirt bike's parted out. Also, red headlights. I like that. Black and red are my colors, man.
Okay.
And we've already looked around at the stuff inside the shops in the past, so. Okay, hold up. Let's rewind this real quick.
Oh, baby! Don't stop moving. Don't. Now. Blue. Love. Okay, let's. Back bumper. Bumper armor back.
But the gold card was only 500, so I mean, just get the gold card. Roof rack. See, this is what I was saying at the video we watched a second ago too. So we saw in that video clip they had that wire meshing covering the hubcap of the tire. This right here is I'm assuming why right here. Because it's not going to protect the tire from being popped, but I'm assuming players are going to be able to take your car tire. And if these are the default prices, like, it looks like you're just buying the car frame right here. Yeah, well, I'm saying, like, yeah, they'll steal your rims, but they'll probably steal your tire. Like, you're looking right here, this tire is $18,000. So it looks like car prices just got, or if these are just upgraded prices, I don't know, but it looks like the parts, I mean, cars are going to be way more expensive, which I'm fine for, especially in the official servers. If they increase the prices a lot, I think that'd be good. But it's not going to fix their looting system very well. But it looks like they're just buying the frame of this car for 18,000, which tells me if you don't have enough money to put wheels on it, it's going to despawn in the trader. But let's see, you know, two different kinds of tires. You got a train bumper. I don't know what that means. You got different kinds of bunkers, wheel bumper, armored back, an alternator. So I'm assuming you're going to need this to keep it running unless you have like a teammate. Well, you'd have to have this to keep it running anyway, unless you had a really good battery, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that would be a big one. I mean, armored door heavy back.
Door armor heavy. Sticks are going over each other.
Hey, do you think I should just mute him on this video and just watch what he does, or think I should listen to what he says? Because I think he's just gonna go over the same stuff I'm saying, but you can find the parts in the world. But like, how big would a tire be? You'd have to carry like one tire at a time. I would say Miscreated had a system where you had to put car parts and find them in the world and put them on the car, and it was a little rough. And anytime you try to find somebody's car, they would always take the part off. So you go and they take the driving belts off and the tires and stack them somewhere. Because items didn't despawn on that game.
Armor, 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 armor.
Yeah. I'll try to lower it a little bit, but it's just this video of his is like 12 hours long, so I was trying to skip from part to part. We could potentially watch the whole thing and see him talk to everybody, but I'm just kind of skipping over some stuff.
Armor, armor, front bumper.
But we saw that big dude already. That looked like an 8
WW
strength character.
Sheet black. Radiator. Trunk. Armor heavy. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh my word.
This is what I'm going to say right here. Timing belt. And a hood. This is telling me like if you don't have a hood, someone's going to be able to get in your car and steal stuff probably. A radiator. Then also like the damage. See, I heard there was a stream coming, but I didn't know about it. But this timing belt, that's basically the drive belt, I'm guessing. So, or at least it's probably going to connect to the alternator. I would think minimum. But this is, I mean, this is a lot of car parts. So they're making the cars like the money sinks in the game. So potentially a lot more car combat, I guess, but I just don't see that fixing some of the issues that they have so far. Unless it attracts the monsters, those shapeshifters they added to the game. The video, that video we watched earlier said that the shapeshifters have trouble seeing during twilight. So potentially, I guess, if they're adding those to the game, maybe they'll seek out the cars and stuff, but
Oh my word, oh my word, oh my word.
I'm trying to see these cars, but he's flicking it too fast.
Roof rack. Roof rack, baby. Roof rack.
See, he's worried about the roof rack. I'm saying that unless you're going around to a unless you're going on a big loot run, I don't see a roof rack being that big of a deal. Unless the car just has no inventory space, unless you have a roof rack. But when it says spiked reinforcement, that's something that catches my eye a little bit better than a roof rack. Are you telling me that potentially the cars are going to be able to do like ram damage? You're going to be able to ram them into stuff. This could possibly work better versus puppets, which I'm not opposed to, but if I like run into another car with this spiked reinforcement, will it pop their tires or something? I think that's useful. Timing belt, more seats. I mean, look at like 21,000 for a seat. That tells me you're gonna buy a car, and then each player in your team's gonna have to get like 21,000 bucks. Like it wouldn't be hard on an official server, but I mean, if you lose a car, like if people are selling these and parting them out, somebody's gonna get really rich off of car parts.
Rack, baby. Roof rack. Train bumper. So it's different between the two, guys. Like the Volkswagen has got the train bumper. The Leica, you guys are right.
Yeah, these are two like older style, like almost European looking cars. There's only 2 cars on the server?
Right, the Leica has got a train bumper and a roof rack. Heavy armor top. Heavy armor top.
I'm assuming the weight's going to slow down your vehicle or make it consume more gas or something, I would think. I would probably assume that a heavier car also would potentially make people without driving skills stall a lot more. Maybe you're right. If everything's the same price, yeah. It's a good eye there. It's a good eye. I don't know what price they would charge you for like a door. I'm gonna assume that, I mean, a radiator and everything else. But I'm gonna assume upgraded cars, you're gonna need more and more driving skill to drive them efficiently because, I mean, I could only assume like the inertia, taking corners, drifting, stalling if you don't have a high driving skill and having heavy armor on a vehicle.
Okay. Again, the
Okay, this is interesting. Hood flag. Cattle pusher. Here's the other thing right here. Front left car battery. Well, I'm just saying like a hood flag makes me think customizable flags for your team or something. You know, like maybe they're going to be going more towards the clan route where you can, your clan flag or something can be in your car. Because it says Scum on it, but I'm assuming a hood flag that could implement your clan banner, your clan symbol. Cattle pusher, I'm not. I mean, I guess potentially this could do more damage, but when you say cattle pusher, I just think ranch, so a utility car. But when it says front left car battery, this makes me think that they're going to make car parts. So, like right now, for instance, you can find a car battery in garages and just stick it in any vehicle. If they make it to where certain car batteries can only go into certain vehicles, that would kind of be more interesting. But a car battery in the trader right now is only like $2,000. It's not hard to buy. So unless they increase the price, it shouldn't be too bad. But I guess that would help people crafting ammo or something.
cattle pusher. Again, the cattle pusher. Okay, okay.
So that's the normal car battery right there. I'm guessing they have the different car batteries specifically for these two vehicles right now. Maybe because they're European cars or something. I don't really know, but if you look at vehicles like in the real world, batteries don't fit the same in all cars. Like my Dodge has a battery that's in the front right of the engine, and it has a positive and negative post up top. I think the right side is positive. I don't remember. But my Chevy has the battery in the front left, and it has a screw in. You have to like screw it into the battery before it works, you know? So I mean, it's not a major deal, but I do see it being kind of important.
What about the other cars? What about the normal cars?
He didn't even look at the repair tools yet. Like he clicked that once and it didn't go into the second option. Also the crafting materials. I want to see what's in the crafting materials.
Are all the cars getting replaced? Okay. Damn, we don't have any money, man.
I doubt there's no way they're going to replace all the cars. I doubt that. I think they're just doing this for the server. And the other car's battery was still in that tab down there too, so I mean maybe the other cars don't have modular building components, but then like all they would have to do basically is make the other cars where you can't buy them. Like they could just make the cars that were already in game map spawns and then make these cars that you can buy from the trader just kind of like more upgradable and shitty. Buy stuff with bank credits. It looks like it down here. You got cash and bank, but the bank has looks like gold bars, so it looks like if you have a bank, you're gonna have to turn it into gold to buy stuff potentially. This also makes me think, you know how the bank card said only $1,000 could be transferred daily? What if it's per bank? Like, what if you know how like I go to C2 Trader a lot, and you stash all your money in that bank, and then you go to like A0 and you want to buy something at that trader, all you can do is transfer $1,000 from one bank to the other. That would slow people down a lot too, because you would have to like separate your money into all the different trading posts, and then you wouldn't have access to all your funds in one area, you know? Because that's an interesting idea. Yeah, but it says transfer though. Like there was a transfer option on the bank thing too, because there was withdrawal, deposit, and transfer. So, and like transfers probably from player to player, I would assume. But if it's from trading post to trading post, I mean that definitely would make things a little bit more difficult on people. So then, like, what happens if you drive your car to like naval base and then your timing belt breaks and you can't, you don't have enough money to like buy another belt? You'd have to find one or something.
Okay, so
It's
the
not gonna
armor is
it's not
great.
gonna stop people in the long run. They're still gonna be able to go and get money all over the place. But I'm just
The cattle pusher is great. I don't know. Maybe we can fit through that hole. I don't know. I'm not sure. So you guys need the like if you go for extra space. Okay. Oh, spiked reinforcement. Oh, that's what I'm gonna put there.
what do you have to? It took them that long to see spike reinforcement. But these roof racks, I just don't know. Like on an official server, fine. I mean, you're gonna need a lot of storage capacity going around and looting stuff. But on the low loot server, like mine, storage rack isn't gonna be that big of a deal. I mean, potentially, unless they have extra supplies in their car. Because you're looking at like players, if they're looking for vehicles, they might have extra parts. And then a solo player might like go to the airport and find a timing belt or something and then find your car. But I don't know how the picking system is going to work with that. Like they're going to have to lock pick your door and then learn that there's nothing that they can do because the timing belts. Because the picking system's already punishing enough.
That's what I'm gonna put there. Spiked reinforcement.
Maybe with the wrench, you could potentially like go and just take parts off people's car without lockpicking it. I think that'd be a lot better. Because I would prefer just to go and steal their car parts, than just see if I can lockpick it later. Or if they put more car parts on it, I'll just go back and steal more car parts. I think that'd be fine.
With this bumper. What do you want? They're probably gonna add a lot more, guys.
But people would
They're
be
probably
pissed.
Gonna add a lot more. But this is, guys, this update is everything I hoped for, and more. This update preceded my expectations.
He's only looked at like 3 things in this update so far, so I don't see how he can say that so far. It exceeded his expectations. I was expecting modular car building for every single vehicle in the game. I'm fine with these 2 new cars they put in, but I assumed it was going to be all the cars because I don't personally like the look of these cars, but it's not going to be that big of a deal.
To be honest with you guys, before I came into the event, I didn't think they're gonna bring in the cars. I even told Blue, you guys can ask Blue. He's probably gonna play his butt off in stream, but you guys can ask him in the stream next time. When we stream this. I told him I don't think the cars are coming in. Okay, because of the info that we got. I thought the cars weren't coming in, but this is more than I ever expected. This is overwhelming. Oh, there's a roof rack as well. Okay, so you get everything, guys. The tires, You get the tires with this guy? You get tires with this guy? No. But you can buy tires for this guy. There's a hole. Heavy armor top. There's a hole there. Wonder what that hole is for. Buzz, I
Probably
don't
for
care, buddy. I
gunning.
don't care. I'm very, very happy. I'm very, very happy, buddy. Very, very happy. We'll figure it out, buddy. We'll figure it out. Jet 4. Oh, my word, my bro.
You can spawn it in single player, like a new boat type, or like modular stuff for the boats that's already there. See, I saw a picture of the boat with the modular stuff on it. I don't know how I feel about it yet though, because it had like the car top on the boat, and it seems like it's going to keep you from being able to move your player character very well on the boat, even if it does give you cover. You know, so I just don't know if you're going to be able to fight effectively with that on the boat. And then if it makes your boat top heavy, then I mean, I don't know if it would flip over if because the picture I saw had like a car top and then a car rack on top of that with a bunch of storage boxes on it. That seems pretty damn top heavy to me.
This is crazy, buddy. This is crazy. Thank you very much, J4. J4 just gifted another 5 memberships, guys. Gabor got a gifted membership. RVR got one. Lord Tabaro, the new guy. Rock guy.
See, I'm not sure on that video though, but if you looked in the mirror of the car, it looked like a pickup truck, and I couldn't tell if it had tires or not, but potentially these jacks were there. I haven't seen anyone talk about it yet, but it looked like it could have potentially been jacked up with no tires.
Thank you very much, my friend. Misfire has begun the love, the Care Bear love. Monpats, thank you for the emojis, guys. Jet4, fist bump, brother. Love you. Love you, my man. Love you. Okay.
See, this is going to be something interesting, though. So, like, let's say potentially you could steal people's car tires, right? Do you have to jack up the car to take the tire off? You know, and then remove the jack? Or would the jack have to stay there? Or could you potentially, like, go to someone's car and take the bolts off of the tires and then leave, and then when they drive the vehicle, the tires, like, fall off? Because I think that would be pretty interesting. Just kind of set people up for a trap. I would just take all the bolts off of their tire, then set up like a roadblock or something, or some sort of ambush, and just wait for the car to just kind of fall apart.
Anything else you guys think I should look at? Anything else? Let's get back to the Discord.
So a lot more standing around.
We'll go back over to the bank. Greetings, valued customer. I like this guy, the one eye. It's a very pretty eye, is
They made groups for us, guys.
1-digit pin protection.
They made groups for us. Oh my word.
I want to look at this crafting thing. Skip forward here.
We've got the crafted armor piercing rounds. Okay. We got the crafted armor piercing rounds as well. There's the crafted armor piercing. Okay, we've got the crafted armor piercing. Don't see anything new here. You guys can tell me if you see something new.
I will say the crafted armor piercing rounds seems like that's going to be a huge buff to engineering. I don't understand why they just don't separate engineering and the ammunition crafting to like different skills, you know? But I think armor piercing rounds could be very powerful. It definitely makes engineering a lot more enticing to take early, especially with how cheap body armor is in game. Like on an official server, crafted body armors and stuff are like useless. You just go and you buy body armor for like 2,000 bucks. So armor piercing rounds are kind of important.
Nothing there. Oh, no base building. There's no base building. What? What?
Trying to see if there's anything different here. This all looks pretty much the same.
Okay, they disabled the base building options. Okay. Oh, there's building. There's building.
Has a separate building tab. That's kind of annoying. But I guess I'm alright with it. Uranium is used for ammo crafting. How does that? I mean, if the uranium's used for armor piercing rounds, I think it'd be decent. That would kind of limit its use, I guess, to keep people from getting a hold of the ammo early, but I don't see how you make ammo out of uranium. Is it going to irradiate people? Although I don't know if you were here earlier, but did you hear the when I was watching that video, there's like a lamppost. There's a lamppost inside that base there, and it was powered. And so like if they have like uranium for a generator or something in your base, but they have those box containers that you put the uranium in, right? I'm assuming, if we can put those in a box and carry them off, we can use them as weapons. So potentially you could like take uranium, stick it in a box, and if you're raiding a base, just like drop it off outside of their base, make it leak, and just like kill everybody inside the base with radiation. Or vice versa, if you're trying to defend a base, you could potentially just kill everyone trying to raid your base with radiation. I mean, that seems pretty powerful to me. Or if you wanted to, like, say, go to naval base and you wanted to lock it down, you could just crack some uranium containers outside. Everyone that goes there think that they won't need a radiation suit. They end up getting radiation and dying. I don't know if it'll go through walls or not. I would assume radiation would go through walls, but maybe maybe it takes time. I'm just saying that if it is possible to make it leak, that is a very deadly tactical tool that you could use on the map because nobody's going to know that they're getting radiation poisoning without a radiation detector. So, like, say a big clan goes and takes over D4 Airport, they could just stick those containers by the entrances and poison people.
Holy poopity doop doop. Holy poopity doop doop. Oh my word.
So, we've seen the modular stairs, all of this. We did see in the patch notes that they have a stress system or something, so I'm guessing there's base building physics. From the video, the pictures that we've seen, they built a bridge and they had a support beam 2 to 3 blocks away from the other support area. So potentially you're going to need a brace every 2 to 3 blocks, which I think is okay. However, I don't know if containers are going to fall because if it's like miscreated, the base building blocks would crack and fall down, but the containers wouldn't, and then it was impossible to get the loot. So
Modular. We can do the rust building now, guys. We can do rust building now. Awesome, man. We can do rust.
I wonder if people are going to copy the base building off of Rust. Like, why wouldn't you copy this off of Rust? No space elevator base. I don't know anything about elevator base, but I would assume, like, from what I saw, I mean, they basically had an elevator that went up, and then there was a bridge, and then it went into a base that was on stilts. Now, if you go and you broke the stilts, it should collapse the base, and then the boxes would come down. But if the boxes stay in the air, then there's no point. And then if you lockpick the base, there's no point because they could just destroy the bridge and you wouldn't be able to get across. But I would say potentially what you could do, if it's not very hard to make, you could just craft an elevator or something, go to like dam, for instance. You remember that big cliffside on the dam? You just build a base right next to the dam, build an elevator that goes up and down, and then if someone tries to raid your base, just rig it with explosives, and then it would blow up the elevator, and they wouldn't be able to get there. But then you also like with this modular system, could the elevators work underwater? Like I don't, well, you can't build in water. I'm sure there's somewhere that you can build in water though, but potentially like if you could like say that you could make an elevator connected to the water somehow, then ground level you put loot boxes or something on it, and then you activated the elevator to go under the water. I don't know if that it probably wouldn't work, but that's just a
Fast
theory.
building. So now it's going to be easier for you.
I want to see if they do kind of like miscreated to where there was like it miscreated. Let's say that this squares the map. There was like a town down here, town over here, big city. There was a military base, a dam that came through here, but there was like these little camps. And I feel like their map was bigger than Scum's map. Like it took you forever to run across that map, like 45 minutes to get across the whole map. But there was like little camps of radiation that you'd have to go through, and you could build a base kind of next to them. And there's radiation storms randomly on the map. But if this power plant has an area that's buildable next to it, and there's like radiation environmental effects, I would try to build a base there for sure.
You guys to protect your doors with honeycombing. Okay, this is how you use honeycombing. Okay.
I don't know if I want to taking the rust bases and putting them in Scum. I think is going to be annoying as hell. And the honeycombing shit. I hate it when people like copy paste the same base over and over. And I don't know if Luthius ever played Rust, to be honest. He might just be watching the videos and then talking about it.
Walls, stairs, cool stairs.
Because they don't have the keypad
floors,
locks like they do in Rust here.
frames, doors, ramps, roofs.
I think he's brushing over this a little bit too much. Ramp is a big deal. Ramp is a very big deal here. Because just like C2 Castle, when we built there, we couldn't get the vehicles up the stairs. You could build a ramp. I'm assuming vehicles can drive on these ramps. There's no other purpose to have them. So this is also a big issue because in Miscreated, players hogged vehicles because inventory space was such a big deal, and they would just build tower bases, and then they would ramp their car up into the top of the tower base, and they would destroy the ramp and leave it there. And they just log on and off and then move the car and then log off again. And so eventually all the vehicles on the map were just stored up in towers, and the only way you'd have to go and like attack these super fortified tower bases to destroy the vehicle and then try to race people to find them on the map, which is a pain.
Nothing new here. Basic. Garden. There's the farming.
Wait. Stop it. All right. So garden, I need a better view on this. He was flipping his mouse back and forth too much.
Okay, they disabled the base building options. Okay, that doesn't matter.
Where's it
The farm
at?
stuff. Okay. 8 nails and
Garden is an element that every something mind something needs. I'm guessing that's base needs. Use it to plant fruits and vegetables and watch them grow if they're taken care of, or rot if they're neglected. So it's not bad. We seen in the video in the past it took like what 10 scum days or something to build one crop or to grow one crop. I think it was something. It was like 6 or 10 scum days, and one scum day was 6 hours. So you're looking at like 36 to 60 hours to grow one crop, which means if you're going to be a farmer, you're going to need a big crop field. You're going to need a lot of fertilizer, a lot of water, and consistently maintain these, which is kind of a big deal. It definitely would make water sources a lot more important because right now, like the natural water springs, like if we look at the map, I'm assuming this is how it's going to work. I don't know necessarily. So I don't know, for instance, I don't know if they would disappear after harvest or not, man. I don't have any clue. But I don't know if you can use salt water on your crops or not, because in the real world, you could probably get away with it a little bit, but if you dumped a ton of salt water on your crops, eventually they're all going to die because you're going to have salt all over your farmland. Um, if that becomes the case, then boiling your water and stuff is going to be a big deal. But it also means that if there's any relatively big farm, they're going to need a consistent source of water. And so, like places like B2, all there is that natural spring that's over here somewhere. B3, not really any water source, not really any water sources all over here. City would be kind of decent. And then you have this little lake here. Scum doesn't have a like limited water supplies. I think it would be kind of interesting, say, if they put like a water limit on the rivers and the lakes, like they had their well system. So you could go to those and say that you could go to them anytime that you wanted and drink, but say like if you wanted to fill a container, it could be empty or something. I don't know. It would make sense in the game, but I'm just saying like there isn't an infinite or a limited water supply, so it's not going to be that difficult cuz like this right here, little river. But I do like the concept of them needing a bunch of water because it means that these people, if they're farming, they're going to have to go to a water source. And if you see a big farm, say that you saw a big farm like at A3 and they can't use any salt water, you know that their closest water source is like probably over here at B2. So you know that that farmer is probably going to go to B2 at some point. You know how long that it's going to take for the plants to like use up the water. And you know they're going to have to get online and go over there and get water over here at some point. So you could potentially set up traps like that. If they have a bunch of crops, they're probably going to need a vehicle to transport more and more liquid. So I like things like that that force people to kind of maneuver around the map, which is part of the reason I was making my server like that as well. But yeah, I mean, but wells don't automatically fill, do they? And they take time too. So you'd probably have to have a bunch of wells. You'd have to build a bunch of wells at your base probably. I know on the hardcore server, he built a well there and it did not have water in it. But with the server settings, see like water settings here? See, multiplies the amount of water that initially replenishes in player-made wells. So the player wells have a replenishment rate on the server. So I don't remember what the base amount here. I think it might have been 1. But there's also a thing that the max amount of water that replenishes. So this is like the max volume that can be in a well, which is 1. I reduced all. It was either 0.5 or 1. I can't remember. Multiplies the amount of time that water replenishes. Multiplies the amount of water that water replenishes. Okay. So this is the world spawns, but it's basically going to be the same as gas. So water respawns on a timer, and then it's only going to respawn a certain amount, and it has so much chance to do that. So whatever that is, I mean, they're going to have quite a few wells if they have a big farm, and they're going to continuously have to keep them like pumping. But even that makes the farm have a big weak spot. So if you wanted to troll them, you just target their wells. But
Just a blunt weapon. 8 nails, 4 planks, and a blunt weapon.
And we don't know if with the modular base building if they implemented a base building limit either. So potentially, if there's a base building limit, you're gonna have to decide, on a bunch of wells or defense.
Garden is an element that every self-sustained base needs. Use to plant fruits and vegetables and watch them grow if they're taken care of or if they rot away. Metabolism is the same. Journal, squad 1 and 2. Squad 1 and 2. Group 3. Okay, that doesn't matter.
I kind of want to skip to this boatman because I don't think he's going to say anything.
So far, just the farming and the base building elements. Okay, let's go to metabolism. Okay.
Hull control. Farming is a skill which determines if a player... Farming is a skill that determines if you can farm plants and how efficiently. It determines which plants you can plant and how well they will grow. So... The thing is if they're basing this on realism at all, like potatoes give you a lot of nutrition in the real world, and they're not hard to grow. Those things, you just like stick them in the ground, occasionally water them, and you're usually good. So, but when it comes to like their marijuana or whatever that they're trying to grow, I mean, I guess this would... This is hard. Which plants you can plant? I'm assuming pineapples and stuff like that are going to be like harder to grow. But how fast they grow, I mean, that's a big deal depending on how much they can sell for at the trading post. Potatoes should be harder than rice. I'm not going to say that rice is necessarily hard, but rice requires a lot more water than potatoes. They're a lot more sensitive, I would guess, environment-wise. Potatoes you can grow in snow, you can grow them in, well, I ain't gonna say snow, but you can grow them in colder weather. You can grow them in summer. Same thing with like wheat. So like there's a winter and like a spring wheat that you can grow, and wheat is basically a weed. So if you take wheat seed, so like I have a bag of wheat seed on my in my kitchen because I can make bread or whatever out of it, but it's also an emergency food. So if I needed to, all you'd really have to do is go and take a bunch of wheat seed, toss it out on your lawn, and it's basically a weed. It'll kill everything else around it. Like it just kills all the grass and shit, and it'll grow and just keep regrowing.
Farming is a skill which determines if you can farm plants and how efficiently. It determines...
The question is how hard is it to grow the crops and how much XP do you get per crop? Because the nature of the skill is that watering the crop is going to be the hard part. Watering and keeping the nutrition probably in the soil. But you can grow multiple plants at once, which tells me, like, say, we already saw the building for the planter is just wood and nails. So if I can go and build 20 nail plots or whatever and grow it and say I get like 100 XP per plot or something, I mean, that's already like what, 2,000? But it does take, multiple days to grow. So potentially this could be easy, or potentially this could be very hard, and I would just go ahead and take farming at the start of the game. I'm really iffy on that. I don't know if building the plot would count towards farming or not. If it does, that would make it way easier. We'd have to go back and look at where the farming plot was. Oh my god. Wish I knew how to work YouTube better.
Okay, they disabled the base building options.
Oh, where was it at?
Oh, there's.
Welcome to the most secure place on the island.
Rice building now, guys. Okay, they disabled the base building options.
Was the farming plot in the base building
Okay.
options? Yeah, I guess
Oh,
it
there's
was.
building. There's building. Holy poopity doop doop.
You know what we haven't seen here is the survival. The survival temporary shelters and stuff.
Holy poopity doop doop. Oh my word. Modular. We can do the rice 8 nails and
It's base building, no skill. So yeah, it's probably engineering. Yeah. Yeah, I know the shelter's for respawning, but if you build a shelter, if you build this shelter, it gives you survival experience. I don't think you were watching me when I was going over this before, but I was leveling my skill up on the official hardcore server. And basically, if you're trying to level up your survival as fast as possible, because the higher your survival goes, the less time it takes you to craft materials, which, makes your survival go up faster and faster. You can dump like the small logs with these campfires here. You can dump them in there and get a few XP. But all of your sticks and stuff like that, you can put in like these blueprints and get survival experience off of it, like a good chunk of survival experience. So if you really want to level it quick, you do that. But it's kind of like the player on the server right now, like going from 0 to advanced survival, going from advanced to advanced plus survival takes about the same time. And if I wanted to, then I could just take these shelters and use all my components to max out my survival stat faster. I don't even remember what we were looking at.
farming is a skill which determines if you can farm plants and how efficiently. It determines which plants you can plant and how well they will grow. Okay, so I think it's quite straightforward to level up farming. You just probably plant the farm stuff.
I find it weird that these guys, I guess, are in his team. These are the top 40 content creators for Scum, and these guys are just messing around with these stairs in the background. Just weird.
Okay. We'll see if this.
Also, maybe it's just the angle or I'm crazy, but like right here, that just seems like more cars in C2 Trader than I recall in this area, but it might just be the angle.
There's other shortcuts to it, but for now, I think just planting is going to be enough.
We didn't see any like quest lines or anything either, though.
Yeah, on here at the moment. So you got the bumpers. Right.
I think different traders.
Yeah, I think.
Can you go to the
good.
boat
What?
guy, my guy?
There's the base building, buddy.
Motorbikes.
There's the base building. There's the base building. No debt.
It's a difference. I'm not seeing any more. Redeem your
Fuck,
card.
I dropped mine again.
You dropped it again.
Yeah, I watched the trailer thing earlier. I broke it down. You'd have to go back to the first of the stream to actually see it though, but yeah, I basically was like going through it and picking out everything that I could see that was kind of interesting, like I do with everything every now and then. I don't really make separate videos for it, but every now and then I go and kind of look at updates and see what kind of sticks out. So the car thing stuck out. We saw a tool belt. So there's a guy in there with a tool belt on his waist instead of like a pistol holder. Um, the different faces on the different characters, different hairstyles on the people, the different equipment that they brought to the base. There was burnt trees outside of the power station zone. I don't know why, like if the radiation has an effect on the trees there, or if there's potentially a fire or something because there's burnt trees. The radiation detector. One, they said the shapeshifters have a hard time focusing in twilight. So that's an important note to notice with the shapeshifter monsters. We don't know if they'll be in the game with point 0.8 though. I don't think they would be, but that's just an interesting point. Also in the video, he said to make sure you use the radiation detector before you go into the power plant, which makes me think that the radiation detector might be useful to know if there's uranium in the power plant before you go into the dangerous area. But I don't think that uranium detector is necessarily for your safety. I think it's to help you pinpoint where the uranium is at inside of the power plant. And we saw the big tower inside of the power plant, which I broke down in a different video, where I was kind of looking at all the different buildings and stuff I could see, and kind of piecing together like a puzzle piece. And we know in the past clips that there's been a Humvee and stuff in the power plant, so new loot areas and stuff. Also in the video, he went and uh, he was using the uranium detector to find the uranium, and it was inside of a box in the ground. So we can see what kind of loot container potentially you could find the uranium in. So that was kind of interesting. There was a few other things I don't really remember. Cassette tapes in the vehicle, which was playing a different music than what's been in the game currently. So potentially new music, potentially cassette player, which could be interesting. Um, we were talking about the power system and stuff on cars beforehand as well. So that's kind of some different stuff. They had chickens and horses in the video. So they had chickens inside of their area that they were building, and then they had two horses, which we don't have. No one said that we are going to be able to ride horses yet, but apparently, I guess they're going to be tameable or something still. Maybe it has something to do with farming. I can't really tell. But if you look at that video, also, if you look in the background, it looks like there's a truck on a rooftop, which would be the mechanic shop and a trading post. Now, where they're at does not appear to be the same as other trading posts that we've seen. The area and the land around the area that they're in the video seems to be completely different, and I would say it's probably closer to like a C0 um, type of tree and grass area. We've heard that they're going to put that smaller city over there at C0, but I haven't heard anything about a new trader being stuck on the map, but it kind of looks like it would be a trading post or a campsite or something somewhere else on the map that we haven't seen anywhere. So, I mean, the only place I could really see elsewhere that they could put a trader with that kind of shrubbery is like maybe near D4. Because they already have an A0 airport or an A0 trader. But we don't really have any traders near C0, and we don't have any traders near D4 area. So I really doubt they're going to add another trader to the game, but I just thought it was an interesting detail to point out. The other thing is that they had a lamppost inside of it, which was powered. Kind of like this guy has a light above his head, but obviously the trading posts have power.
I don't know where it's this time.
Don't talk to the Raven.
We are miles away.
That's what I get for taking.
Boat prices look the
Hold on.
same on here.
Is there anyone else actually getting TP'd to this place? Because I'm not.
I don't know what this guy's deal is with every time that he's looked at these car traders and stuff, he's clicked on the repair button, and then it goes to the where you have to click it again to go to the items, and he never goes to the second tab. So even on the mechanic shop, he didn't do it. I'm a little irritated about it because, like, how are you supposed to know what's going on if you don't check all the tabs?
15 minutes, or are we all going to different? Oh, we all going to different places.
Car batteries.
Traders,
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
I think
we're all in the.
What about car batteries? In the video, there's a mechanic working with the light system on a car. I don't really know about the battery
so our
though.
team is at this outpost.
Yes, we are the yellow team.
Yeah, that would
So
make more sense, I
I'm
guess.
guessing we've got to put our money together to
Team
buy
4.
a car.
I think personally, I would like car batteries to be a power system more than uranium. 'Cause I feel like uranium would be kind of OP. Car batteries aren't really that hard to find, and they're not too expensive. So
Put a car together, maybe.
Found it.
let's see if
No,
they.
neither do I. No,
I want to
we're
see
all out
these
at the moment.
guys go to the power
Put
plant.
the pants
but-
back on.
All right, weapon trader.
Welcome, stranger.
Was that knife rack there before? Do you recall this knife rack being on this table? I don't know. Wind turbines. I mean, I guess potentially, but maybe it's there. But I just don't recall seeing that in the past. I know we did that whole video where we looked at every detail in these traders, but those are K-bar knives, potentially a bayonet or something right there. I don't think that you could buy bayonets from this trader before, but maybe you could. I never really paid attention.
Stranger.
Anyway.
Oh, female-only hairdressers yet to learn male haircuts. Ah.
All right, who's
So you can buy a face roll smasher. I don't recall being able to buy that before. Well, I think you can. I think I'm just being dumb right now.
car did I just steal?
What you do is you get the buzzer.
So katana, Fooster's machete you can buy. Medieval sword. Golden katana. Okay, and they have the new axe. This is something that's interesting to me, though, is that you can buy kunai from the trader. That's like the only craftable melee weapon that you can buy from a trader in the game. And they're not even that hard to make, and they cost 400 and something bucks here. I think we can already see, like, these are basically like official server prices, and it's not very hard at all. I mean, you can craft a wooden sword, but you can't buy one. This at the bottom is a golden katana.
And you go all over the top. Done.
Shuriken. I feel like Shuriken should be craftable.
That's what I do to mine, pretty much.
Yeah, he's only learned how to do female beards.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can buy bayonets there. Bow stabilizer. I just never really buy guns and stuff very much at the trader. I never really go to this guy and buy anything, so that's probably why I'm a little bit ignorant.
Yeah, I've got 2.
Car 98 bayonet. Yeah. Because I usually just get the medieval sword at the B3 castle and call it a day. These bayonets are like $3,000.
Cards now.
But they say they're a one-shot on players though, so.
Hold on, I'm missing a credit card here. What's going on here?
Yeah, someone left theirs in their
Someone already got their credit card jacked.
pants, and I found
Maybe
it. I was
dropped
like,
your
"Oh,
clothes.
mine." That's why I
Well,
put
that
my
makes
pants
it
back on.
released
I got
tomorrow.
sick of losing it.
And their tricks on the motors.
Weird.
I really think that the devs should alter some of their trader prices just a little bit.
I'll tell you what, we'll jump. We'll do lots of jumping like this, and we'll let you know when we're ready to go.
Doesn't
Okay.
look like there's anything different here.
We will be.
All right.
Don't worry.
Let's do this.
Has he looked at gas masks yet? We need to there. Gas mask. You need to click gas masks. Okay, so that new gas mask that we saw on the video isn't in the game. It doesn't look like.
Start jumping. Start jumping. Is there anything in the cars? We might be able to sell. We might be able to scrap up some money together, buy a car.
I'm not so much concerned about ammo prices because ammo is craftable in the game. But basically, like, so the server that I've been, like, playing on, that one that I've been paying for, I find pistol prices to be somewhat cheap. I would probably increase this pistol prices a little bit. But my biggest concern is armor. Because you can buy armor for like $2,000. Like the best armor in the game. And I think that's a problem. Like, people need to, need some progress because the best armor in the game you can use to farm C4 parts safely. You can use it to, it basically absorbs a crap ton of damage. Stuff like that. Those are the two main concerns that I would say on the low loot server. On a high loot server, it really doesn't matter what the prices are necessarily because it's too easy to get money. You could just buy whatever you want. But if they were higher, it would at least slow people down a little bit. That's my biggest concern with the game so far is that any of the official servers and stuff, there's like basically 0 point to any of their craftable items. Crafted bag, crafted armor, all that stuff useless because you can just go and loot and buy whatever at the trading post. When you go to a low loot server, all those things become a lot more important. And there was things that I even learned is that the improvised bulletproof armor reduces the mech damage by a ton, and I never even bothered to try it in the official server. But the 4x loot on that low loot server, or the 4x mech damage on that server, if I got shot by a mech, it would do like 80 damage or something. And if I had the improvised bulletproof armor on and I got shot, it would do like 20. Huge difference. Never would have known.
Okay. Have we got anyone in our chat? Like, we're still here, right?
Nah, we're team play.
Which basically makes it like if you had improvised armor on the official server, you should just be able to walk through mechs and not even care unless they hit you in the leg. Like if they hit you anywhere else, you're fine. So Geiger counters for sale for 7,000. That wouldn't be too hard to buy. Respirators for sale.
We're more than team players. We're extra team. Is that?
He's a counter, guys. He's a
Hello?
It's
counter.
more like a family.
He's a counter.
Geezer counter. Yeah, Geiger counter. I wonder how useful it's
called
gonna
me?
be though.
All right.
In game.
Oh,
Somebody called you in
hello.
game.
Was that casual? Yeah. Yeah. Nah, it's all good, mate. You're good.
Looks like the same guns.
Didn't you? Oh no, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. Just hit. How many subscribers you got? Because someone put a congratulations on 6,000. Who was that? Was it you? It was you. Yeah, congratulations,
I really
mate.
want some new
Congratulations.
bows. You know, at the very least, if you're not gonna like add any higher poundage bows or anything to the game, give me some like bow camo. Like just let me get like a camouflage bow, like a recurve bow. I want to paint it green or something.
6,000 subs, mate. Well done, dude. Hell yeah. Good man.
Oh, you YouTubers.
Probably. Are you on Twitch?
Yeah, if Twitch gets 6,000 subs, that means something a whole.
Crikey, man. You should come over to YouTube, mate. For every one.
Now, I don't know if they're putting the we haven't heard if they're putting the medications and stuff in the game yet, but if y'all recall when we looked at all these trading posts on the inside, these pills on the back, there was anti-malaria, anti-radiation pills, stuff like that. I don't know if those I'm assuming those radiation pills are going to start spawning inside of bunker medical crates. I would assume they're probably I would probably say like a moderate to rare spawn, I would think. But we'll have to see. Yeah, well they're working on the radiation system. I saw the patch notes, but they didn't say anything about the medication that I know of. I would assume they're in the military bunkers though. But if they're doing the system, I would assume they're gonna, have an antidote. But that's just to say. Now we don't know how much they're gonna cost. I mean, antibiotics are like the most expensive thing I think on the doctor that I can think of off the top of my head. I would assume radiation, depending on the loot and how good the loot is at the power plant, I would assume anything associated with the power plant would be more expensive to like kind of keep people from going in there. But
One person who views on Twitch is 400 on YouTube.
Yeah, I've definitely thought.
we haven't seen any suits for sale either yet. So if the doctor doesn't have those, then I guess you're only going to be able to find them on the map. And that would probably be another bunker thing, if not at the power station itself. We've seen that the hazmat storage containers that they're going to put in, I'm guessing that's going to go into the bunkers.
Thought about that, but like, I don't know. Everybody I know is on here, and it's very meager at the moment, anyways. So, but that means it's it's a great place to start fresh, and
It's wherever you start, mate.
I've been wanting it.
Enjoy that 50%. Yeah, no.
Oh yeah, Scum's on sale like 40 or 50% off right now. It's like $17. Potentially I could buy more alt accounts, but I don't know if I really feel like it. Because bunkers are like, that's what they're made for, you know? Like the military only uses underground bunkers because it protects versus like missile and nuclear fallout. I guess, for the most part. I mean, I guess they could have. They don't have anything on the map for it yet, but they could add, I guess, like quarantine zones or something on the map that could drop them, perhaps. There's not really anywhere on the map right now that's like necessarily like screams radiation besides the power plant. Because the psych ward is like they're treating psych patients. They don't need hazmat suits. Pharmacies and towns don't really need hazmat suits. Bunkers, possibility. Cargo drops is an interesting idea. I like that. Why would the cargo drop have high radiation, though? Is there a radiation symbol on the cargo drop? I know it's in a metal container that kind of looks like the uranium box. I mean, if they put uranium in the airdrop, yeah, it would make sense. I just don't know why they. That's a good question. Because if you can only get uranium at the power plant, having it in the airdrop would at least make it possible for other players to get their hands on it. But it seems like that's too much of a. Yeah, but I don't know if they want to do that to an airdrop. That would make airdrops pretty almost impossible for anybody besides the highest geared players. Because you need a vehicle, all the radiation equipment, weapons for combat. That's a big gamble.
I really, yeah, I like casual. It's cool.
Remember to keep hydrated.
Hey, Rizla. Hey,
Stop jumping.
welcome, buddy.
Like this. You want me to stop doing this?
I would say if you're thinking they would actually put. My thing is that if the uranium is in the airdrop, it kind of would negate the nuclear power plant. But if it is a possibility, I would check the container for radiation symbols potentially. But we also don't know necessarily how their radiation system's gonna work either. Like, I don't think that we're gonna have like a radiation bar or something. You're probably just gonna have some sort of medical sickness pop up on your screen. Out of everything on the game so far, it seems like radiation would be one of the hardest things to notice. And then, is there a point of no return where you're just gonna like die like poison? Or is there like, if you go in for like 5 minutes and run out, your radiation will go away? I don't really know. And then potentially like negative, like if it has any sort of negative effect, like health points or speed or strength, all that stuff. I mean, that's a lot of potential uses in PvP and base rating.
Welcome, buddy.
Running does look a bit laggy.
Yeah, I hear Voraken's voice. Guys, I can mute them. I just want to know when the devs. I'll mute Raken, okay? I muted Raken. I mute all of the people in the pesticide, garden tools, fertilizer.
Okay, this is general store. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, the hazmat. I don't want them to sell the hazmat suit, guys. I don't want them to sell the hazmat suit. That's why I'm looking.
This is what bothers me a little bit, okay? Because, like, Luthius is like, every survival game, he always makes, like, servers and stuff, and he says he wants, like, the hardest of the hardcore survival games, but I don't want him to sell the hazmat suit necessarily as well, but I don't think I have an issue with it if they're selling the top tier armors, they're selling guns, they're selling ammo. The hazmat suit isn't going to change anything, and none of these other streamers have brought up, not that I've seen, anything about removing items from the stores or raising the price tag. And their servers, they have like multipliers on the loot spawn. Like, if anything, I would take more items off of the traders. Hazmat suit being sold there isn't going to make much of a difference.
Looking at it. Okay, we were here before.
Seeds, fertilizer, pesticides, and gardening tools. So, interesting development, because seeds, like, you can get your hands on sunflower seeds in game. but I don't know if you can actually get your hands on seeds for every kind of crop. So if you can only grow things with seeds and you can't somehow make seeds yourself, this could potentially be the weak spot for farming, where you need to sell your crops to buy more seeds to grow to sell more crops. Um, I'm not sure if I agree with pesticides. Like if it's necessary, I don't really like that, but if it's like something that just helps your crops grow better, I'd probably be fine with it because you can grow things decently well without pesticides in real life. Like ants are probably like the biggest issue. Like normally you can just like find some sort of solution. Like you can get like spiders or something, set them out in your garden, and they eat all the bugs.
Pesticide, garden tools, fertilizer, seeds.
See, so corn seed bag. Now, don't know how many seeds are going to be in each bag because in real life, you can get quite a few in a bag like that. But if you have to use seeds, that's going to be such a pain. They need some way to turn your crops into seeds without needing to buy them. And look at it's like 2,000 something bucks for a bag of seeds. Yeah, I mean well, that's what I'm saying is like ants are probably the most annoying thing to deal with crops, but like growing things with like grasshoppers or caterpillars or something like that eating your leaves, a couple isn't the biggest deal in the world. It's when you get a bunch of them, and that happens when you're continuously farming 24/7. If you don't have a crop in the same spot for a long time and you grow things every now and then, generally the bugs don't get crazy enough to kind of do anything major there. But even if they do, you can get chickens, birds, frogs, spiders, garden snakes, all kinds of stuff like that you could just stick in your garden. They eat the bugs for the most part, you know. So it's also beneficial because like say if you're on a farm and you want to have like a sugar that you can use and you don't want to grow like sugar cane, you can have bees. But if you use pesticides on your crops, your bees are gonna die. So if you have the bees, they'll go and kind of pollinate your crops and they'll turn it into honey, and then you have a natural sweetener, you know. So I prefer natural methods over pesticides generally, but plus like if you have like a well or something, like say if you had a farm and you were living with a well and you dumped pesticides all over your crops every year, you have the potential of contaminating your well at some point. But so cucumber seeds, fig seeds, lettuce, I don't know what that is, garlic, pear, pepper, plum, pumpkin, potato. Now, we've seen that farming skill has a lot to do with what you can grow, but if I was going to guess off the top of my head what the easiest things to grow would be here, um, you can't really, because we don't know like what kind of lettuce this is. Because some lettuce, like an Egyptian like lettuce, those can grow year round, like without any input at all. They can just grow whenever you want. Just leave them there; they grow every year. But I would say corn is fairly easy to grow for the most part. Potatoes are easy to grow for the most part. I would say pumpkin is kind of easy. I don't think it's the worst, but it's probably not the best. Well, that's the thing is like I haven't heard anything about seasons in Scum. That's why I'm saying like I liked Miscreated's weather system better than Scum's right now. Now, if they do implement something like that in the future, I would love it. Okay, but they don't at the moment. As far as I've seen, it's just certain areas grow crops better than others. So I'm assuming like in the snow you can probably only grow like potatoes or something, maybe. In the desert you're probably gonna need a crap ton of water because there's no water sources over there. It's gonna be near impossible to farm in the desert, I bet. Like it's but like stuff like real life, like tomatoes, they're not necessarily hard to grow, but tomatoes have issues like with bugs, with fungus. Like tomatoes have like issues with rot a lot.
Check all the seeds, guys. Check all the seeds.
Watermelon is pretty easy to grow, so I would think so. It looks like there's maybe potentially 4 or 5 plants that are fairly easy to grow in the game. I don't really mess with zucchini or cucumbers or anything, so I don't really know about all that, or spinach. But I would think fruit like pears, those are a little bit more complicated because when you go to fruit, they need like certain types of humidity, certain water levels, certain
Watermelon,
types of
zucchini,
soil,
spinach, sweet tomato, red onion, pumpkin, tomato, pear, peppers, plum, lettuce, lemon, garlic, corn, cucumber, fig,
cherries,
chili, cherry, canner. Okay, broccoli, cabbage. No weed yet.
carrots. Carrots are all right.
Okay, no weed yet. Okay, guys, no weed yet.
So,
Fungicide and pesticide. So this is what I would say here. Fungicide. Stuff like tomatoes and stuff. Fungicide, man. But this kind of makes me think that maybe potentially where you build your crops is important because we've seen a lot of mushrooms and things in the center of the map. You don't really see that down south, so maybe fungus and bugs. That's also a good point where, like in the snow biomes and stuff, you probably have less bugs there. And the desert might have less bugs, but less water. Snow biome just has less, probably good soil and heat. Yeah. So, off the top of my head, depending on how they implement this farming system, I personally, especially in a survival game, I like me some potatoes. And I'm fairly confident that they should be able to grow in a colder climate. Sub-zero, I don't know, but I like the idea there. And there should be less fungus there. There should be less bugs. I don't know about the desert environment, but trying to get water for that would be absolutely terrible. And in the center of the map, there's a ton of mushrooms. So you'd have to find somewhere that doesn't have a bunch of mushrooms. Like towards A0 near Scrapyard, I don't think there's as many mushrooms. There might be. I don't remember. Bugs, though, I don't know how they're going to implement this bug system. It would be kind of interesting if they made it to where, like, if you went around your base and you picked the bugs out of logs and stuff all the time, that maybe the bugs didn't, like, infest your crops. I forgot about the animal thing. Because they have fertilizer that you can buy. Oh, this might actually be a use for that biochemist thing that we were talking about earlier. Because I was like, what the hell are you going to do with biochemist stuff? Maybe you can make pesticides and fungicides. But yeah, I saw the animals and goats and things. I don't know what they're going to do with the horse, but chickens are a big thing. So I don't know if horses are going to have, they could probably be used for fertilizer. I doubt they're going to have like plows and stuff in the game potentially. I mean, if they did, it would be interesting, but I doubt it. Um, so if the horses don't have a use, I'll be kind of upset about it. They're probably just going to be like a substitute for cattle. They just turn them into meat. But chickens are a big one because like in the real world, for instance, people that grow crops will get like chicken coops and they'll put them on wheels and they'll kind of rotate their chickens. They'll like move it every day or two. And the chickens eat the bugs around the plants, which keeps you from having to use as much pesticide. And then the chicken poop fertilizes the ground. So it helps keep the crops and stuff going, which is interesting. The other thing though is with this animal thing, if they actually put that into the game, um, I would like to see the game developers introduce like a predator system. So these wolves and bears and things should probably try to attack your animals. I think that would be good because that was the most annoying thing. Like on the farm growing up, like we had a chicken coop, and you'd have to go out there and check it every night because there'd be like snakes and possums, raccoons, all kinds of stuff that would get in the chicken coop and eat your chickens. Super annoying. Coyotes.
What will it be?
Fungicide, pesticide.
A gardening hoe and a watering can. If you have to water all your crops with this watering can, I'm going to be a little upset about it. This is annoying as hell. Because you're going to have to refill that, dump it, and refill it. It's not going to hold as much as like a gas can, I bet. It's going to be super annoying. This is another thing with like why I would probably grow potatoes in this game is because in real life you don't have to water a potato every day. You just go and you can dump like a bunch of water on it. You can leave it for a few days. Most of the time, like even in places like Oklahoma, there isn't water all the time, but usually you can just put a potato in the ground and leave it, and then just the rainwater that happens naturally will allow the potato to grow. You don't even have to mess with it. Like you might not get the biggest potatoes in the world, but it's not the biggest issue. Yeah, if you can dump a water bottle on the plot, I would say screw this water can. I'd just use gas cans or something. But we don't know how the farm system's going to work either. You have the potential of overwatering your plant. So I don't know, because that's if you have to give your plants a specific amount of water, that's going to be super tedious in the game. Like, hopefully not, but who knows at this point. And then also you have rain catchers and stuff, so I would like them to implement something to where like you could have a rain catcher catch the water and it just like waters your plants. That'd be nice.
Water can, garden hoe. Fertilizer, organic fertilizer.
Organic fertilizer or industrial fertilizer? Personally, if you plant it near a river, I would like it to water itself, but you also have the issue of sunlight in this game. So this is the issues that I'm having with crops. And this is probably stuff that other people aren't thinking about, but a lot of people build bases and things in areas that have trees. And if you build a farm in an area with tree cover, a lot of crops need direct sunlight, or they like direct sunlight, I would say. And so if you grow them in a really shaded areas, it's not going to work so well. Like potatoes and stuff, they need a good hefty amount of direct sunlight throughout the day, but they don't want too much because they'll get hot. Um, you don't want their like, the plant to shrivel. Like specific types of plants like specific amounts of sunlight. So you set up and you build farms to where they can get so much sunlight in a day. So like if you don't want them to get sunlight all day long, you could say build it next to your house or something to where afternoon it goes over the house. So thunderstorms and high wind. Here's the thing. So I don't know how the farming system is going to work in game. I just got to keep saying that. But thunderstorms and high wind around here, those don't happen. I mean, wind is fairly common. Thunderstorms, we either have a bunch of water, rain all the time, or not a whole lot. But I wouldn't really worry so much about thunderstorms with your crops. High winds and things, though, with things like corn, and potentially thunderstorms and stuff with things like corn. You could have their stalks damaged, which could be kind of bad. Things like tomatoes, where you have like bracing, like you kind of like put them on a stick or something, so their vines can kind of have support. That could be kind of important, I guess, but most plants don't really have a terrible issue with that. Like generally, like sunflowers and stuff are fine. You'll get damaged. You get damaged plants every now and then, but I think it just depends. Like we had a house in town when I was a kid, and we had corn in the backyard, and it wasn't necessarily well lit or anything, but we didn't have any problems with it. Uh,
Is industrial food.
I think it would be kind of cool if Scum ever got on. Like I don't know if it's in their game plan or not. I haven't seen anything about it, but I can't emphasize enough how good Miscreated's weather system was because they had seasons. It was affected by real world temperatures and weather events and stuff like that. And if Miscreated added that stuff to the game, how much more crazy is it? The radiation storms, snowstorms. I mean, you could have sandstorm or something in the desert. You could make it like do durability damage to people's like guns or something. Things like tornadoes. Scum is on an island, so like hurricanes could be good. Tsunami wave. Not that they would do it, but I like the idea of like just a tsunami wave hitting the west coast and just destroying people's bases. Um, yeah, I mean, overwatering is kind of a big deal. I wouldn't say it's like the worst thing in the world, but if you're using like a pot without enough drainage and you overwater your plant, the nutrients get washed out of the soil. When you're growing stuff in the ground, that isn't really that big of an issue. But the other thing is that when you have a lot of moisture around crops, that's where you start getting things like mold. So it's just the damp nature, you get fungus that can start growing, and that's where this fungicide and shit is going to be more important. But they could implement it so many different ways in this game, so I don't know what they're going to do with farming. We already saw crop plots. If you can't plant the crop in the ground, that kind of sucks. But maybe, just maybe, hear me out, maybe they'll let us use those crops that are on the map, those crop fields that are on the map that don't grow anything. I think that would be interesting because that would give people an incentive to build bases there.
Fertilizer. We're gonna have to become farming pros here. We're gonna have to become farming pros. This week, Mr. Kriplin, this week, buddy. Parent plum seeds. It would take years to grow parent plum trees. Probably not in the game, buddy. What you mean, no weed?
The first thing we could.
People thought they'd bring weed into the game.
Here's what I don't understand is all these guys talking about like the weed being like in the game, and that's all they want to grow is weed because they want to be drug dealers. It's like what's this fantasy with drug dealers? You know, I get that it's scum and like weed is cool and it probably is going to sell for a lot at the trader, I'm sure. But food, you're in a survival situation. Food is like key. You put me on a survival island, and I'm growing potatoes and you're growing weed plants, I'm going to laugh in your fucking face. Unless you have some sort of medical condition that requires weed to survive. You can trade me weed for a
You're gonna
potato.
see that now, War Dog. You're gonna see that now, buddy. You're gonna see that soon.
Should we relocate in our own team chat?
Welcome, friend.
Apple pie. Candy Bob.
It seems like everyone else is their own.
There's a mushroom option in there. Well, no one's going to struggle to survive on an official server. That's the whole point of why I was trying to build my own server. Because official servers and everybody else's servers in the whole game, they're just not difficult. There's not even a reason to farm. Here's what I would say. I never really looked at this stuff very much, but I just noticed this seagull breast. Now, I doubt that they have this in the game, but like I haven't seen a seagull in the game, right? I haven't shot any birds. But you don't eat seagull. You do not eat seagull in real life. Even if you're stranded on an ocean, even if you're stranded on the ocean and you're starving to death, do not eat seagull for the love of God. You will die. They are full of all kinds of nasty shit. This will kill you. Don't eat seagull meat. Um yeah, seagulls are dirty birds, man. Don't eat it. From what I've been told, you can drink their blood, but you cannot eat their meat because they're full of all kinds of nasty shit. So, yeah. I don't know if they're going to do anything like that in game, but I've been told for a long time just don't eat seagull meat if you get stranded somewhere. It's not going to be good for you. I don't recall these mushrooms being buyable in the game. I like the if these are buyable in the game, I like this. I like this a lot because I was always wanting to fill up food boxes full of mushrooms and like mix in these super poisonous like death angel mushrooms just to see if people would eat it on accident.
Where did he go?
Vegetables. Here's my other thing, okay? So you saw that the vegetable seeds before they were 2,000 or something for one vegetable seed. Now I don't know if the game devs are going to let us get seeds from crops that we grow ourselves, but this right here, you can take a carrot and you can grow a carrot and grow more and more carrots. You can do the same thing with potatoes. So like this potato here, you can cut this into like I would probably just cut it in halves, but I've heard of people cutting them into like 3 or 4 pieces. But generally, like you can get this to sprout, cut it in half. You can grow 2 potato plants. Each of those plants can grow. God, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think 5 potato plants. I've gotten like 150 pounds. So let's say 30 pounds of potatoes. I don't know off the top of my head, but you can get a decent amount of potatoes off of one potato plant. Okay, so instead of going and buying whatever the hell it is for 2,000 bucks, you can buy this one potato for 80. And then even if you plant this one potato in the ground, you can probably get, I don't know, 10, 20 potatoes off of one plant, and then plant all those, and then plant all those. I mean, it would take you a little while to get it all done, but I mean, you could get that done. Same thing with onions. You can cut this onion in half and then plant the bottom end of the onion because it still has roots, and you can grow an onion off of that. Garlic, I don't think so off the top of my head. Potentially. Lettuce, though, you can. You can eat these leaves and stuff on the outside, plant the bottom of it, and it'll grow. I don't know what the hell this is. Salsity roots? Salsity roots and sugar beet. I don't. What the fuck is this? What is a salsity? I'm guessing the roots have something nutritious about it. I don't really know. Well, there isn't really a potato seed, so if you want to, well, yeah, they had a bag of potatoes seeds, didn't they? Doesn't make any sense. Can't have a bag of potato seeds. Potatoes are the seed. That doesn't make sense. Well, it's kind of like this tomato here. They have seeds inside of them you could potentially plant. If you're talking about like the banana that you're thinking of in a grocery store, no. Uh, because like modified plants, so like say like this tomato, like most normal tomatoes, you can get seeds out of them, plant the seeds. But with GMOs and stuff like that, I guess in this universe too, they can make them seedless. And so like bananas, like a wild banana, which doesn't look anything like the banana that you normally see, I think they have seeds if I'm not mistaken. But the bananas that they grow these days, they're modified and they don't have seeds inside of them. So you can get a banana tree. I'm assuming they have some sort of seed for the banana tree, and it's just going to produce bananas every now and then, but it won't have any seeds. So, oh god, this is taking a while to get through this video. I was actually thinking about playing today, but it's a
All of
fig.
these are extremely cheap. All of these are extremely cheap. I don't like that. Like, why farm if you can get all of this for so cheap?
Because that's the price system, my guy. How's he complaining about these vegetables being cheap?
Cheap. Yeah, for the experience of it, but I don't like that you can.
Very sexy.
Well, if you can farm it, you can probably buy it. You know, probably. 500 likes. Let's go, guys. We're still aiming for that 1,000 like target.
That's what I'm saying is that the prices in the trader make the gameplay worse. Because there's no reason to farm anything in the game at all. Because you can just buy it anyway. Yeah, I haven't even seen a... Well, there's peppers in town. But that's the thing too, is like you can go find the crops on the map, and then you would have a pepper, and then you could grow more peppers. But the only thing with like growing food, like the only way that growing food would be important on this server and this game is if money is extremely hard to come by, or if there's a reason to stockpile the food like weather. Because like he's saying like the potato is like $80 and they're way too cheap, so there's no reason to farm because you can just go buy them for $80. And that's true. And then but they're on like a server with like the lowest prices because we've seen the prices in the official server, so he has like normal prices here. On the higher end, those can get up to like $100, $200 or something. But even if a potato was $2,000, that's not expensive because just us going to B3 Castle, we can make 5, 8, 10,000 bucks on one run. Then you go and buy a potato, and then if you grow a potato, if you raise the price so much, then the sell price for the crops is going to be a lot more. And then at that point, nobody's going to need to go loot anything because they're just going to grow crops. And then there's no reason to go raid other people unless you're trying to steal their crops. So that's just there's going to be a lot of stuff in this game. That's why they need to make their servers low loot. Spooky environments. Yeah, I think that would be good. Like once they get the creatures on the map, that will help a lot, but on the official servers if they don't change their loot drops or the pricing, I don't even see monsters being that big of an issue. Depending on like how bulletproof they are, I guess. Like these hunters and stuff, unless they're like super fucking sneaky, they're not going to be bulletproof. I doubt they're going to survive more than a mag of a gun. And 30 rounds of ammo is like 500, 700 bucks.
I believe.
When you need another round.
I believe. And that photo that Tommy posted, yep, that was the photo. This was the photo, guys. This was the photo that Tommy did. 100%. Tommy did this photo. 100%. 100%. Uh-huh. And then you can go look at camera.
Got to buy a lot of repair kits first.
Step right up.
Can this guy go to the power station?
Does anyone know what teams we're jumping in?
Nice, man. Thank God. Oh, there.
I think, the hunters are going to be a big one. If they can get the AI right, it will be good. I would say they could potentially, like, if the AI gets right in this game, they could potentially balance out the official servers enough to make me want to play on them. But you're going to have to make the monsters difficult enough to where players actually lose gear to them fairly often. But I think what I would like is on a low loot server, let's say for instance, if it takes them a long time to get gear and the monsters are very difficult, if you had a mechanic where the monsters killed the players and took their loot off their body and stashed it somewhere, and if you managed to actually take them out and get inside, you could loot all the dead body loot, that'd be amazing.
Sorry, Jeremy.
That would give an actual purpose. That would give an actual purpose to like the brood mother chick in this game. Say you killed her, you get access to all the dead bodies and loot of all the players that have been killed on the map and stuff over a period of time. High risk, high reward. I like it.
Cars for now, guys. In this branch.
Either buy or get lost.
Yeah, there's no bikes. There's no bikes, guys. Cruiser. Oh, there is. Where do you find the bikes? Wait. Pick up. There's the pickups. The cars aren't gone. We just can't see them, guys. We just can't see them.
Monsters coming out at night. See, the shapeshifter creature, preferring the monsters to come out only at night. I think the shapeshifter creature has more potential in the daytime. The other issue is that players don't like playing during the nighttime. So yes, I like the idea of having certain creatures and monsters connected to specific events and times and stuff in the day. And so at nighttime, I would prefer them to be more active and stuff. And there's a Reddit post about Sasquatch where the guys were wanting Sasquatch in the game. And I went on I did a whole deal on there breaking down like if they were gonna do it, how they could do it to where the Sasquatch could be at a daytime mob or whatever. He doesn't move around a lot, but he has really high camo skill and he kind of blends in. And then if he gets spotted, he'll run off and go into the caves. So if they did Sasquatch in the game, they could make him to where he spawns around the cave, and then he could stand still and be camo so that people can't just find him and set out with a sniper rifle all day and farm him over and over. And then if you attack him or if he gets startled, he could throw rocks at you and knock you down and make you drop your gear. Or if you ended up walking to like up on top of him without noticing him, he might beat the shit out of you and then run off. But the reward for killing the Bigfoot, I said you would get like extra fame, so you get more fame for killing him, and then you could collect his skin and use it as a kind of makeshift ghillie suit. And then they could have Bigfoots for different environments like snow and forest and all that stuff. But I don't know if that post ever went down. That was someone else's idea to add it to the game. But I was saying if they were going to do that, that would be potentially a way they could, which would make it have a purpose in game that would be nice. But the issue with putting all the monsters on night in the game, if they broke down bases and attacked bases, I think that would be good. I think if the monsters come out at night and they attack people's bases and they hunt players down, I think that's good. That would work. But if they don't, then it's not going to be good because players don't come out at night. Players complain about night in every single survival game ever created since the beginning of time, and devs always go and they make the night times way easier or lighter or shorter because players, even streamers, don't like nighttime because their stream can't see what's going on. And it's just such a missed opportunity. They should definitely have more stuff at night. And I don't think these like people should be pandered to that don't like playing at nighttime, okay? Like it's a survival game. You got to deal with stuff if you're surviving. It's just like all these people on Reddit. This game was supposed to be the most, you know, hardcore realistic survival game ever, and every single player on Reddit complains about anything low loot because like the last person I got into a conversation with, he was talking about my low loot server and he was like, why ruin the one thing in the game that's, whatever. And I'm just like, just because the low loot server's there doesn't mean that it's hard to get loot. Like I can still find loot relatively easy. I got a whole box of stuff that I got over like 3 or 4 days with. I had 4 or 5 guns. I think I had 6 guns, and he was like, uh, if I went and got an empty searched container message 30 times in a row, I wouldn't play the game. And it's just I'm like searching 30 containers in this game doesn't even take 30 seconds. You're talking about like 15 seconds, especially in bunkers. And they're survival players, but they don't want to survive. They basically want to like PvP and then have a massive base with a ton of shit and say that they're the best on the map. That's not a survival game. That's a PvP game where you steal people's shit. Anglerfish type monster lure players with good loot and jump them. Anglerfish. I think I would like a sea monster, but then again, I get super fucking annoyed with like Ark and that whale that would attack your raft all the time. That was super annoying, but it would keep people from building raft bases on the water, but I also I wouldn't want to limit people to not building a raft on the water, like a base on the water either, so sea monsters are kind of rough to balance in the sense that they can destroy boats. But something like a mermaid, if you had like a siren call that like made people jump off the side of their boat would be interesting, but I'm sure most people will get super annoyed with it. I got super annoyed with that in Minecraft. So this angler thing that you're talking about though, let me think about this for a second. Anglerfish type monster lures players with good loot and jump them. Anglerfish type monster. The issue with an anglerfish, there's a couple of issues I can think of on the top of my head. One is an anglerfish normally has a light source on its little tentacle thing that would give it away. The main issue with the current mechanic of the shark, unless they implement a spear gun or something into the game, it's nearly impossible to survive for a long time in the ocean. The shark will kill you 100%. I would say two potential things here. Well, I guess let me do a warning on the first part. So if it's an anglerfish and it's baiting people in with loot, um, the problem is that if players are going to get tricked by this creature, there has to be some sort of method to escape it or kill it. And that would be very difficult to do underwater when you're going to like a loot container, you know? The other thing is that uh, unless you randomize it on static loot that's on the ground or something that spawns on the ocean floor, people are going to remember what boxes are actual spawns and what aren't. So at some point, it would probably be fairly easy to do it. Now, I would say if you were going to do it, you could potentially put like a chest or something on the ground, and then when you touch the chest, the fish like encloses its mouth around you on the ocean floor, and then like maybe it has sort of acid or something in its mouth that damages you over time. So if you aren't able to say cut out of its mouth or kill it in a certain amount of time, you would die from suffocation or gear damage or something. The other potential that I could see, if you want to actually make it an anglerfish, the tentacle thing that goes off the top of the head that normally has a light source on it in the real world, I would potentially take the light source off. Or actually, you might be able to keep the light source on, but put dead bodies or something in the water, and then have the tentacle, instead of it having a light on the end, it could have a dead body at the end of it. And then when you go and try and search the dead body, the tentacle, like, either the fish would try and eat you, or the tentacle, like, retracts out of the body and then tries to stab you. So maybe it's something that you don't necessarily see. Like maybe people don't really see the monster, it would be very difficult to see. But when you go to the body, the tentacle comes out and attacks you in the darkness, and so you never know exactly where it is or anything, and it'd be very difficult to notice. Um, that could be potentially interesting. Honestly, I'd personally shit myself probably. But you would need like a scuba tank or something probably to get low enough to where an anglerfish is, and I don't know where they would stick that loot on the map. That'd be very difficult. I've been meaning to go and search the bottom of the oceans more too, because they have, I don't think they have scuba tanks though. They have like snorkeling. Because I'm completely open, like if they have loot on the ocean floor, and normally I would search this in survival games, but um it would take a long time without a scuba tank. Yeah, let me pull up a picture real quick. Anglerfish. It's been a while since I've seen one of these things. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, so like I know that these things can be transparent and stuff too. So if it's in the bottom of the ocean, it's somewhat transparent. This little dingly light thing, you could put the body on the end of it and make this like a spike. And then when you come up to it and you try to mess with the body, the fish would either try to eat you, or this little spike, it could take it and try to stab your ass with it. And then if it kills you, I mean, it basically just use your body as a little thing. And it would kind of make sense in a way too, because let's say that the anglerfish underwater, it uses this light to attract fish and stuff to it because there's not really light sources and stuff under the water. But the same sort of thing could be kind of implemented with a stabby bit here, because you could stab like a shark or a fish or a person and have them set in here, and it would attract fish to it to eat the person, and then the anglerfish could eat those fish. So it would make sense, like survival wise, how that could be kind of something that would work in real life, but creepy ass fish. You have to have some good loot. I'm just saying, like you know how people are on the survival games when it comes to darkness, okay? When it comes, like, I understand not wanting to go to the dark. That's why every time I play a survival game, I personally go into dark maps, dark zones, dark times all the time, because I know other players, like 99% of all other players, won't go there. Deep underwater, that is like my darkness, okay? I don't fuck with deep underwater places and games very much, okay? Like even Ark. There's just something about going really deep down in the dark ocean where I can't see shit that just really, I don't like it, okay? And there's players, I haven't played Subnautica. I saw the videos on Subnautica. I have not played Subnautica, but I respect players that go and build bases underneath the water and stuff, okay? I respect you. 100%. I would never go tell game devs, "Hey, these oceans, they're way too dark and there's not we got to go and we got to lighten these oceans up and get rid of these monsters and shit." Okay? That's what you're doing to my night times, people. I'm perfectly fine with them making the ocean a living fucking hellhole. Okay? I'm not going to go there. I'm just not going to go there. If I do, it's going to be a very quick journey. All right? I'm going to have a game plan. I'm going to get in and I'm going to get out and potentially use you as bait. There's no way. Like, look at this fucking thing. Just something about water in general, okay? It's just, you're already weak in water. It's not your element. And then there's just weird shit down there. There's fish that look like this that technically you can eat, but I would never eat that. I would never eat it. There's like there's little fish that are like the size of like cells that like swim up into your pee and stab you in the bladder. Like, why would you do that to yourself? You got piranha, you got parasites in water. You're swimming in like a fish pee bowl. You know, it's I like the beach. I like the beach. I don't go into the water. Not very deep water anyway. Screw that. Like even stuff like this, like look at that. I'm guessing that's a baby anglerfish. And I could see how you could be like, "Oh, that's cute. That's adorable." But you know what I really think about when I see this picture? Okay? Sea potato. All right? That looks like a floating potato with a mouth and it's swimming around in the water. And that's not weird to you? Things like this exist. Look at a little fish potato underneath the ocean. You don't know if this thing's poisonous. What are you supposed to think when you see that? You can't like anything that I look at in nature, like if I was a caveman and I had no idea about anything and I saw something cute in nature, I'm not touching it. It's not happening. Okay? I'm happy that we live in a time where we have information on this stuff because I just don't trust shit. Like if this was a goldfish, yeah, bright colored especially, but like a goldfish, I would look at that and I don't think edible. I think like, why is this thing orange? Why is it trying to like bite my finger? It has no fear. All right, this is the stuff that you have, like that's Predator 101. Something's going on here. Something like this, 100% I could see, you know. And honestly, like I don't think anglerfishes are I've never heard of them being particularly deadly to people. But I see this, I think sea demon. Shoot that thing right in the face right now. We don't take risks here. This thing is I don't even care like this Walt Disney picture version of it. Shoot this thing in the face. This is if this had a body, oh god. Oh my god. That's all Scum has to do right here. Like take this face right here and then attach like a human body to the bottom of it. That's a creature right there. Fucking That's all they really need to do though is like during the Halloween event there's a couple of times where the puppets spawned in the treetops and I was hearing them and I was like, where the hell are these things at? And they jumped from the trees on top of me. That's all they got to do with like a creature in this game because nobody ever looks up in games. Like just the fact that the puppets were jumping out of the trees was enough to like just scare the shit out of me because I wasn't expecting it.
Cars aren't gone. We just can't see them. Yeah, the cars aren't gone. We just can't see them.
2,100 still for all these cars.
Nice, man. Thank God.
See, that's what the pickup truck was still like 3,800 here. So if they didn't adjust their prices, I mean, I don't think those new cars are going to be more expensive than the pickup. But the modular components probably should
Not
be.
that bad, man. Yeah,
We also don't know what the new car's top speed is either. I should have looked in that video earlier. I think it said 180 on it, but we don't know exactly.
What's going on here? What's happening? Banana, they don't. So for all you fed time, yeah.
Greetings, human asset. Welcome to Scum Island New clientele.
Quick!
Corporation. My designation is Dual Energetic Entity Neural Appliance Ordina. I am an artificial intelligence created by the Tech One Corporation.
Said
tasked with
quick, but what the
overseeing
hell are
the
you
Scum
doing,
Shop
my guy?
protocols, including the preparation of human assets. If you wish to activate the tutorial, please
I
do
get
so
this is
using
like
your
some
phone
sort of
device.
streamer server with all the top streamers, but like,
Either buy or get lost.
what are they doing? They're seeing single player now. A giant eye in the sky?
Come on. Move your ass.
I'll be honest, I don't even know how he got the money to stack up like that. Like, I haven't been able to spawn money like that in single player at all. I just like usually spawn items and sell it to the trader and then use that money to buy stuff. Well, I kind of get what you're saying, like an eye in the sky, but like I'm trying to think like in the combination of Scum lore and a survival game, like it's not necessarily a demon game. They already have that fucking flying robot that they turned into a pumpkin. That stuff's already annoying as hell. If they turn that into a eyeball, hmm. I just think eyeball monsters are kind of like they're fairly common in most fantasy type things. I'm not necessarily opposed to like an airborne enemy though. I think it'd be kind of interesting if there was an airborne enemy to like airplanes. Don't even necessarily need to make like you you don't really need to make like anything super crazy to actually like affect airplanes, you know? Like maybe just make something that affects the aviation skill. So like flocks of birds. Like you're flying a plane, you got such and such chance of a flock of birds just spawning in front of your plane. They hit your propeller, it stalls out. You don't have good aviation, you just like crash. So you either pay attention and you dodge it or you crash. It's just simple stuff. Talking about creature wise, I really don't even know it would be good. A flying creature. Like, how do you make a flying creature that doesn't overdo it? Because if you make a big creature, it's just kind of obvious. Even Ark didn't really have any crazy flying creatures besides the wyvern. I would say if you made like a flying monster in a video game, I wouldn't make it like super big. I would say make something that's kind of bird-sized, but you know how birds like spear dive into water? Like they do this stuff right here. Just make like a kind of mutated bird creature that spear dives like this, like an arrow into players. Just like massacres your HP pool. Like you could either make it to where it's like a living projectile, and then you can make a creature like so. So say the hunters, like you had the hunters, and they trained these birds, and they use them like heat-seeking arrows, where they just like go out and they attack your ass, and then they stab through you. Or you could make a creature it's like a bird creature, but it like gets on your back and like hijacks a person's mind or something. Like it like mind controls you. like a parasite. That could be interesting. Yeah. Well, 'cause like vultures and birds and stuff, they tend to eat like dead animals and things. So all you'd really have to do is make it to where like the bird comes down and kind of like hijacks the animal's body and kind of controls it for a little bit. But when you're talking about bugs, I don't think like in a horror game, I don't think bugs would bother me. Um, I remember like the Jurassic Park, or not the Jurassic Park, the King Kong game with that giant bug level that bothered me a little bit. They're big ass bugs. Um, but when you're talking about bugs, that's something that I always thought about with zombie movies that no one ever did. Because the issue with zombie movies, you either go like Daisy, or not Daisy, World War Z, where the zombies are just like super OP and they run over people and kill them. They don't have any zombie movies that are like Left 4 Dead, where they have like different types of zombies besides like Resident Evil, but it isn't that serious. But I always thought, if a zombie virus was going to take over the world, it would be insects. Insects would spread that shit. Like, where can you hide? Like, you could go into a bunker or something and potentially, if you didn't let there be any cracks or anything, you could kind of seal it off. But people, like, if there's bugs kind of hunting your ass down and you're in a normal house, like, just imagine like you're sleeping on a couch in a house and you like look over and you just see like beetles or yeah, flies or ants or anything just kind of like creeping through the door. And then like the longer that you're alive, the worse and worse like your buildings are going to get. More and more cracks. There's not even that many zombie movies that infect animals.
Where's the bank? 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 Where's the bank?
How does he not
Where's the
remember where the
bank?
bank is? Oh, it's a different trader.
Greetings, valued customer.
Whatever. Whatever.
You imagine this is like exactly how I think game developers kind of feel like they did all this work on the bank and getting the system and stuff all set up, and he just comes in here. They just added it to the game. He's just like, whatever, give me my card.
Gold. Yes. Pin. 1, 2. Submit.
Dude, I actually really like the flood from Halo. It's like my favorite thing when I actually did play Halo. Um, I stopped playing Halo because I got tired of like the unrealistic nature of the game, but I played it for the storyline for a long time. It was either like Reach or ODST or Halo 4 or something. I don't remember. I think I played a little bit of Halo 4, but the Flood was really good, and the lore behind the Flood was pretty decent as well. But the Flood was like perfect for the most part, even though I kind of felt like it was like the uh what are they called? Zergs or whatever from StarCraft? Is it Zergs? I haven't played that game in forever. I don't remember. You're making me want to play StarCraft. Oh, I always think about playing StarCraft and like RTS games, and then I play them and I get bored. Last time I played StarCraft, I tried doing multiplayer, and the people were so try-hardy, it just made me sick. You don't even like 2 minutes, the game's over. They already have like 16 bases.
Okay. What?
No one just
A
like
new car.
relaxes.
What?
That's the difference between games now and games in the past. Now every game is like a pro game. Everyone has to be the best. They gotta, you can't just lay back and actually like chill, you know? Like if you want to make an RTS game the same way as it was in the past, you would have to like design the game specifically to make people chill the fuck out. Yeah. Well, multiplayer like RTS games is like I only really ever play them on multiplayer. I never do the storylines very much. But generally in the past when RTS games were fairly popular, um there would always be like bad players and like then super good players. And then usually you could find a match even if you were a super good player that would be like, "Hey, we got 10 minutes free build what you want or whatever," or they would just kind of like, "Hey, this isn't serious. We'll just chill." And you could just kind of build, whatever and kind of fight back and forth for a while and it was fun. But now it's like if you play everybody's just 24 click 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 all over. You got to have, this builder build some stuff then go across the map at this time limit. You can only have one. You got to constantly keep your builders going. You can't waste any gold. Gold always have to be at 0. You got to keep everything going. Keep everything going. Keep this thing upgrading. The gold's going up, so you got to make another base. You got to keep managing 2 bases now. And it's just like, yeah. But it's like if you wanted to make StarCraft where it was like more chill, all you'd have to do is make it to where people can't hotkey shit. You got to use your mouse. You got to use your mouse like the old days. No hotkeys. All that shit. Use your mouse. You scroll across, and then there'd still be people going like this shit all the time. Ba 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 ba. So then you'd have to put like timers. Like, hey, you can only build, 1 unit every 2 minutes or something. You'd have to like, yeah. It's just the fun of RTS games. It's just like the Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle Earth 2 Reforged. They've been making that game, and I want to play it when it comes out because I haven't played that game in a long time. But I know I'm gonna get bored like fairly quickly probably with it. It's just like Bannerlord. Um, there's games I'd have to like minimize all this stuff, but I got like Bannerlord and Conquest and a bunch of games that are really good games that I played them for a while and I stopped playing them because I don't have nothing to do. Like I just get kind of about it. Like Bannerlord's a really good game and it's replayable. And when I was trying to test different builds and stats in that game, it took me fucking ages to make perfect builds. So, I mean, there's a lot of potential content there. Going back, it's just like League of Legends. Like League of Legends, really good game. It's one of the only games that I've played that I can consistently go back to, and it's still good for the most part, and you can play it and you're fine. Um, but I get bored after a while, and I don't have people to play with and stuff. And when you go back to it, it's just like right now the game is still like a major esports game but it's not as popular. Like you can go watch any of the streamers that are still making League of Legend content, and even half of them are like kind of like done with the game. You can just feel it when they do content over it. And they do stuff like I used to do for fun now, but they do it for content where I was a pro challenger player. Watch me do some dumb shit with my champion that all y'all try to do and are shit with.
What? Back?
But yeah.
That one. 1, 2. Submit.
Wait, let me I'll close this Scum game real quick. I'll show you. So, like this right here, Conqueror's Blade. I don't even recall what this game is particularly about, but it's pretty good. Because you gotta like, it's like a first-person game, sort of like Skyrim, but you make an army kind of like Bannerlord or kind of like Total War, but you can only have a certain amount of units in your group, and then they each have special abilities and stuff. But even when I was playing this, I found characters that nobody used on there, and I figured out how to make them super OP. But this is a really good game. There's these pot throwers on there. You can only get like 8 of them when you got a group. They're super fucking weak. but if you threw the pots, they would like kill everybody, catch them on fire, and nobody used them. And then I ended up figuring out a way to make them really fucking good, like especially with siege battles and stuff. You can just toss the pots, and then you can send them back and refill their ammo, and just keep doing that over and over. But this is a really good game. Ready or Not is the new game that's replacing SWAT 4, or it's like the new version of SWAT 4. I played 1 or 2 matches of this, and then I kind of stopped because I don't have a team for it, and it took me 15 years to find a piece of evidence, which kind of pissed me off. Elden Ring I played, and I had a bunch of characters on, and I never finished the game, but I played most of it. Well, I finished the game technically. I just didn't finish all of the endings, okay? I basically I made the game with a bunch of different characters. I made like hundreds and hundreds of characters. I kept beating the whole first of the game over and over and over and over again. And then I broke it down to a bunch of different characters, and I got basically mostly through the game, and then I rebuilt my characters one last time, and then I never really finished the game from there because it was kind of rough. Trying to beat the game with like I have a character on there, his name's Jon Snow. I don't know if you know Game of Thrones, but I basically made like a real life look-alike of Jon Snow, except for he was a little chubby in the cheeks, and I decided not to fix it. Okay? So if I go on my Elden Ring right now, I could show you a picture, my character of Jon Snow, and he's a little bit fat, but other than that, he's almost perfect. And I made it to where he was using the Stormlord abilities. I don't know if you know anything about like Elden Ring, but there's these abilities where you can like, because Jon Snow doesn't have, so in Game of Thrones, none of them have really superpowers or anything besides the dragons, really, right? So I tried to make the Jon Snow character realistic to Jon Snow in the series, and I was taking them in multiplayer battles on Elden Ring, but then nobody ever cared to look at my character. No one gave a shit, so they just kill him. But his abilities on Elden Ring were basically all wind based because I didn't want him to like use spells and stuff. And basically, I went, and one of the hardest things to make decent in the game is an archer build. And so I was finding all the ways that I could potentially make an archer build really strong, and I got it pretty decent with him. Um, so he was mainly an archer, and then he had a sword and shield and stuff, you know. But he had all the wind abilities from the Stormlord area. But all those abilities are fucking shit. They don't work versus monsters. They don't work versus players. And then the only way you can really make it any better is to make yourself have a bunch of whatever that stat is that makes your character make people stagger. But to do that, you have to put on the stupidest looking armor, and it pisses me off. Um, I don't know if this needs to update, or I bet it probably does. But I'll try to show you the Jon Snow thing real quick. But I even have like Rise of Mordor on here. This was a thing for Bannerlord because they have a mod for Bannerlord that's gonna make it all Lord of the Rings. I haven't played Elden Ring in so fucking long. Elden Ring is actually a pretty decent game. It's just I did the first missions and stuff so much that it was just I kind of got burnt out on this game. And I was part of the reason I was redoing my character over and over at the beginning wasn't even the build. It was a quest line. I was trying to figure out how to beat the end of a quest line in Elden Ring, and then it wasn't even a quest. It wasn't finished. You couldn't. The quest line wasn't fully finished in the game, so there's no ending to it. But I was going around for fucking months trying to figure out how to continue the quest line. It was a big deal on Reddit. Everybody was trying to figure out how to do it, and I was like, I'm gonna crack the fucking code. And I was going through and like testing all the shit. But in Elden Ring, you can mess up so much stuff. Like one little thing that you change will end stuff all over the place. So good game though, but super. This is a game that like when you first start, You tear your fucking eyes out because you just can't. You can't like. You can't stress over stuff when you die in this game. There's a lot of stuff that's stressful, but there were so many ways to like cheese stuff and things to farm. The most annoying part was leveling your character up, like farming the giants and shit over and over was super annoying. I don't even know where this dude is. I don't even remember this fucking game. I don't even remember the map, to be honest. I don't even remember the controls. Also in Elden Ring, there's like no real reason to like so his face is a little bit chubby, but it's Jon Snow, man. How do I swap my weapon? How do I... Shit. I had a bow somewhere. I don't even know how to open my inventory anymore. How the hell do you... Yeah, I could have fixed the chubbiness, but I would have had to... I think what it was is I spent a lot of time... And here's the thing, too, is that his armor is the beginning armor. It's the starting armor that you get from the starting the game. And, so, when I did that, I can't improve his armor anymore. There's like one other potential armor that I could wear, and you have to kill the wolf guy to get access to it. His sword, like, this isn't even a good sword. This sword sucks. Okay? Not useful for anything. His armor sucks. His skills and abilities sucks. The archer bow is like the only thing that was somewhat decent on him, and it's still terrible. You should have saw... So, on Bannerlord, I think I deleted the character, but you remember Achilles from, Troy? You remember that guy? I don't know if you saw the movie before. But on the Bannerlord game, I basically... let me look at it. I'll find a picture real quick. He's on the movie The Patriot, too. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Let me just close that real quick. Just close that. Oh, God. Dude, if I had fans, that's probably the only thing that could make me play all these games again, to be honest. Let me look at this. So, Chili's Troy picture. So, this guy. This guy. So, Troy, really good movie. I could watch it with you on here, honestly. But, this dude, when I played Bannerlord, at one point, I was messing around with builds and stuff. I think I deleted them. I'm pretty sure I deleted them already. Um, I had almost an identical look to this guy on there. And all I did, like with Jon Snow and with this dude, all I did was like look around till I found like a decent picture. And I would just sit there for fucking hours in the sliders, like slowly crafting a face. So the reason the Jon Snow guy is kind of chubby is because I spent hours and hours and hours getting every detail right, and then I realized that his face was a little bit too chubby, and the only way to fix it was to erase everything and use a different preset face to make his jawline thinner. So I was like, fuck it, and I made him fat. So, but I can do stuff like that and make like really close identical characters, but I'm it just takes a lot of time. Everything that I do, like I kind of like doing. It just takes a lot of time, and people don't like watching that.
Deposit. 25,000. Stop it. Yes.
But like my Minecraft server thing that I had, and then like my Guild Wars 2, like I had a whole expansion pack for Guild Wars 2. The Canton expansion. It came out a long time ago. I bought it and then I never played the game again. But I had a whole Roman guild that I had on here. So I had a bunch of characters that were Roman themed. We had a guild where you could be an emperor, and so the guild leader was the emperor, and anybody in the guild could kind of take over the emperor position. And so there was like uniforms and stuff for military roles. There were civilian roles. There was a senate. We had gambling and arena battles that people put bets on, and the percentage of the bets went to the Senate, and then the Senate would do things for the guild, and there was like political votes and rotations every couple months, and I had a whole system. Only time this has ever happened in an MMO, basically, like a serious one, I found a way for new players like level 1 to go to the in-game content with level 80 players and kind of fight. And with the Canton expansion, they're going to add these giant siege turtles. But I haven't even played this game in a long time. But I don't like Guild Wars 2 more than Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1, way better. The Hellgate game is on Steam for like $15 or whatever now. But I don't know if it's multiplayer anymore. I think it's only single player now. And so I would potentially want to go and play Hellgate again if people wanted to actually see me play it. But it would be single player. It'd be super annoying. I mean, there wouldn't be anyone like cool. The missions aren't very good, but the skills in that game are fucking peak. Kind of like Diablo. I haven't played Diablo in a long time, but that was like the funnest game for a necromancer in any game ever, the original Diablos, because you felt like a badass. This is the new, like, one of the elite. I also, before I left Guild Wars 2, I posted a video about the Ultimate Warrior build. And so anytime that I play an MMO, I always find a way to make a warrior class that is extremely fucking tanky, that can, like, take on. The goal is to be able to take on at least 2 players and then infinity mobs, and then still do enough damage to completely fucking destroy people. And I built a couple of build versions before I left the game here, because the other thing is that there's always meta builds in MMOs, and so I fucking hate meta builds with a passion. I think it ruins games. And so, like, in every MMO, because they're like the most efficient in the fucking world, and if you don't run it perfectly, nobody will play with you because they don't want to do missions and stuff with you because it takes you 5 extra minutes to do a mission or whatever, and they got to grind that same thing 500 times to get an item. But I went and made the Ultimate Warrior build, and it was capable of using every single weapon combination in the game. And that was like the peak, and it never took off. It got like, well, I don't really know if it took off in game, but the video had got like 400, 500 views, and I didn't even advertise it or anything. But it was the only like warrior builds in the game that would allow you to use any weapon type that you wanted. And that was like, I thought it was fucking awesome because every other warrior in the game used these giant great swords. And I hate the look of a great sword in most MMOs because they always make the great sword fucking ridiculously big. And it just looks stupid. I'll let this kind of charge real quick. I'll show you some of my Roman guys. I'm assuming everybody that I played with in that game probably
What happened now?
probably is gone.
Got it. Let's go.
Let's get back onto the Scum thing real quick.
I can spawn it, guys. Just give me a sec.
So it's kind of like, I like playing Scum and stuff, but like, there's no way for me to make it necessarily interesting when I play, especially when I don't have people playing on the same server as me, really. But
Ah! Damn it.
it's just hard to make content and stuff.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby, baby.
He spent
Don't
all that
stop
time
moving,
trying to get
baby.
this
Do you know
car,
how
and he
to
didn't.
drive me crazy?
He's in single player, I think, as well. I think, what was this on the back of the car? Do you see that red light? Was that the tail light?
What? Back? Baby. Don't stop moving, baby. Do you know how to drive me crazy?
I think it's a tail light, maybe, but this is the thing I'm talking about with streamers. Like, they have to entertain their viewers, and like, so they do stuff like that where he's like singing and shit, like, for no reason. And I get like kind of being excited when you got people watching, but I can't make myself do that all the time. This is fucking terrible. I'm gonna say this right now, and I said this before. This armored vehicle crap right here in first person, trash. Okay? You're gonna be drive on a road maybe, but if you try to drive this off road, you're fucking done. You can't drive, like, this is gonna be impossible to drive in first person off road.
Why is the camera view so close? Why is the camera view so close? No, my camera views are still the same.
I'm gonna need you to get to the power plant, sir.
Third person driving FOV.
Oh, he's just in single player, and then he's gonna go.
Yeah, that's still very close.
And he leaves, and then he goes back to the server, I think. I'm fine with it being harder to drive, but basically means that if you're gonna armor your car up, you're gonna have to stay on the road. Or be in a part of the map that doesn't have a bunch of shit everywhere.
No. What is it? My driving skill on advanced? My driving skill is advanced.
What, did his car stall? He's talking about it not speeding up very much, but it has heavy ass armor on it, sir. Oh, he's mad that it's shifting back and forth so fast. This is what I was talking about earlier, though, okay? Like, this armor is going to put weight on this car, and I guarantee it's going to do shit like this. It's basically a tank.
Yeah, it's probably very slow because of the armor, guys. Probably very slow because of the armor. But it looks cool, man. Really, really looks cool, man. Really, really looks cool.
Now, why the back wheels are sliding back and forth like that, I don't really know. Like, that seems a little bit too much to be realistic. It might just be an issue with the car. But you're going to have to buy every one of these things. It definitely rolls downhill pretty damn fast, though. I'll give it that. That thing was picking up some speed downhill. Okay. Not that I would say do this, but potentially, hear me out, potentially, if you could push a car over a hillside, you might be able to, like, use these things as a weapon. You know, like someone goes into a valley to your base and you just push them off the side of a mountain and they just, like, all the way down. Smack somebody.
Maybe manual transmission. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. Okay, so there was only one we could spawn in, eh? Yeah, there's only one we could spawn in. Okay, it's fine, guys. Let's get out of here. Main menu.
It's a manual transmission, but all the cars are manual transmission, as far as I know.
I gave you guys a glimpse there, okay? I gave you a glimpse. Gave you a glimpse. What's wrong here? What's wrong here?
Oh, God. They're still in here. Holy shit.
For those of you that want...
See, the 2% transaction fee for 2,500, you're paying $50 each
I
time.
can't sell the gold. Okay, stuff that. I can't sell the gold. It's fine.
That's what I was saying before. Like, I don't know about how the gold system is going to work, but I'm assuming the gold system is going to have like some sort of economy that people are going to be able to like trade back and forth and like try to make more and more money off of it. If that happens, people are going to do it. But also, when you have systems like this, players could potentially undercut the bank if they really wanted to get serious about it.
Oh my word.
I bet there's somebody gonna think they're bugged. Yo, I can't eat. What's going on?
But like if you decide that you like the Guild Wars thing or any of the other games, like I'll play it for you, man, if you want. I don't think I have 2 StarCraft accounts. Like I could potentially beat your ass at StarCraft maybe, but if I could remember the information for them. But I have that whole Canton expansion for Guild Wars that I never touched, so all that stuff would be brand new to me, and I don't even remember how to play the game anymore, so.
That's cool.
Hopefully the Kurzerx and Luxon lore in that game works pretty decently. You haven't played StarCraft in years? I know I don't know if I had the
Get that
expansion.
performance score going with the energy drink.
I don't know if I had the expansion packs or not, but I
I
had
ain't getting tired, my man. I ain't getting tired.
2 StarCraft accounts,
GTZ,
but
woher
one
kriegt ihr
was
die
my
Blueprints für die
dad's.
Betten? Ich hab 0 bauen irgendwas. Und trotzdem finde ich kein Bett.
StarCraft
Muss mal
2.
bei Building gucken.
Ja, bin ich.
If you want to be really
Bei
technical,
Nordskill
I
unter
still
den
have the
ganzen
original
neuen
StarCraft games, like on CDs in a box in the house. I have a bunch of old
Da
games
wo
from like
Fireplace und so ist. Nicht bei
long,
Crafting,
long
ne, bei
time
Building.
ago, probably still up
Ja.
there. Should have the original Age of Empires, original Diablo, Yuri's Revenge, Red Alert, Total Annihilation, like one of the original RTSs. I don't know if we still have it, but I think we had the original RTS World of Warcraft game. And then like we had like Revenge, all that stuff. Tiberian Sun.
Don't wear the pants either.
Ich kann dir auch einen
Ja,
Blueprint
mach mir
setzen.
Blueprint, das wäre ein Träumchen.
Yeah, I probably have a
Und wir haben ein
digital,
Teletubby,
the
das ich ihm ganz
StarCraft 2,
schön
but
leuchtend gelb
with 2
zeigen möchte.
accounts, I don't know if I'll remember the other one.
Guck mal, ich habe dir hier eins gesetzt.
Merci.
But my thing is like, RTS games, usually there's like, you know, like tanks are better than infantry and aircraft are better than tanks and whatnot, but I get very set in my methods when it comes to military stuff. Like a lot of RTS games, I just like infantry, which puts me at a really disadvantage. You awake, Pupperdoodle?
Bear lamb. Why are the Germans talking about a bat? I don't know.
She didn't find the bed blueprint, so I placed one for her.
Okay. Did you guys win the league?
No, we
Wait,
didn't.
did they walk into a house?
What's your poison? I need bread, man.
Where's this house at?
We like lost little children running around you. Daddy! What's your poison? I need bread, man. I need bread.
Ah, I see.
Zombie, that's what I want, buddy.
You know something, I don't know if you've ever played this game, but like back in the
You
a
ready
while
to
ago,
teleport? Yes. Yes, I'm ready to teleport. Let's go. Beam me up, Scotty.
Hold on 1 second. It's like there's like Crossout's a decent game and stuff. Black Desert's okay, but this game Oxygen Not Included is kind of like this 2D building game, and I got bored when I was playing it, so I stopped playing it. But this thing was actually fairly interesting back in the day. I don't know if you ever played like those 2D games though. And like Steel Ocean is really fucking good too, but it's kind of hard.
Beam me up. There we go.
So this is the
yeah,
modular
yeah,
building.
The fuck are they?
We need to make beds. Okay. We need
You
to
didn't
make
play
beds.
Oxygen
Fine,
Not
fine,
Included?
fine.
Did we make them here?
It's kind of interesting. I ain't gonna say it's the best game ever, but the fact that you have to think about like
ready?
contamination and your
Dum, dum.
oxygen and carbon dioxide and stuff is fairly
No, we already
interesting.
at the base, buddy.
It's kind of stressful though. I don't know how that game stresses me out, but when I play it, I just have like a vein pop up in my forehead. I'm a really good tester for the beginning of games. Like if I was ever gonna have the job that was perfect for me, it'd be testing games at the very beginning, like the first half of games, like the start to like the end game, like all that mid tier, like that's my fucking forte. I tear that shit apart.
Man, let's get ready
Planet
with this shit.
Crafter.
I'm ready to fucking kill.
Yeah.
Planet Crafter, like one of those
I'm
randomly
already fucking. I
generated
did some high shit.
creature things.
Days. Let's go. Fight clan in front of me. Then we're safe. We're gonna get there soon, guys. We're gonna get fight clan in front of me. Then we're safe.
So
Fight
we
clan
can
in
see that's the
I'm
big
better
stack.
direction.
So okay, so this is basically right where we thought it was before. C0. Right next to the water. So I mean, this is also another potential thing of why this river is so good. Because you can pretty much go anywhere on this side of the map with it. But I'm guessing this red is the radiation zone here, which makes me think that maybe there's potential to build a base, I would say on this west side or the north side potentially. If you can build a base in this radiation zone, it's going to be great. That's like the ultimate defense that you could ever have. You're going to have a mega clan build there, 100%. Mega clans are going to take this over, and you'd be 2 feet away from the river, and you just take a boat. That very, very strong position. And then that medium-sized city is supposed to be right over here. So I don't know if they're going to put it up here, I guess, on this mountain range. I would assume it's going to take this mountain range over. I don't know if they'll get rid of this bunker, but this is good to know. It's also kind of good because it's right next to where my C1 base would have been, and it's not too far from C2. But that last server that we played on with the guys, they were trying to put everything in this B2 area, which is decently far. Fish in the river having legs. You know, that would be kind of interesting, though, like if they let you bring food. Like if you brought meat or something over there and it irradiated your food while you were in the area. And you could like store it at your base, and if someone ate it, they get radiation poisoning. That'd be pretty good.
Casual.
Let me look at this real quick. He has circular. They have a circular wall out here. So something that's bothering me with this modular base building, you see right here, they don't have corners for the roof. Like, why don't they have corner pieces for the roof right there? I'm fairly sure that I saw them have small triangular pieces for that before, so. But it looks like they have kind of a circular gate. Also, this building is made out of walls. It's not a log cabin, so did they get rid of the log cabins? That potentially makes lockpicking useless too, because that means that people can just bust through the side of your base. So there's not really that much point of locks anymore.
You're good with direction, bro.
Okay, you just toss it on top. Nice.
Also.
All right.
Oh,
my ninja kick?
Yeah, I can't even do the ninja kick. Show people your ninja kick.
Which one? The jump kick? Like that?
If the walls are very strong, then I wouldn't even use normal walls for my fence. I would just build base walls all the way around my area, probably.
Yeah. Jump and kick.
And then there's my flying Superman punch. Or the flying super
in
kick.
the zone as gunshots.
Nice, buddy. Nice. Okay, there's no damage. There's no damage, guys. There's no damage. It's fine.
I love my flying super punch.
No, Fural's not in my team. He's not in my team. Take hazmat, shoot, build a bed, go.
My thing is that on the video they talked about the
Go.
shapeshifters and stuff, which makes me think like.
Oh, I see it's getting foggy over
I
here.
don't think necessarily that they've put any of the creatures in the game yet, but I kind of feel like they could potentially surprise us by like putting one in the game if it's not even finished yet.
I like it.
But with this fog, if the puppets can see through this fog still, that alone would be fine in this radiation zone.
Damn, man, tactical warfare, baby.
You're not going to be able to see how many puppets are
Even the
there, and you're going to
sound, you hear
shoot a
the
gun or
sound?
something and get swarmed.
It's like roll. It's like
Sai de perto desse cara de amarelo aqui. Nossa, que negócio foda, mano.
See, so this is where all those dead trees were on the video. I thought they were dead trees, but I guess they're just kind of irradiated trees. I thought they were burnt trees before.
Sem
Maybe
queda de
that's-
FPS até o momento, tá? Sem queda de FPS até o momento.
Be careful of the
Opa,
far side.
queda de FPS agora. FPS caindo agora.
This
Mas
is
é
a
uma
fairly
zona nova,
big
então vamos ver como é que vai ser
area.
ali pra frente.
If
Levando
this
em consideração
fog
que o
is
servidor
all
tá
if this fog is all radiated, this is a fairly big area that you could build a base in.
cheio, lotado.
Watch out for player enemies, guys.
I really wonder if the radiation does
They're
any
probably
damage
coming
to
from the
vehicles.
opposite side, maybe more
'Cause
north
that could be
side.
good too.
Maybe
If it
across
made the
bridge, who
vehicles
knows?
take damage the
He
longer
may
it
be
was there.
wrapping around, never know. But he right.
Oh my god, I can't see anything.
Yeah, my five's rocking a pistol. I love to have confidence like that.
This is so immersive.
You can hear that dramatic
Oh my
music in the
God.
background.
Happy I got
Freaky.
this B223 site.
You got any colleges out here? You got shots from my left.
I like the fog though. I like this fog. Gives me like Last Samurai, the Last Samurai movie vibes. I would like to fight here with the
That was
bows.
north, right? North?
Left. Our left,
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah, that was our left.
Did you guys hear shots?
Yeah,
Yeah,
north.
left side.
See,
Oh,
there's
again?
different animals as well.
Yep, directly north.
Guys, let's not focus on the fight. My fight team will kill everyone. Let's get the uranium. My fight will kill them all. Let's get the uranium.
I might have catch up with you, Louis.
Let's play together, man.
Let me get some stamina.
My fight.
Bro, my fight's got his whole clan with him, buddy. Don't worry about that.
Puta que pariu, eu tô ficando nervoso, velho.
Find the uranium.
So here's something that I can't really tell. Train track? Is this connected to the train track system somehow? I want to look at some of these building things here. So we see a decent bit. I don't see any underground areas yet, though. But the fact that you have to wear a hazmat suit here, which is a bright color and it doesn't blend into anything, means that camouflage skill is almost useless here, possibly. Unless it somehow makes you disappear. Either camouflage doesn't work here at all, or it's going to be super busted if you can wear like a yellow suit and just disappear off the map. Yeah, but it looks like this right here is a train track to me. Yeah, it's like a lime
Puta que
green.
pariu, eu tô ficando nervoso, velho.
I need to look at this better. That's a train car right there. That's a train track. Like maybe it's not completed, but that definitely looks like a train rail. This right here, it's a train car with a thing on it.
Find the uranium.
This is a train track right here. So I'm guessing it's running south along the river. It might not go anywhere, but I mean if that's right here, where the hell's the train track going? It might cut across here. I don't think it's going to go through this campsite. It might not go anywhere, but I mean the train, like any of the train tracks are just fucking ages away from there. There's no way. Unless it like runs from train yard. Like, I don't know how the hell they're going to do that. It'd have to like run from there across here somewhere.
Find the uranium.
Yeah.
Find the uranium. None of them have a radiation detector. They're not going to be able to find it that easy.
Oh my god.
So we can already see like up here there's scaffolding, but there's these pipes as well. So I think there's a lot of things that we saw in the past where there's pipes on the outside of these hallways and stuff. So I think there's going to be a lot of places you can climb up on these pipes potentially. A lot of camping spots for sure. Real question is how long does the radiation suit last and your oxygen? Well, it sounds like they have two teams fighting, but Lithias' side apparently has a good PvP squad that's in combat with the others. And I'm guessing their goal is to get this Utonium or whatever, so. We have light flickering, so I mean it's probably just a part of the map and not really actually a power system failing, but
Okay guys, I muted the person with the TV in the background. Don't worry.
if it's 4v4, why can I see 15,000 names on this guy's screen? There's like 5 right there, and then there's 3 right back here. Yeah, but that's more than 4 teammates right there.
TV, man.
Guys, I'm telling you guys, we have to get upstairs. We have to get on top of this building. We have to get on top of this building. ASAP.
Now, on top of this building ASAP, I mean, high ground is always like generally a positive in most combat situations. So, I mean, I understand that point, but they're also trying to find uranium for like a game or something. At that case, it could potentially be better to not do that, but you also got the heavy fog. If you're not able to see shit on that roof, then you kind of lose some of your value. Especially, you know, if you don't know the map layout, the people could potentially be in the trees, look at the roof, and snipe you from far off. So you definitely have to have people up there that have sectors.
Hey, Lumi, can you hear me? Lumi?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. I'm walking.
I mean,
So we're seeing this building is fairly tall, a couple floors, not a bunch of rooms, however. I haven't seen that very many loot containers either, but these guys aren't really looting anything. But hopefully we get access to this like tomorrow or within this week. It'd be good. I'm just gonna test out what spawns here probably. Surely it isn't only just uranium in this building. Also, how much is uranium gonna sell for at the trader? Are they even gonna buy it? Get like $1 million. See, this is where this part of the map is going to be real dangerous because players get really experienced on the map, being able to just camp up here. You're just going to be able that you're just going to be able to kill like whoever comes into this building. There's so many angles. But look like this, like he's not even that far up, and you can barely see the ground. Like you can probably see somebody run down there, but if the fog gets any thicker, you're not going to be able to see anything.
What can we find here? A different loot?
Uranium. We're just looking for uranium. Every uranium container we find, our base gets upgraded. The uranium is the only important thing.
Aqui é mais perigoso. Aqui é mais perigoso.
The uranium container upgrades their base. Nobody brought a radiation detector either, though. That's the problem here. Like, were they just banned? They're looking for uranium, but I doubt you're going to find any uranium in this area here. I would look, if you're looking for uranium, I would assume uranium would either be on the train car, like somewhere getting transported into the facility, or it would be in basically a well-protected, like, internal area, the reactor, or some sort of storage vault. There shouldn't be uranium just setting around in a power plant. It's going to be very well contained. And we saw in the video earlier, the little trailer, that the uranium was inside of a box that was buried in rubble. So, as far as we've seen so far, it's in a box buried in rubble, and they used the radiation detector to find it. But like the rooftop and all of this, there shouldn't be any uranium here.
And the uranium in this challenge, guys, it upgrades our base.
But they could potentially...
Oh my word, that's bad. That was bad.
I don't think the metal detector would work as well here because there's so much metal. Unless it only detects what's in the ground, but there's so much metal in the ground. But it's not buried. The trailer, it was just a chest in rubble. It wasn't buried. It was sticking out.
Stupid mode activated. You guys know it.
First place I would look on this though is the train or the actual reactor itself. These military boxes, like.
I got a box.
You got uranium?
Yeah, on the roof.
Okay,
uranium
put
on
it in
the
a crate.
roof.
We need to put it in a crate, buddy. We tell cheese. Cheese.
A gente tem que encontrar um item, parece, alguma
Doesn't
coisa do
make any
tipo.
sense. Like, why would they uranium on the roof? Unless it got there after like the plant exploded, it just doesn't make any sense.
What do you call that again? Where's our crate, dude?
Trying to get eyes.
I like how this is the top 40 streamers for Scum, and like half of these dudes don't know what the fuck they're doing. It's like, what are we looking for? We're in this event. Like, I'm surely they told everybody what the event was. I mean, maybe. I mean, if it'd make it harder to find if they're scattered around, but I don't
Come on,
know
Cheese, talk to us, buddy. Talk
exactly
to us.
yet.
Crate is in the base. Okay, whoever's got the uranium, run back to the base. Run back to the base.
Why do you need the
That's the whole purpose of the
I'm
challenge,
stuck
buddy.
on the roof. Can't find a fucking way down.
Yeah, just run back to the base, buddy, with everything you've got. That's
Why
the
do-
main objective.
Why do you need the crate if you can just pick the uranium up and run with it?
Então parece que a gente tem que colocar alguma coisa.
Like,
Right,
unless
tem algo do
unless
tipo.
it irradiates you really bad holding it. I mean,
Okay,
he's
copy.
picked it up and he's held it for
Awful
a
loud
couple
in the
of
other
minutes
street.
now, and he's just gonna be able to run back to the base with it.
Who do we have to protect here?
No, we just have to get the uranium and take it to the base. That's all.
Yes, but who has it?
Who's got it?
KMZ Kamikaze is one.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
already heading back towards base.
Okay.
Esse cara tá falando aqui que a gente tem que pegar.
I guess.
A base é lá, né, mano? Opa, tô escutando um
I
passo
wonder if
aqui.
there's any lockable doors here. Do we see this? These are like power substations. Also, there's water down there, so I don't know if there's anything subterranean.
I don't have any bandages. I have 0.
But also, is the hazmat suit, if it's sealed and you can have oxygen tank hooked up to it, is it basically like a scuba suit? Could you swim in that? Do you think you could swim in that hazmat suit underwater?
I have rag.
It has an
Okay.
oxygen tank on it.
Cut it up.
Cheers, Jeb, for your watch the stream tomorrow, buddy. Thank you very much for your support, my friend.
Yeah, but a radiation suit's sealed. In the video, they have an improved gas mask
Enemy
with
around
the
me.
oxygen tank on it.
The container I found is empty. Was it supposed to have uranium in it?
Is it a uranium container?
Yeah.
No, then take it,
Wasn't
take it,
there
take it,
supposed
take
to
it.
be uranium in it?
I don't know, just take that
Or
for
does
now,
that
mate.
even matter?
No, just take what you got.
Pô, parece que eu escutei alguém luteando aqui.
I mean, that would completely change like
quase
base
certeza,
stuff.
na
Like
real.
you could literally like get a hazmat suit buried in a box and then
Tá, então a gente tem que chegar na usina,
put some
pegar
loot
urânio,
containers.
proteger o cara que tá com
outside.
urânio. Ele vai levar pra base. Nosso objetivo basicamente é
But
esse.
see, like this right here, I mean, you might be able to see somebody there, but it kind of looks like you're not going to be able to see very well into this fog. I think Luthias is trying to overwatch the building to keep people from coming here. But the first guy said that he found uranium on the roof, so apparently it was there. But it seems like most of these guys are pretty much confused on what they're doing and have no plan at all. They're just kind of like running around. And then there's one group of people that's on their team that's fighting the other squad, I guess.
So we need to find uranium and then put them in the container.
Oh, okay.
15 uranium are here. Wherever that dude is. More T's. But see, like, it doesn't look like you're able to see in this fog very well. So I don't think this rooftop position's necessarily the best. unless you're actually gonna like watch a specific zone for anyone coming across. Like, if he was gonna set here, he could watch this road entry point here, but you're gonna need multiple people because it's too foggy for you to get any details.
Заходят. Сколько
One
FPS?
person
Мало
watching
FPS,
this just
прям
isn't
пипец
good
мало.
enough.
Morri
one
pelas
enemy.
costas, mano.
I can't see
que
anything.
Night
merda.
vision and fog, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'd say thermal would probably be the only way.
FPS в районе полтинника.
Pensei que ele ia lutear o cara ali, velho.
I saw someone pushing from northwest towards our building.
Okay.
Вон труп лежит.
Yeah, camp that ladder, boy.
Horse monkey 4, buddy. Has anyone found a uranium geyser counter? No one bought a geyser counter.
Geyser counter.
Maybe the geyser counter could have. No, I think the geyser counter will just measure the radiation, but he could have maybe found the
Это
uranium.
наш.
These are the top streamers in Scum. They didn't watch the trailer video, or like it might just measure the uranium, but nobody was like, "Hey, let's bring a Geiger counter to the power plant." You know, like nobody, not one. It's only, you know, a brand new item that they added into the game specifically for the power plant. It's
você é
not
arma
no
agora,
big
né,
deal
mano?
or anything.
What the heck? É, aqui. Eu vou tentar ir, mas fazer o quê?
No, they bought stuff at the trader. They had, well, I guess they could have had stuff.
Вон он был.
But they had bought some gear before at the trader, because his gun and stuff he had bought
Found the way
beforehand.
up-
I'm pretty
up
sure.
top.
But the hazmat
I'm
suits
trying,
and stuff were at
but I
the
hurt my legs. I'm
the
just
thing.
waiting to heal. I jumped off the building.
Like what he's doing up here is like almost 99% pointless. This is the first time they're on the map. They don't even know if
Я убил его или
there's
нет?
any entry points on this along the side of the building.
Убил.
Stamina so
Мафей,
messed
ты можешь
up.
там немножко подождать меня?
I just
Пока
died
я
with the.
дошел назад?
If they're gonna secure this power plant,
With
you
the
would need
container.
you would basically want to get a group of your people together
You
and
just
set
walk
up
with
a
the container?
perimeter along the
Ô,
outside of the
Ganso, tu
power
é livre
plant.
pra
It's the
assistir
only way
qualquer
that you're gonna
outro
seal
criador
this
de
off.
conteúdo, cara. É só apertar no xizinho aí e procurar outro cara pra assistir, beleza?
I'm dead.
Já
I don't
que
even
tu tá
think
tão
that he needs to
incomodado,
search for
fica à
the enemy.
vontade. Deve ter pelo menos uns 30 criadores de conteúdo gravando a mesma coisa.
He's basically the only person was super concerned with the uranium at the beginning, but he's trying to like take command over the whole group,
Vou
and
descansar,
he's
velho.
not actively
Ó, já...
helping the group here. If you're gonna be a squad leader, you need to like have an actual game plan and not just wing this shit for sure. And he's up on the top of this building. I don't
Just have
know.
to wait till I can run, guys, till I can jump. There are new puppets. We'll see them. No, someone said Raken to kill the puppet with the suit on.
What does he do? He's gonna get higher. I don't think this helps the situation much. Depending on how decent the visibility gets, he could barely see anything from where he was before. Going higher, I don't think would help the visibility. Potentially, though, these pipelines, he might be able to run along the side of the building on a pipe, catch people off guard.
I'm hearing funny muted noises. I just don't know where they are.
Looks like military containers. I mean, these look like military containers, so I don't know if uranium's going to spawn in bunkers or not, if they're all the same. That is true. I mean, the dude did say he found the uranium on the roof, but I'm assuming these boxes that he's searching is spawning it, but I don't know. I'm also curious about the tallest point on this map, which is that big tower over there.
Is it that building where you are, Dream Reaper? Is that where the uranium is?
I don't know. I'm looking. I'm trying to get up. I don't see nothing yet.
I don't see anything on the roof where I am
It's like
now.
I mean, from my point of view, that big beam that goes up in the air looks like an exhaust vent, which make me think that there'd be a reactor there somewhere, but I'm not seeing anything major anywhere else. There's a crane and stuff there. I don't guess a reactor necessarily needs a
It's
vent,
a
but
bunch of office buildings or office rooms. Nothing can be opened.
see, there's destroyed bits on that building over there too.
It's in a whole different section of this place. Gotta be.
Yeah, it's
I'm not sure.
This
Is that a
place
good
is big.
idea? Yeah, let's die together.
I thought we were at the main building. Damn it.
I mean, he was at the cooling
There's
tanks.
got to be like a laboratory or something.
There has to be something underground is the main thing.
The question is, maybe the chests are also outside. I'm not sure.
See, these cooling
Here is
pools
one.
and stuff, they should have access. I don't know if you'd be able
Oh,
to
a
swim
weapon.
through
Hey,
it,
you
but
need a weapon? Come here.
they should be
shit,
able
shit.
to
Yeah, I need. Where are
Yeah,
you?
come to me. Here.
wherever all
Nice.
these like
Hey,
cooling pools
here.
are, they should go towards the main area
Here's the
because they
chest.
got to cool the uranium and the rods off in a reactor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Essa não é uma arma muito boa.
I have someone next to me. Oh, never mind.
Urânio, urânio.
Well, look at that. If you're on top of a building, you can't see anyone on the ground, but if you're on the
I
ground,
don't know if that was a pop
they
to a
pop
player,
out.
But I hate it.
Player.
Ooh, look at that. Pizza? Is that a new item? Look at these
Collecting their
guys.
guns,
These freaking
grab their
rats
loot and
just
throw it away.
He bled out.
crouch walking everywhere. You don't need stealth, guys. You just fucking control the situation.
Oh! Uranium! I've got
I got
uranium!
laser.
Doesn't help if you die from
I've
a
got the
bow.
uranium! I'm going! I've got the uranium!
Nice, nice.
Someone shot me with an arrow. Who's that crazy chicken?
What's your name, man?
My fight! It's Matthias. Lead me to the base. Lead me to the base.
I'm coming to you.
Lead you to the base.
Got
He
plenty
does-
arrows in me. Lead me to the base, buddy. Lead me to the base. I'm useless with direction.
Okay.
What is? I guess it's because he doesn't have any survival skill. He doesn't know what direction he's going.
The sounds are so scary.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's fine, my fight. Yeah, protect the others. Got the depleted uranium container. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Tells the guy to go to the base with him, and then he just sends him back. He didn't do anything, so he's just worried for his life. Depleted uranium container. I don't know if that counts necessarily as uranium. Like, he panicked over it. I don't know if there's any uranium inside of that container.
Are you going to the base?
Yes. I've got a uranium container.
Okay.
Inside this.
This is what bugs me with these guys that just take combat abilities. I don't know what his build was,
Why
but
did they say bring extra backpacks? I don't understand anything that they said. Why do you want an extra backpack?
probably to hold shit.
Esse cara é um fucking urânio aqui.
When they say extra backpacks, it's probably because the uranium container can't fit in an improvised backpack, so you're gonna want something that can...
Do we have a spare gun, Lutai?
Unless you want to hold it.
Yeah. Here you go.
Thank you very
Valeu
kind.
pela dica, mano.
No, I don't need that.
Okay.
You can keep it for you.
Cara, eu não tô enxergando nada, velho. Se eu morrer é porque o cara me escutou, porque aqui não dá pra ver nada. Nada.
When you die, you have backpack. Oh, okay. I understand. Get to base, soldier. I'm running.
Especially
Someone shot
for...
me with a bow. Who's that crazy chicken?
Especially for an event like
a bow
this.
with wooded arrows, guys. Who does that? Hey, Chronicles. Welcome, buddy.
Potentially, yeah. Ideally, I think what you want to do is set up a perimeter around the building that you're going to be searching. Then have, like... Say you have... I don't know what their team size is. Let's say if there's 10, then you could have...
Yeah, if your effects are on epic. My graphics are on epic, everything. Then you can't really see anything.
You could have like 4 on a perimeter,
I'm
then
gonna follow
4
you,
on
man.
a backup and a smaller
can't see
perimeter,
anything here.
and then
The bowman was kick, bro. Okay, very good.
2 or something
No,
searching.
kick, bow,
But,
well done. You shot me twice with wooden arrows.
but cutting them off
Are
too,
you
like being
playing
able to
first
kill and
person
take
or
the
third?
uranium
Both.
would be a good spot.
No.
Okay, first uranium container being dropped off. Guys, it looks like the uranium container in the Twitter posts. Okay.
The other thing is
Depleted
that
uranium container.
if you
That's
can,
what you guys are looking for.
if you can locate the
Depleted
enemy,
uranium container.
if you can locate the enemy base, like if they know that they're coming over here, then they could potentially cut them off and then keep them away from the power plant before they even get to the fog. And then these guys, I mean, unless these people died, having 3 people at the base is just a waste of manpower. So anytime that they kill somebody and they know that they have like 2 or 3 or something off of the map, then they could potentially group up and make a power move to try and take over a position on the map.
Jeez, my man, upgrade our base, buddy. Upgrade our base.
And if they need to upgrade
Here you
their
go.
base,
Upgrade
I'm
our base.
guessing that means that you need
Make it titanium.
He's still standing here wasting time.
Okay, I'm coming back, guys. She's took the uranium.
Como é que eu vou pra...
If they need to upgrade their base, that's telling me that it could get raided. So this is also if they know that uranium
Oh, the
is up.
backpack. Yeah, the backpack. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
If uranium is upgrading the base in this event, then
Is someone coming to you, Lumi? There's someone inside?
then you'd want to find their base early and break down these walls before they can upgrade it.
See, guys, he's upgrading the entire base now because of the uranium. Get that uranium. He's upgrading our base every time we get uranium. Oh,
I'm
my word,
confused
what
on why
happened
the hell he upgraded the ramp.
there? Where's that? Oh my.
Yeah, I'm pretty fucked. They're like camping between like all of you guys and our base. Can't get back to my body. No weapons.
Okay.
See, he's saying that they're
so
cutting
there's the
them off from their
uranium.
base right now.
I don't know. I'm just gonna put the stuff here. Seems fine to me.
Yeah, apparently.
In the uranium crate, guys, I'm leaving bandages.
This has to just be an event thing, though. Surely you're not upgrading your base only off of uranium in game, because that makes no damn sense. But I think the other team potentially has a better idea going for them. So say if it's a 10v10 or something, and y'all both have bases, these guys ran into power plant with their full force. So if you didn't go to power plant and you waited, you found their base, cut them off, then you could potentially wait and ambush them on the way back. Then take all the. It's a risky play because if you die, you know, there's not really much you can do. But potentially, you could kill them, take the uranium, and then when they respawn, they wouldn't have enough time to catch you before you got back to base. But
It's all right. I'm gonna leave the shotgun here as well. If you guys respawn at the base, there's a shotgun, pistol, whatever you guys need here. Oh, I probably need to give you guys ammo as well. There you go. There's ammo. Okay, I'm heading back for another uranium. Let's go.
But for this event, I don't know what build he took, but in this event, personally, I would go 5 strength.
Ah, we're getting solid wood now, baby. Solid wood. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Well, I don't know about 5 strength. I would definitely go 5 conditioning.
Ray's killing his own team. Well,
either
You
5
must
5
have
1
fun.
1 or
Night
I'd
vision
go
activated.
3 5 1
Please tell me I can wear the
3
night
and take
vision with the
advanced
hazmat.
medical.
What? Can't we wear a night vision with a hazmat?
Nope.
Oh my word.
Can't wear night vision with the hazmat. Damn right.
That's very bad. That's very, very bad. Okay, guys, I'm gonna let you see. I'm not gonna let you guys suffer with me, okay? I'm not gonna let you guys suffer with me. There we go. There we go.
I don't know what this filter is that streamers use either, but if he has access to this, all he'd have to do is just run this on his computer and he could see fine.
That should be better.
Like this right here, even if this is stream only, all you'd have to do is have a second monitor, run
I'm
your
trying to
stream
find
on
this
it, and
guy.
then
It's
you
not
could
like he's
see at night.
inside here.
You'd have like a
You
slight
searched that
delay.
entire massive building where you were in, buddy. Did you go onto the roof?
So whatever
of that
this
massive
filter
building?
is, it's busted.
Nah, I'm working my way there. I'm hunting a guy as well.
Okay. Don't hunt, buddy. Don't hunt. Just get the uranium. That's the end game.
Guys, I have one. I have one.
Okay. Okay. Run. I'm going to protect you. Run out of the red zone directly to the base. Run
No,
out.
but I can't run. I'm injured.
Okay. What's your in-game name again?
Lumi.
Lumi. Okay, Lumi. I'm coming back to the base, buddy. I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Okay, because I can't run literally.
And anyone close to Lumi, get the depleted
Yes, me.
uranium container and then run.
I'm coming.
I don't know if they can leave this
Trying to
zone or
find
not, but I would
the way
potentially
out.
send somebody out of this
To
zone
maybe
to a nearby like
send them some
scrapyard and collect a bunch of nails and shit. Then come back and
think
build
there's a
spike
ladder.
traps all over the place.
How
Yeah,
do
right
I
here.
get out
Over
of
here.
here?
There's not as much visually going on here than I was hoping to see in this power
Coming
plant.
through. I'm almost there.
Yeah, I would say bushes, or you could just like completely spike trap the exterior of a building.
Can't get
The
up that
fog is so
way.
thick, it's going to be hard for people to look for it
Oh my
anyway.
word.
So that's going to
Oh
be
my
the
word,
biggest
this is
issue with
freaky
this
now when it's
power
dark.
plant.
Oh, now I can't see anything. Oh my word.
This is going to be the biggest
Lumi,
issue
be
with the power
careful
plant, is
under
because
you.
like
It's
landmines and all that stuff
Do
is going to
anyone have a
be
clue to how to
a
find a
lot
way
more
out?
deadly in a place like this because you can't see it.
Parkour,
Green light or red light?
parkour. Don't worry about the steps. You know, just try and jump
Okay,
onto
but-
something. Oh, you can't jump because you can't run. Okay.
Okay, yes, I can't run.
Also, we've seen that his, I don't know if it was from a combat or not, but
Yeah,
his
we thought the visibility was bad
hazmat
during
suit
the day,
was
the
taking
visibility
damage
during
earlier.
night. Oh my word. Dylan, this week, buddy. Hopefully this week. This week,
Trying to find
next
a
week,
way.
who cares? It's great.
It looks like the visibility's clearing up a lot more when you lay prone on the ground, though.
Okay, I just found stairs. I will try to go down.
Yeah, Bjorn, I don't care about winning,
Oh,
buddy.
yeah,
That's
that
why I
is
keep
true.
the graphics on Epic. Don't care about winning. I just want to showcase how beautiful it looks.
He says he doesn't care about winning, but he definitely does. But every video I've ever seen him say that he doesn't care about winning on, generally, like, I don't even know how well he did on the that league event thing about winning graphics cards. But he made a video of that, and he was like, I've been trying to play fair this whole game, this whole time on this event, and I don't want to like use any, abusive methods or anything, but I know all of them because I've been playing the game and testing things for ages, so I know all the things, I know all the details in the things. And then he was like, and I'm gonna have to take the gloves off because I want to win and it's gonna help my skid or whatever.
Okay, I'm going
I wonder
now.
if duct tape
Going
does
now.
repair the
Still
thing. That would be good.
Trying my best.
I don't know if duct tape's radio reactive.
I got
resistant,
your
but-
name right behind you. I don't know. Oh, yep, there's a letter over here too. Okay.
See, like, I don't necessarily care about winning in events, but I definitely really enjoy tactical
lighting in this
gameplay,
game is
and
nuts right
that's
now.
about the only time that you
Yeah.
can get anybody to follow any kind of strategy is when there's, like, something serious on the line. Well, that means that they're going to be
Yeah,
fairly
that can't
easy to
bring the
keep
force of
prepared,
the
though.
line.
That's kind of weird. So depending on where you can get the hazmat suits early, if you can repair them with duct tape, then that means they're going to be very, very easy to keep and maintain. So unless it's like a very rare drop, these things are going to be all over the place. I would also note that potentially you could just bury a chest out here next to the power plant. I'm just saying. And I don't know if anyone's going to find it. It's so foggy, they probably wouldn't even notice it.
Okay, did someone get the container from Lumi yet?
I'm like kind of behind her outside, like following her.
I'm still trying to go down. But guys, I'm low HP.
I'm coming as fast as I can. I've been trying to
Really low
find a
HP
way
because
to
of
you.
radiation.
Oh, I think I may have found a way. Yep, I just gotta get to the steps. All right, I know where you
Isn't
are.
it like, because they're a team with quotation marks, but like there's no
Need
plan
to
here.
find
They're
a
all
way
they're
out.
all basically playing solo.
Taking too much radiation.
Damn.
Okay, found stairs going down.
Cheers, Ratchet. Thanks for coming, buddy.
Okay, I might have found a way out.
Dawson, you can watch the stream again, buddy.
I like the animal
I'm
noises
20... Oh damn! I will die. I'm going to die. I'm
Why?
going to die.
Why?
Low
Why?
HP. Because of radiation. Yes, 10% life.
Dream, get the uranium.
I'm trying.
Okay, we try to die in a corner. Oh wait, life is going.
There's the others. I found the others. But... Oh, that's
No,
not
no,
right.
No, I just. Okay, I'm still alive. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm coming up. I'm in the building. Don't see your name yet, Lumi, but I'll see your name soon.
Oh, third head? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. What doesn't make any sense to me is like this chick's like, I have the uranium, I can't walk or anything with the, and they're trying to get it to the base. And then the other guy is apparently in her vicinity, and he's like, hey, get to the base, get to the base, get to the base. And then he's sitting over here in a bush, just kind of looking around. She's crippled. Somebody go over there, take the fucking uranium from her, and leave. She can kill herself or whatever and get her HP back. It doesn't matter. She just doesn't want to give the uranium up or something. You can't walk. You're going to wait 15 minutes before you can get your HP back.
Someone! I can shoot. Wait.
It's me.
Oh, no, it's you. Oh, shit. You scared me.
Dream, can you see Lumi?
I'm with my fights. Don't worry.
Okay. Give it to my fight. Give the uranium to my fight.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Here you go.
I need backpack.
Okay.
Backpack, I got. Just gotta drop stuff.
Oh, it's here. Can you take it? Do you need a backpack?
I don't need it.
I wonder how much ammo the devs gave them, because these guys might be running dry at this point if they don't have any more ammo.
Nice. I'm not going to follow you because I'm still I can't run.
Look how thick this is.
You got the uranium, right, my fight?
I'm calling it right now. This area is trap central.
Dream, run with him, bud. Run with him.
You're telling me that you're gonna see a landmine or something laying on the ground here? I call bull.
Dream has covered my fight.
I'm with them.
Okay. Just cover him, buddy.
I'm really fucking hungry right now, though. Jesus.
I'm dead. So close.
My fight, or you did? Dream, don't let them take that thing, buddy.
Also, why is everyone in their team in solo?
What?
Everyone in their team is
in the
by
fucking-
themselves.
I think he died too.
Okay, I'm coming.
I do
think we traded.
minimum squads
Caralho,
of 2 here.
como é que eu levei tiro? Ele matou o cara ali?
I'm fairly sure
sorry,
this
my
guy
microphone.
said he's coming
Okay,
for the
I
last
think we
20
traded,
minutes,
though.
and he's just been running in
No, we just need
circles.
to get the uranium. We don't care who. We need to get that uranium. Oh my word! Get me out of here. Damn it. Bravo, can you see who killed him?
No, man, I'm dying too. I don't have more life.
Yeah, my bro, just to get there is a mission on its own.
Down here is where I would expect to find uranium somewhere.
Yes, the spell plus big. Oh my word. Okay, I'm outside. I'm outside. Okay, I see bodies.
3.
I see bodies.
Yeah, I can see.
Okay. I've got the uranium.
I'm gonna die,
I'm running.
I've
got the
I'm
uranium.
dead. Lutaze.
Yeah.
I think Lutaze, yeah.
Yeah.
Is your name?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm running for my
dead.
life, guys. I'm running for my life. Got another uranium.
Why are you running for your life? Just walk
Dream, you did
normally
trade
and
with him,
keep
buddy.
your
Well
gun
done.
out.
You did trade with him.
I did? Nice.
Yeah. I got the uranium.
Nice. Alright, I'm coming back. Try to get my gun.
I mean, potentially they could be, I guess. It's either dead bodies
Let's go,
or
boys. Let's
they're
go.
putting the
Run,
bags
Forrest,
on the
run.
ground.
I need a bloody compass. I'm directionless.
Well, if his teammates are dying with it and he's running over to grab it off the ground,
This
then
is awesome,
potentially.
guys. Without anything else, this power plant's bloody awesome.
Do we know how much chest there still is?
I'm gonna say, I'm not trying to criticize here, but to say the power plant is awesome, like with that much enthusiasm, I mean it's a big area. The weather effect is good. I like all that. I like the radiation. I like the building and all that. But from what we've seen so far, it's a very big area with a lot of open spots, and it doesn't really seem like a lot of loot containers. I don't see any mechs here. I haven't seen any puppets here. So, depending on the monsters or what they do to this place, like right now, I mean, there's not a whole lot of challenge for like single player so far, but I'm thinking the devs are probably dropping the bags on the ground with the uranium containers because otherwise they would have to have the loot like on infinite loot.
Just one at the base. Every
15
time
chests?
every time we give him uranium, he upgrades our base. We don't need to worry about the chest.
Okay.
I'm going back.
I would stick bomber puppets and stuff in this zone 100% in the trees.
There's 15 nuclear. There's 50 depleted uranium at the power plant.
This would be the craziest spot for bomber puppets to be in this forest right here. Depending on if puppets can see through the fog, because I have no idea. But he just said there's 15 uranium in the reactor or whatever in the power plant. So I think they just figured out, that reactors have uranium.
We've got 2 already.
For us too, but do the other team probably find some? No.
No problem, Zero. No problem.
Oh, freaking thick.
We don't exactly know the release date. The smoother this goes, the better.
I'm telling you right now, if this is buildable or not in this zone, I'm putting a temporary shelter right down there in that tree line. And I'm burying a hazmat suit out of it. That's my temporary shelter spot. A tree.
We don't exactly know the. No problem, Zero. No problem. We don't exactly know the release date. The smoother this goes, the better.
I mean the tree moved.
Release date. No problem, Zero. No problem. We don't exactly know the release date. The smoother this goes, the better.
I don't even fully remember the creature from
So
Lost.
far, it's running really.
I remember
amazing.
how that
Really
thing
good.
ended, though. I watched Lost when I was a kid, and we never finished it. And then when I was in college, I couldn't ever I watched like everything, and I went back and watched all of Lost from beginning to end, and it actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Pretty decent.
Good. With all
Kind
of
of
us here
dumb,
in
but
this
pretty
area,
decent.
It's running awesome. Yeah, for sure.
George, how am I going to go to the...
Yeah, I gotta sneak in the back way.
Yeah, they were in heaven or something. Do you know what the storyline of Lost was? I'm a little fuzzy on it, but like I think I remember for the most part. Like, do you know what Lost actually like what it actually was doing? Yeah, but like do you remember the story like what was actually going on? So, in Lost, the so there's a plane crash and all the people were on the island, okay, and they're surviving on the island, you know? So I didn't know the storyline either when it first came out. I had no fucking idea. So what happened was all those people they died in the plane crash. The island or whatever, they were like in hell or something was what that was. They were getting tested. And then at the end that's like the heaven. They got like redeemed or something. I don't remember exactly all the details, but that's the gist of it. They were all dead on the island. There was something with that creature too. There was something with the creature. I don't remember the creature's backstory. There was something there. I don't remember though. It's been a while since I've seen it. I remember bits and pieces. I remember somebody being stuck in a pit. I remember the button that they had to continuously like push over and over again or something. Um, the bald dude or whatever was like somebody who was testing them. I don't remember all that part, but
I tried to go from like their side, but there were already
you go
people.
back and you watch some stuff from a long time ago and you kind of like you realize there's a different purpose to it. Like Samurai Jack, I never finished it when I was a kid, so I watched it in college. It seems like they might be making more of those too. But Samurai Jack turns into a love story. Never would have guessed.
People camping up in that forest line.
Okay.
It was clear all the way to base. With eyes.
Hmm?
It was clear all the way to base.
Yeah, but they must go and hurt us outside the red zone. According to me.
Um, yeah. Do you want me to tell you spoilers, or do you just want to watch it all yourself? Because I heard they might be making more episodes to it now, but when I was in college, I went back and I watched every episode from beginning to wherever it ended. Yeah. Any case, it's a love story at some point. So, yeah. It's all right. It's just like I went back and watched these things because like when I was a kid, there was like certain TV episodes that like I would see them play on TV, but I could never catch like every episode, and then like they just randomly disappear, and I never saw them. So like there was an anime called Zack Bell that I recall watching like quite a few episodes on, and then it disappeared. And then I was trying to find it online, and there was some there, and I watched most of it. And there's like an anti Zack Bell. There's like an evil one, but I don't think it ever finished. And then there's like a really weird one. So like One Piece, I went back and watched a lot of One Piece, and then I kept thinking it was ended, and then every time I went back and looked at it, there would just be more and more. And I watched One Piece for a long time, but then I completely lost track of what the hell was going on. Cause like, I remember like the main story all the way up to like him saving his brother or whatever, and then all of a sudden they were like on some Fantasyland craziness. And then the next time I saw any bit of it, they were like in prison, all separated. None of them knew each other. And then we went back and saw some more, and then they were all Japanese, and they were like doing random shit in Japan, and none of them knew each other. It was weird. Um, I don't know all the names or anime names or anything, so there's just different things like Code Lyoko. I went back and watched that at one point. There's God, there's a bunch of random stuff that I watched, but yeah, Toonami used to be legit back in the day. I didn't like Code Lyoko for a long time though, but it just bothered me. It's kind of like Digimon. Like I watched way too much Digimon for how dumb it was. Like I have mental scarring from Digimon. Digimon is like Digimon's worse than Dragon Ball Z. And I watched way more Dragon Ball Z or way more Digimon than I did Dragon Ball Z. Like every time you watch Dragon Ball Z, it's 15 hours of them like ah! And then it's like next time on Dragon Ball Z, and then you go and then he goes to the next episode and he's like, "Oh yeah, you went to Super Saiyan mode? Well, and he charges up and he turns and it goes and but Digimon was way fucking worse because every time in Digimon it was like you would go over there and they'd be like Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions, and they would have the little animated like 360 swirling like transformation, and it'd be like Garurumon, and then it'd go Mega Garurumon, and then like the enemy guy would be like, oh yeah, and he would change, and then the other guy would be like Digimon, digital, and it would just go back and forth, and it'd go like Mega Garurumon, Super Mega Garurumon, and then like Mecha Garurumon, where he has like a fucking giant missile launcher on his shoulder for no reason, but like, God, at least Dragon Ball Z did it once, like per episode or something. But like Digimon, they do it 15,000 times in a row in one episode. Just fucking. And I watched 99% of it, I'm pretty sure. But I watched like everything back in the day. I watched all the Naruto's when I went uh to college because that was actually really good. I was glad I went back and watched all the Naruto's from beginning to end, and they just released a new animated version of it too. Beyblade, yeah, I remember Beyblade. I watched quite a bit of Beyblade in the past. I don't think I watched the whole thing though, but I watched 90% of it probably. Some really old ones, Zoids. Zoids used to be really big. I watched a few of the Power Rangers growing up, but it was never really my biggest thing. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Totally Spies. Um, I've seen a good bit of Baruto. I stopped watching it a while back, but I watched a good bit of it. I don't remember where I ended on Baruto. Um, I don't remember card captures off the top of my head. Um, I watched Chaotic back in the day, and I actually bought one of their decks. So Chaotic was the first card game to actually. I have no idea how to play their fucking card game, but Chaotic was the first card game where if you bought a card, you could put it online on a website and play online with other players, and each card had its own unique code. And I bought a starter deck for it a long time ago, and I still have it. And that game went extinct. It went out of commission, so. I don't know if those cards are worth anything or not. I used to. I don't even know if I have them all in the box anymore. They might still be. I had a couple of good cards, I think. I think each box had like a unique or like a super good card. I had the Underworld card. I think was like one of the best. It was like the location card. Um, yeah. I don't have that many Pokemon cards anymore. When I was a kid, I had 500. It was like 300 or 500 Pokemon cards, but my parents never let me buy Pokemon cards. So what happened was when I was in elementary school, um, I've only went trick or treating once in my life, and we did that one time. And I took all my candy and sold it on the bus for like 25 cents a piece. And then I used to draw these little superhero figures and sell them in elementary school, and people thought they were awesome. They were dumb as shit. Where's my uh, what's that? Was it paint? Yeah, paint. So basically, when I was in elementary school, I drew these fucking superheroes on a piece of paper, and it was something like this. Like it was like a circle, and then a circle, and then it would have like a head or something, and then it'd have like little arms. And it would have like, I don't know what I did with the feet, but it was something like that. And then like they would have like a symbol or something on their chest, and there'd be like different things. And I drew like little bitty like they look like fucking pool balls. But I had a whole bunch of different ones with like different abilities and shit, and people were buying them off of me for like 50 cents a piece. But and then later on, I ended up getting some Pokemon cards and I traded. And the best card that I had from the original Pokemon is uh I had a Zapdos, but I wasn't supposed to have any toys or anything on the bus. And my sister got on the bus one day and I had my Pokemon cards and she was walking towards me, and basically this kid named Edgar Gonzalez was there, and I was like, "Oh shit, just take all these cards, just take everything. Fuck it, just take them," because I didn't want to get caught. And so he got like all 300 and something or 500 and something Pokemon cards that I had from my original cards that I collected. And the only card that I really kept out of all that is I still have an Ancient Mew and I still have a few other cards kind of laying around. But the next day when I got on the bus, I gave him 300 plus Pokemon cards. He gave me like 12 Yu-Gi-Oh cards for trade. Like the next day he was like, "Oh, feel bad or whatever. Here's 12 Yu-Gi-Oh cards." And so that tells you how much of like kind of unfair like jerks people were back in the day. But anyway, those 12 Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I traded those and I ended up getting like hundreds of Yu-Gi-Oh cards trading those. I have a bunch of the Blue Eyes White Dragons from back in the day, and I think I had an Ultimate Dragon, but it was like fake. Somebody like it was like a fake one or something. Somebody traded me, but I didn't care back then. So I still have some of the original Yu-Gi-Ohs, but I didn't really collect them that much. But I don't know if you still played Yu-Gi-Oh, but when I was in college, they had these Yu-Gi-Oh boxes. I wouldn't play Yu-Gi-Oh these days though. The game is it's basically the same as StarCraft, all right? It's too fast paced. You're going to lose turn 1. Um I don't know if it's this. It's not this. There's I actually like I was at Walmart a few years ago and I found a deck of Monarch cards or no, it was a deck of some random uh thing. I didn't have enough of them to make a deck out of it, but I bought it because I figured out that basically these Walmarts would have like Yu-Gi-Oh cards on their shelves for a really long period of time. And then like if they were there for like a long time, they would be like really cheap. And I went to a Walmart and I was looking around on the I don't know why I stopped doing that either, cuz you can go to Walmarts basically and you can find these Yu-Gi-Oh boxes that've been on the shelves for like 10 years, and they'll be really cheap. And I found a deck on there that was like some monk character or something. It was like, I don't know, it was some like special character or whatever. The cards are super expensive, and I figured out and I bought it for like $7 or something. But it wasn't enough to make a deck out of it, but there was like some really rare like Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like the original Yu-Gi-Oh cards in it. But there's like a Dark Magician box. It came out when I was in college. They're probably all gone. I went out of my way and bought like 4 or 5 of these things back in the day. Uh they were like 40 or $50. It was the pack that they came out with Dark Magician support cards. So it was the only packs that came out with cards that uh was an addition to the Dark Magician deck. And people were buying these things up. You could buy this thing for like $40, and then you could sell the cards in them for like 200, $300 online. Um, but I don't know where the box is. I would assume somebody would have a picture of it.
Dark Side Dimensions movie pack.
I had one of those when I was younger. These are some of the cards for sure right here. So this Eternal Soul is a big one. It's basically there's a way to recycle Dark Magician back and forth and like get more of them out and stuff. It's actually really good. But the thing is that Dark Magician became a super competitive deck in Yu-Gi-Oh with these cards, and it was really busted. But I was looking at it, and every single deck that was using Dark Magician, nobody used Dark Magician Girl. And it pissed me off because I was like, why doesn't nobody use the Dark Magician Girl? And it's like, well, what you do is you come over here and you do this card rotation, and then you pop out Dark Magician, and then you can hit them with this thing that destroys their backline, and then you can just keep recycling the Dark Magician. So I went and made a deck with Dark Magician Girl, and it beat everybody's fucking ass. There was no beating it. Okay, I was the only person using Dark Magician Girl, and basically the deck. I still have the cards, but I had the cards in a box, and basically I dropped the box at some point, and the deck got all mixed up, so the cards aren't right anymore. But basically, I went and I tested this deck a lot, and I could consistently, every single game, turn one, I would prefer, for the most part, to go. I would. All right. So the main thing is when people play Yu-Gi-Oh these days, they always want to take turn one, it seems, because they always have decks that can hit like a combo and be really fucking strong, and they'll have the whole board swarmed with like 15,000 creatures. So Yu-Gi-Oh is fucking terrible card game. I don't know why people play it. It's the power spike is way too, and they added a bunch of crazy shit. Like they have these decks where you can put a creature in this box and a creature in this box, and then every single turn you can summon creatures that are between the two star levels the whole time, like for no reason. You can just keep putting them there, and every time they die, they like go back to your hand. And then they have these like things where you can just continuously spawn creatures over and over in the top. Um, yeah, I mean, well, the original Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't complicated, but they made it like so the creatures that you can spawn up here that are a combination of like different creatures, and then you could summon one up here. They gave you these like sideboard decks, so now people can just go and like, oh, I play this card, play this card. I'm using this to summon a creature off my sideboard up here to the special slot, and then when you have them in these special slots, you can do all kinds of crazy shit. But okay, anyway. I made a Dark Magician deck with Dark Magician Girl. Every single time that I played the game, I could consistently do a combo to pull Dark Magician out, and then I would be able to instantly put out Dark Magician Girl with them, and then I would get the card spell that nobody used. So Dark Magician has like 3 different spells. One of them he can destroy all the trap and spell cards on the field. One of them destroys all the monsters and stuff on the field, and the third one destroys all the monsters and all the spell and trap, basically everything on the field that your opponent has. But it requires Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl on the field, and none of the competitive uh, players were using that spell because it was too hard for them to keep Dark Magician Girl out on the field. But I tested this thing for months, found the perfect balance of Dark Magicians to Dark Magician Girls and all the support cards, and I still had access to all the backboard wipes, all the monster wipes, Dark Hole, and I had the board clear spell. But basically, turn one, I could go, I could put everything down, I could summon Dark Magician, summon Dark Magician Girl, use the spell to completely wipe my opponent's board, and then I could attack them with both for like 5,000 hit points, and then the next turn, I could literally do the same thing again. So, and then even if they destroyed them, I could bring Dark Magician back, I could bring Dark Magician Girl back. I had at least 2 Dark Magician Girls in the deck, I believe. So I'd have a spare, and then I would be able to resurrect her later. But basically, you only needed 2 because you just needed her to use the combo spell with, and then usually within the first 2 turns you've already won the game. And then even if they do try to come back, you can still bring Dark Magician back. There's usually at least 3 in the deck, and then you can, use his other spells. But they had a bunch of like random cards that came out. But I haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh in a long time, but this right here is the main card here. And a lot of those are selling for a lot, so I don't even remember what these card names were. What is that? Eternal Souls or something. Or this one was a big card too. Eternal Soul. Let's just see how much this is right now. It might have went down. Yu-Gi-Oh! Eternal Soul card. It's only $5. Not bad. But like you just got to think about it this way. Like, I think you get like one. It was either 1 per box or 3 per box of this. And each box was like 30, $40. You can make your money back and then some with these cards. I just don't remember the name of all the cards. It's kind of like so in Magic the Gathering, my uncle got me into Magic the Gathering when I came back home from college, and I spent way too much fucking money on it. But I ended up did they reprint this? I ended up making, so there's a game mode with Magic the Gathering, which is like the most advanced. It's like the oldest card game, but it's the most sophisticated. And I tried to find my perfect commander for the longest time. One of the first cards that I got my hands on was King Darien. But the original commander deck that I had like a priestess chick, and she would summon Teferi Timebender every time she hit the field. And I did really good with that. And then I had the fucking elf dude who's white and green that would make tokens every time you tap them, and it would double your tokens. But Darien King of Teldor is like my spirit animal in this game. It's mono white. So anytime I ever play any video game or anything, I take the most shittiest possible thing that everyone underestimates and I turn it into the fucking pinnacle of power. All right, it's guaranteed. This card right here, everybody's tried to play this card for years, okay? And I looked at it and I was looking at all their decks. They use Pain Lands where they damage themselves. They use Mana Crypts, Mana Vaults where they damage themselves. And I tried to do that. But if you use them as a commander that uses equipments, um, people would just kill Darien and then it would die, or you wouldn't be able to get the damage off, or his mana cost is so much that you would lose it and then you couldn't pay to bring it back. Or if you use the mana vaults, you could instantly summon it, but you didn't have the mana to keep summoning it or do anything else because you're mono white. Your card draw sucked. Everything else sucked with mono white. And the only decks that you see were pain decks, and then you could do people that did just normal soldiers, and they would use them as a commander. And then the other thing is that Darien can actually do a shit ton of infinite combos, But since you're in mono white, you don't have the card draw, you don't have the mana and stuff to do the combos fast enough, so you generally lose with that. So I went back to the drawing board and I was like, okay, what does this card do? If I take damage, I get soldiers, okay? It's a 6 cost for a 3/3, okay? So you need mana to summon it. You need to protect him. If you load your deck with equipments to make him strong, it takes all your cards away. You don't have any creatures. If you go and you try to do a bunch of infinite combos, you can't get them because you don't have the card draw. If you try to do the card draw, you don't have enough mana with mana rocks and stuff or whatever. So it's a bunch of bull. And the one thing that nobody ever lets anybody do in white is land destruction. Okay? That's the one thing that nobody likes in mono white at all. And they don't let you do it. They'll rage quit if you do it. But I was looking at, okay, what kind of combos can you do in mono white? There's creatures where you can look up enchantments, okay? There's 2 or 3 cards that you can look up in mono white that can give you access to an enchantment instantaneously, right? You have like that tutor card and some other stuff. There's a few different things, but basically I had board wipes and I had land destruction, and the main one was land destruction. I had like 1 or 2 um enchantment cards that could destroy everybody's lands, and then it would let them bring like 1 or 2 back, or I think like 2 to 4 back. And then I had searchable enchantments that could destroy creatures or destroy an enchantment, destroy a spell, destroy an artifact. I had all that shit. Then I had a piece of a infinite combo that I was using in the deck for a long time. When I tried to do the Darien infinite combo thing, and so I took a part of that because there was a thing where you could basically sacrifice something, and then you'd use like Phyrexian Altar, and then you'd be able to bring the enchantment back with this thing, and you could sack it again. I kept it in the deck because I could use it to get my enchantments back, and then that was an artifact which I could use like uh, Sun Titan or whatever to bring back. I had a few ways to bring back artifacts. So essentially, I could keep infinitely recycling, not really infinite recycling, but I could consistently enough recycle enchantments and artifacts in my deck to bring it back. And I had like a few ways to search. I had search cards that could search out particular things to get my hands on the card that could do the enchantment. And then I went back to Yu-Gi-Oh rules, whereas every card that you pull out of your deck is one less card in the deck, which makes your deck more consistent. So the more that you can do that, the more efficient your deck is. So if you do that, you don't need as much card draw in your deck because all of your main cards that you need are more likely to pop up when you're drawing your card if you can get all the filter out of there. So when you filter it down enough, you hit those draw cards, those things are going to allow you to get a bunch of shit out of your deck. And the big one is lands. So everyone that plays Darien plays Mana Crypt, Mana Vaults, all these artifacts. You do not play artifacts with Darien. I wasted thousands of dollars buying that shit, okay? Because that's what all the people were like. You got to have a Mana Crypt, Mana Vault. You know, like this thing's 200 something bucks. There's other one that's it's 400 something bucks. Then there's another tower that's like 600 something bucks. And I bought all of these because I thought you were needed. But you can see at the beginning of your upkeep, flip a coin. If you lose the flip, Mana Vault deals 3 damage to you. Blah. The other one like doesn't untap unless you pay the mana into it to untap it. These are like rare cards that came out the very beginning of the game, and they never reprinted them until like recently. But this thing was like, I think these were more expensive before too. But you can see the issue here is that it sucks when with Daring because they destroy Daring, you lose it. Okay? And I could use this. I could use it with the deck that I had before, and it would help a lot. But if anything happens, I'm stuck with this, and I can't do anything with it. But what you do is there's snowlands. So there's plains and stuff that are snowlands. And then I don't remember the name of all the cards. There's a card that allows everybody in the game to put more lands down. The issue with all these decks that people have now is they do these infinite combos in like 1 to 3 turns. that they usually require a bunch of mana. So with mono white, with this, basically you don't use any artifacts. You use lands. You use lands for your mana. Your creatures are not infinite combo pieces or anything. Your creatures allow you to get more lands on the field. You're trying to mana ramp as much as possible with your white. Okay? And then you have like Crucible of Worlds. Um, See, this allows you to play land cards from your graveyard. So you got stuff like this that can recycle your lands, bring them back to the field. But basically, what would happen is the guys, and then use so for mana ramp because lands technically aren't ramp or whatever. God damn it, Gauntlet of Power. There's a couple of cards like this. I don't remember them very well, but Gauntlet of Power is an artifact, but it gives creatures of the chosen color +1/+1, which you're mono white, which means that a lot of people don't play mono white or have white in their deck, so you get +1/+1. It doesn't matter if the enemy gets +1/+1 on their creatures, but whenever a basic land is tapped for mana of the chosen color, its controller adds 1 mana of that color to his or her mana pool. Now, there's a couple of these that only affect you, and there's a couple like this one that affects everybody. So I have cards that allow everybody to play more lands. I have cards that give everybody more mana, stuff like that. So they don't necessarily want to destroy my stuff because it helps them, right? But it also gives me a lot of power because one of the big issues with Darien is that there's like a couple of cards that they can play that'll give your creatures like -1/-1, and your tokens will just get destroyed as soon as they get summoned, and it's a pain in the ass. Um, and then instead of having a bunch of creatures, like, so you to play this deck, you have to streamline it so much. Okay, you can't have any fluff. So you can't have things that are useless. So this is a good because it gives me +1/+1, but it also gives me a bunch of mana. Okay, then you have uh, uh, I don't care about making double tokens because the double token is the card that makes double tokens for you and stuff is useless as Darien is on the field. You can't afford to have any useless cards in your deck. So you have the cards to get the mana on the field. You have the cards to increase the mana that you get, which allows you to get Darien on the field. And then you can detonate. And plus, a lot of these big fancy decks people use are multicolor, so they don't have basic lands. So you can go and search. I can instantly search up, like, say, like turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, whatever it is. I can go and I can get Darien on the field. I can instantly search up an enchantment card, destroy all the lands on the field, and bring them back. But there's glacial, like things like glacial armor and stuff, which if you know the backstory of Darien, he was a king and he was like leading his people through an ice age or some shit. And so this stuff makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know where the card is. But hold on, it's some Magic the Gathering. It's been a long time since I messed with it. I don't even know if I finished building this deck. I was testing a lot of it online on Cockatrace. I don't know what Glacial Crevices is. They came out with a soldier pack like a while back that made playing Darien a lot easier. Um, So this right here. So enchanted creature cumulative upkeep. So you have to pay extra every turn, but enchanted creature gets +3/+3 for each age counter in Glacial Planing. So like this is like a searchable enchantment card that I could put on Darien, and as long as I upkept it, he would continuously get more and more strong every turn. He would get fucking huge. And so like they would have to get rid of this, and I can recycle this card as much as I wanted for the most part. If they got rid of Darien, I mean, I could just bring them back, you know. But there was another one that is God, uh, um, uh, it's another cumulative upkeep card. Let me see if I can upkeep white. I don't know the name of the card. There's one of them. It basically, when you put it onto the field, it deals damage to you for every snow land that you control or that's on the field. I don't remember. And the cumulative upkeep, it like increases the damage or whatever you take every turn. So I could put that on the field. It was an enchantment, I believe. And if I had like 8 lands on the field, it would do 8 damage to me. And then next turn, it would do like 16 damage or something to me. So I had a combo piece that was not necessarily an infinite combo or anything or super OP, but it's something that if somebody wasn't prepared for it or they don't have the ability to get rid of it, um, I think this might be it. Cold Snap, yeah. Cumulative upkeeps 2 during each player's upkeep. Cold Snap deals 1 damage to that player for each snow land he or she controls. So, yeah, so with Darien, every time that you take damage, you get that many 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. That's his thing. So when you put him on the field, a lot of people don't want to attack you because you instantly get that many soldiers and you can attack them back. And there's a lot of ways you can manipulate that. But he's not a popular commander because he's very difficult to play in mono white. He's extremely expensive for what he is. But once you start destroying everybody's lands, they don't have any mana to use their combos. They don't have any mana to kill your Darien. And then I still have equipments. I still have things that make him immune to like white and green and red. I have all the really good enchantments that give me more and more mana or creatures or damage and make me immune to certain spell types and stuff. But basically I have enough cards to make Darien fucking one shot people if they're not paying attention and protect him. I have cards that destroy everyone's lands, but I also have cards that bring everyone's lands back. So I have a combo with Cold Snap where I can just play it, and every turn I'll get like however many tokens every single turn, every turn, every turn, as long as I can upkeep and keep the mana going, right? And eventually it will run out. So that's just a temporary thing. But I have other cards like there's an enchantment card that will destroy every land on the field, and then over the next turn or whatever, you can bring like 2 or 4 of them back. So I can use that, detonate everything on the field. Then I would take uh, I have a card that when a land exits, I think it's when a land exits the field, no matter who it is, it deals 1 damage. So I would go and detonate the board. If I had 10 lands, I would take 10 damage. I would get 10 soldiers. Everyone else would take 10 damage, which you start with like 40 life or something. But the thing is that most players with those decks, they put 15, 20, 30 lands on the board within a few turns. It's fucking crazy. Mono white sucks at generating mana like that. So land destruction is the only way you can balance the odds, but players don't like you using it. And a lot of them will rage quit when you do it because they won't have any mana to do anything. But I would go and I put that card down, detonate the lands on the board. They just took like 20 damage. I just took 20 damage. Then I summoned 20 1/1 soldier creature tokens, or 2/2s or 3/3s, depending on. So I made a deck that would sneak up on your ass if you weren't paying attention. And then if so, say I use that enchantment that destroyed everyone's lands, but then you get 2 back the next turn or 4 back the next turn. It's an enchantment. So then I could use the combination, bring that enchantment back the next turn, and I could detonate everyone's lands again. So every turn I could just bring it back, destroy everyone's lands, and the next turn all your lands would come back. I would take, however much, like 4 damage, and then the next turn they would come back and I would take 4 damage, and then I would detonate them again. So you had like a combination where you could just infinitely like fuck with people's mana and shit, and a lot of people wouldn't have enough mana to use their deck. Um, and there's a lot of things that you can do, but Darien is like the way I see it, he was the first land destruction deck, the first like land manipulation deck, and nobody ever used him like that. And it fits his lore perfectly, and it's just so good, and I like it. And you can still do infinite combos if you want and stuff like that, but it's hard for me to think of all the cards that I had in the deck originally when I had it planned. But I was on an app called Cockatrace, and I put all this stuff together a while back, and I was building it in real life, and I don't know if I ever finished it. But there was something that came out not too long ago. I was gonna try and buy it, but they had like some sort of soldier pack that came out that had like a bunch of white card draw and white soldier things and stuff. So apparently it became a lot easier to play Darien after I finished this deck, but I'm never going to get credit for building the best fucking Darien deck in the history of Magic. Okay? No one's ever going to recognize that I built it, you know? It's and this is like every game that I play. I always build something that's fucking crazy, and then like no, everyone's always like it's shit, and then like later on people catch on. Um, but I love Darien just because like I like uniform soldiers, creature tokens like this, and in Magic there's no limit to how many you can have, so you can just have a bunch of. Oh, I had some of these chicks in here, these Elspeth. I had a couple of these Elspeth Planewalkers that basically I could put them on the board and destroy like all the creatures on the board or all the enchantments or whatever, and then she can summon creature tokens every turn. So I could literally like part of my board wipes weren't just board wipes. I had recyclable enchantment board wipes that would destroy lands. I had board wipes that I could find that would destroy all the creatures on the field, and then I had planeswalkers that basically could detonate the field, and then I could just summon soldiers and stuff off of them. So they're basically like a Darien replacement. I had all the really good cards, all the legendary sword cards and stuff. Um, just a really good time. Oh God. But you can see like all these people that do daring. I think this is one of the ones that I had. So for a +1, you can put 3/1/1 white soldier creature tokens on the battlefield, and then for a -3, you can destroy all creatures with power 4 or greater. So and it's like it has 4, so you could literally take this, summon it, and it has the same cost as Darien, and then you could just detonate all the powerful monsters on the board. And Darien, uh, this is another reason why, like the Gauntlet of Power gives +1/+1. I would never let my creatures go over +3, and I think I had maybe I think one or two cards that I would put on the ground that if they happen to come across them, I would put them down. And when Darien took damage and he summoned, or when I took damage and I summoned creatures, it would give +1/+1s for every single creature that was summoned. So I had a couple of those. So I like if all of Darien's equipments and stuff failed, I could put that down, and then I could make him take damage, and then he would gain like +10, and his tokens would gain +10, and you could just swing in to win. But this right here, because it destroys creatures with power 4 or greater, you can literally put it down. Darien doesn't die because he's 3, and the tokens don't die because he's 3. And normally they were like +2 or +3. And then you get an emblem with creatures you control get +2/+2 and have flying, but that's only if you got, that high up with her. But I had token generation that wasn't related to Darien. So if you play Darien, you can't build a deck that makes it completely um, useless without him, because there's a lot of ways that you can lose Darien and then the deck can't do shit, which is really weak. But everyone else that played this deck would play like timely, like they would play these soldier cards like this guy. That's just like it's a good card, but it's hard to make it work with Darien. Um, so and also like destruction cards, I had the enchantments that would I could recycle. So you can't rely on your card draw to play the deck. You can't rely on RNG to play the deck. So you have to be able to have reusable um, board destruction. You have to be able to bring it back from the graveyard back and forth as efficiently as possible. And so like search cards like this can be good. And then the tutor card and stuff. But things like this I would use. Tap 5 untap soldiers, you control exile one target creature. So these are like reusable board wipes. And I like the the thematic effect. I'm one of those guys that when I build a deck, I can't have random bullshit cards that don't like if you were making a movie, I can't have like a bunch of humans like holy knights or whatever fighting for good and then all of a sudden have like some sort of demon in there that's like, fighting shit, And then there's a bunch of cards like this in white that people use with Darien. So whenever another creature comes into play, you gain 1 life as Soul Ward. And there's a few of them. There's a couple that are more expensive. So originally, and everyone else does this too, they put as many of these into the deck as possible. Well, I figured out you don't do that. You play these cards only if you get a benefit of using the cards. The ones that trade even, where hey, you took a damage, you get 1 life when a creature comes into play, useless. Don't use it in a Darien deck. It's not efficient enough. Basically, what happens is any card that you're going to use to help supplement your HP when you take damage with Darien, it needs to give you a bonus effect. So this card right here is okay because whenever another creature comes into play, you gain life. So if your opponents play a creature, it gives you life. But even this is on the fence compared to I don't know how exactly. Soul Sisters. I think it's Soul Sisters. There's a few cards. I just don't remember their names. So like this one's one. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, you gain 1 life. So these are decent cards, but there's like a cat lady and shit. I'm trying to find a good example. These are okay cards, but the issue is that it's only you gain 1 life per creature. So those cards are fine because they're cheap and they give you extra HP if you're uh a Johnny Pride Mate, maybe? No, that's not it. Let's see. Cat heals 2 per creature entering battlefield. Yeah, that didn't work. Anyway, there's cards in Magic the Gathering where there's like a cat that costs 4, and anytime a creature enters the battlefield on your side, you gain 2 life. So you need a card that gives you extra life. There's an enchantment and stuff as well that gives you extra life, I think, when anyone plays a card. Then I think I had a sideboard card or something. I had that one shot HP reservoir. There's like a cannon that basically you can lose half your life total, and you can just nuke somebody's board, or you can nuke somebody for like the equal damage. So like I would use that as like a one shot item in the deck, to potentially end a game really quickly if I needed to. But essentially, what you want to happen is anytime that you make a soldier with Darien, you want to get 2 life for it. So it doesn't matter if you have 15 of these in your deck. You can't afford to have 15 of them because it's too inefficient. You only need 2 or 3 of these things in the deck. Okay? Any more than that, you're just going to have too much life gen and it's going to replace a card that's important. All you need to do is be able to regen your life with this card when it comes, and you need to be able to protect your board good enough to not need this card for life in the first place. So these cards that give you extra life, basically, with Darien, you'll get hit for like 20 damage. If you have this, you'll gain 20 HP back, and you'll put 20 soldiers on the board. If you have the other card, you take the 20 damage, you're going to gain 40 HP back, and then you're going to get 20 soldiers. So every time I want every time for them to hit me, I'm going to gain twice as much HP, twice as much HP, twice. So eventually, they're not going to be able to just attack me with any random monster. And then I have the nuke ability. So there's a card, Aetherflux Reservoir, I think it was. Yeah, this thing. I didn't have this in all the time, but whenever you cast a spell, you gain 1 life for each spell you've cast this turn, and then you pay 50 life, and it deals 50 damage to a target creature or player. So this is something that I could use. This is something that I could use to say destroy a creature that was super annoying. If they don't have protection, I could completely wipe a person off of the board. I just kill a player instantly with this, and it gives me life. But the other thing is that you can generate so much life with Darien that you might have like 150 life points. And then you can say pay 50 life, drop down to 100. Aetherflux Reservoir deals damage to target player or creature. So you target yourself. Then you deal, so you're at 100 life. Then you fucking nuke yourself for 50 damage, right? Okay. And then your creature gives you twice as much health back. So you took 100 damage, you regen to 100 damage, and then you put 50 tokens on the board. And then with anything else, you could just basically just overrun anybody. Um, you know, and then there's stuff that like one of the things is there's like a card where you can gain life for each creature that attacks this turn or whatever. There's some card that like if you deal damage with a creature or something, it gives you life. That one's also a decent card for Darien because if you swing with your tokens, it gives you life, and then if you block with them, it gives you life. But I haven't played the deck in so long, I don't even remember half the cards. But I had a really good fucking system for it, especially for a white deck. Very, very good, very strong. Um, I'm thinking about going and playing Magic again at the library, but yeah, you won't find any other Darien deck with it unless they've changed it. Magic is I only got into it because my uncle wanted me to get into it, and I'm obsessed with large armies on this game. So like this card in the back, that's this card in the background to the left of Darien on this is a white and red card that like every turn you gain double soldiers or something like every turn. So like you put it down, first turn you'll gain 1 soldier, next turn you'll gain 2 soldiers, next turn you'll gain 3 soldiers, and like so over a period of time you just gain a shit ton of men. But there's like really powerful like vampire decks. Magic has like the most variety of decks, some of the craziest rules ever, things that hurt my fucking brain. When I first started playing this, I couldn't wrap my hand around it because I was thinking about Yu-Gi-Oh. Um, so you know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Because like Yu-Gi-Oh, you'll have like an attack mode and a defense mode. And then like in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you want to attack the player, you say you have to have your creature in attack mode, then you have to destroy the creature, and then after the creature is destroyed, then you can attack the player in Yu-Gi-Oh. When it comes to Magic, there's no limit to how many cards that you can have on the table. There's basic rules that the game started with, but the rules, like they slowly add more and more decks with more and more rules and complicated stuff. But like the basics are like you have a card that is like this. There's no defense mode in Magic, but there are cards that can't attack. So there's cards that basically only have defense and they're not allowed to attack. They're called defenders. Unless there's a card. Every rule for Magic has an exception. So defenders can't attack, but there are cards that allow defenders to attack or change their attack points or whatever. But say that you wanted to attack the enemy in Magic. So you have this card. It has like 1 damage. This has one damage or whatever here. But there's like a damage and then there's a life point total here. So if it's a 1/1 and you attack, basically what happens is you declare an attack on the enemy player. Okay. You don't attack enemy creatures. Then the enemy player gets a chance to decide if he wants to block this with his creature or not. So if he blocked it in this example, y'all have the same power and the same defense points. So they would both die, and then nobody would take any damage. Now, let's say if you attack and he decides not to block, he's going to take 1 damage point, right? And then this card will go sideways because it just attacked and it's tired or whatever. So now the next turn comes around and this guy decides to attack you. Then you get the chance to decide if you want to try and block his creature, but your creature can't block because he's tired. So now you take 1 point of damage. And now his creature is tapped. And then the next turn, your creature becomes untapped again. And at this point, you got to decide, hey, do I want to attack him or do I want to keep this guy back? And then when his creature untaps, he can't attack me. That's like the very basics of it. But if you attack, he can have 2 creatures, both with 1/1 or whatever, and he can decide to block you with 2 creatures. So when you attack, he can decide to block you with however many creatures are on his board. If he has 50, if he has 100 creatures, he can send every last one of them to try and defend against your monster's attack. When you attack, you can send as many of your creatures across to attack the enemy player as well. So just the attack and defense alone is hard to calculate the damage and what's the best move to do. And you don't always want to attack with all your creatures because there's spells and things that destroy all attacking creatures. There's creatures that have crazy abilities. There's things that can like untap this creature and then allow him to block you. There's like, that's just the base of it. But just with the simple things in Magic, let's go back real quick. Like just a simple example is that here's a creature, it's a 1/1, and it has Valor. Okay? And then the other guy has a creature and it's a 1/1 and it has Flying or whatever. So if this guy attacks you with this 1/1, okay, you can decide to block this attacker or take the damage. Okay? Since their attack and defense are the same, and they don't have any special abilities, because there is abilities in this game that make your creatures indestructible, or there's a thing called double strike or first strike. So if if one of these creatures had first strike and he decided to block your creature, then whoever has first strike, as the name suggests, gets the first hit in combat. So they fight each other. The creature with first strike hits the other creature first. If he kills it, he takes no damage. If he doesn't, then the other creature gets to attack and deal damage, and then they could potentially kill each other or whatever. Now, there's buffs that increase your power and defense on your creatures, things like that. There's different spell speeds, which is a big thing. But basically, in double strike, is essentially first strike, except for you attack first and then you attack at the same time the other person attacks. So that's just something to think of. But this is the simplest thing I can consider with this game. So this guy has Valor. He's attacking. Valor makes it to where if you attack with a creature, it does not tap. So this guy decides, hey, I have a 1/1 flyer. He's attacking me for 1 damage. I'm not going to block it. So he doesn't block the damage. Okay. You take 1 damage here. This card attacked. It does not tap because it has vigor or whatever it is. All right. So this card can still block next turn. So now this guy, it's his turn. He decides to attack for 1 damage here. Okay. This card with Valor or Vigor or whatever it was, he can block an attacker because he has this and he's not tapped. Okay. But this card has flying. So, like real life, a flying creature can fly over the top of this creature because it doesn't have flying. So you take 1 damage because this guy can't block you. But this creature doesn't have Valor, so it is now tapped. And then the next turn comes around and he can attack you again for 1 damage, and his card doesn't tap again. But there's a bunch of things, like there's cards that like people can play that make your creatures where they can't untap or they take 2 turns to untap. Magic has thousands upon thousands of cards, tons of abilities. I can't remember half of them. Okay. There's really powerful cards that cost a lot of money that everybody knows that are super crazy if you want to show off. But in Magic, there's always a way to have really inexpensive cards that come out become super fucking powerful and win. So the amount of money that you spend in the game doesn't really matter. The basic way to play the game is like Yu-Gi-Oh, where it has a 60 card deck and you can have like 3 or 4 of each card or something in the deck. But the way that I play and everyone else I play in, the most popular form of Magic is called Commander, which is where this Darien card comes into play. So Darien would be my commander. Then I would have a deck that I would have 99 cards in it. So in Commander, you have 100 cards, and none of them can be identical. So you have to have completely unique cards in all your deck. And then realistically, even with a 100 card deck, you're going to have like 20 to 40 like mana type cards or something to kind of run your deck. So it's still going to basically be a 60 card deck, but you're going to have your mana and stuff figured out. And then you have creatures, spells, all that stuff. And then what you got to realize, okay, so with Magic, I destroyed my paint thing. So with Magic, it's not just a card game. So y'all both start with like 40 life or whatever. You can't think of it as you're playing a card game like Yu-Gi-Oh and you're just playing a card. You got to think of the game as you are a spellcaster. Your opponent is a spellcaster. And the cards in your hands are the spells. So anytime that you play a creature or a card on the field, it is a spell. So you basically got to visualize like, hey, my opponent is casting something. Okay. These spells cost mana, which it's like Pokemon or whatever. You got mana on the field. You tap these mana cards. They cost 4 mana. He casts a spell. Spells have certain speeds, so they have like a normal speed, and then they have like an instant speed. I think normal is called sorcery. And then they have like a flash or something like that. I don't remember. But basically, like, if he's using a spell that has normal speed, you can usually only use those on your turn. Then I can see that he's casting a spell. I can then play a card that say has instant speed or something because it's not my turn. So his spell would go first, and then my spell would then go on top of his. Okay? So say you wanted to interrupt his spell cast or something, you could play a spell to interrupt his spell and stop him from using it. Now you use that, if he has an instantaneous spell or something, he can then recast another spell out of his hand to stick on top of your spell. Okay? So if he wanted to stop you from casting a spell to stop him from casting a spell, he could, and then play his first spell. Then if you played, say, a card with this flash on it, it's basically instant speed, but flashback has the ability of then making it to where nobody else can play a spell on top. So he can no longer stop you from doing what you want if you play something with flash. How the stacks work is, say this was the first spell, this was your spell, this was his spell again, and then you played a flash spell again. How the system works is the last spell to play activates first. Okay, then the second spell here would activate, then the third, then the fourth. Okay, so this spell doesn't necessarily have to interrupt the one before it. It can be any spell that he wants to play. It could just be a power up for his creature or something. So this spell could then interrupt this one and keep it from casting, which would then allow this spell to cast, which would then interrupt the first spell. Or this spell could just be a normal spell that doesn't do anything. So this one activates, then this one would activate, interrupting your interrupt spell that was going to stop the first spell. So now the first spell activates. Yeah. And so in a commander game, unlike most card games, so if you're doing a 1v1 in commander, it's probably going to be who gets the infinite combo. And in Magic, the thing that wins games the most is infinite combos, and really competitive decks can do infinite combos like really fucking quickly. So it's not really what most people do in Magic. Magic's more of a fun, like, free flow game. And what happens is, so if it's a 1v1 match, so like here's a dude and here's a dude, it's going to be who kills who first for the most part. These guys are just going to go at it and see who wins. But in Commander, you don't have to do one-on-one games. There's game types. So in Commander, you can have basically infinite amount of players playing all at the same time. So a lot of times you'll have like, 6 to 8 players or something in a game. There's also a game mode called like Kingdoms, which I like a lot. But basically, this match right here, there's 8 players. Nobody's on a team with each other. Okay, they're all trying to win. All these people will play cards and stuff and draw, and everybody's a cards. There's cards that affect each other, allow people to draw more, deal damage to each other, whatever. So the game is no longer a 1v1. It's a political match where this guy, say, plays a card that has the potential of killing everyone on the board in like 2 turns. So now everyone on the board teams up and instantly kills this guy turn 1. Anytime that you play a spell, every single one of these players can interrupt your spell. So with this, everyone's trying to conserve resources to do some sort of combo or make sure that they have the cards and abilities to win the game, but they also have to work together to make sure nobody else wins the game. And this is where things get like really good. So you have like people that'll like play a card that has the effect of allowing another enemy to draw cards or whatever. And he will look at the board and like this guy will have a creature or something and he's been like attacking him maybe. So he'll be like, "Hey, I will allow you to draw 2 cards if you don't attack me." Or, "Hey, this guy, I will give you 2 cards if you help me defend myself versus this other guy." Like there's politics in the game. So these guys will be like, "Okay, yeah, so he plays a card, this guy draws 2 cards, and then these two now team up to fight this guy." Or this guy's getting too powerful, these guys team up, or any number of these guys can make plans and help each other or hurt each other. But normally how this works is that to get things going, a lot of people have to attack enemies in this game. So normally they'll target somebody. Somebody will be more aggressive first. And once that happens, there's kind of like a moral dilemma on players in the game. Like they don't like seeing people fight each other. They don't like seeing people just like waylaying on somebody for no reason. So they try to justify their attacks on each other and stuff. And then you got things like this guy might be like, "Hey, yeah, I'll accept those 2 cards and I'll help you fight this guy." And then you give him the 2 cards and the next turn he just like attacks you. And he lied. But a lot of players won't do that because generally when you play in Commander, these guys that you're playing with, you tend to play with fairly regularly, and if you become associated with lying in the game a lot, they may not trust you in the next game. So it's not just one game; it is a slowing and evolving community of players in a game, and you end up developing a reputation for your decks and your playstyle, and everybody kind of adapts around that. And a lot of the people's builds will end up adjusting to fight the people that are in their group. So that's what makes Magic kind of interesting. And like people have many, many decks that do many, many different things. And even if you have the shittiest deck in the world, you have the possibility of winning. Okay? Because you have all these people around you that could potentially help you. Or a lot of times, like if you're a new player, there's a lot of these guys that are experienced they'll feel bad for you and they want to help you out, so they'll try and help you get into the game early. Um, so I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that. And then the other game mode that I've played, I don't know if this is an official thing or not, but I played it at somebody's house. It's called like Kingdoms, and basically there's a king, then there's a knight, there's an assassin, and then I think there's like 2 rogues or something is what they did. And it's an interesting game mode because in this game mode, you can't tell anybody who you are. Everyone knows who the king is, but nobody knows who the knight and the assassin and the rogues and stuff are. The rogues are supposed to, I think, kill everybody. Or it might be everybody or the king. I don't remember. The knight is supposed to protect the king. The assassin is supposed to kill the king, I believe. Um, it's something like this. So what happens is the knight tries to protect the king during the game. And if the king wins, the knight wins. So they're on each other's side. The assassin is trying to kill the king, but he can't allow I think he can't allow the rogues to kill the king. So the assassin isn't on anyone's side, but he has to defend the king versus the rogues for the most part, but he can also help the rogues weaken the king. but the assassin wants to kill the king and take the throne, basically. So usually the assassin will try and protect the king, and the knight will try to protect the king, and the king doesn't know which one of these guys is on his side because he can't tell. And then usually the knight knows that he's the knight, and he needs to kill the assassin. So he'll try to kill the assassin. The assassin might try to kill the knight, or the assassin might not. Then also these rogues, they're trying to kill the king, but they may also try to trick the king and stuff as well and pretend to be the knight or to pretend to be the assassin. So it's very complicated in this, but it's actually a really cool game mode because it kind of balances things out pretty well. Usually the two rogues can kind of figure out who each other are fairly quickly because a lot of times these guys will just beeline and attack everybody. But I like it. That's what's really good about Magic. The bad thing about Magic is that since there's so many cards in the game and it's continuously growing more and more, uh, it's very difficult to keep track of what card is on the table, especially with more and more people playing. So if people don't know the cards, there's going to be a lot of questions asked, and then you have a lot of people trying to make decisions, and you got people trying to make politics. So one game of Magic can take hours, like actual hours, and that's part of the reason why. That's part of the reason why when you play Magic, the players don't tend to try and kill each other instantly when you play Commander and stuff. Is because they know that these games can last like 4 or 5 hours. And if you die instantly at the very beginning of the game, you're going to be setting out of the game for like 5 hours, and it's terrible. So usually these guys all kind of respect each other and they just kind of play the game out. Now, if they know the game is going to be like everyone has really powerful competitive decks and that the game's going to be over really quick, then yeah, they'll just fuck you up at the beginning of the game. But usually if everyone's just kind of, playing for fun, they don't really pick each other out unless you like turn one try to infinite combo, you know, everybody, and then everyone's just going to fuck you up. And you're going to learn your lesson that you don't try to ruin everyone's game time. So even if you have an infinite combo, you might set on that shit for, a good 10, 15 turns because all these guys are going to hate you. And then every time that you play with them and you pull that deck out, they're going to know there's an infinite combo in there and they're going to fuck you up. So that is the interesting dynamics of Commander in Magic.
Commander tune-up. If you want to support the channel, best way to do that.
I want to see this real quick though.
Welcome to Commander Tune-ups for the nitpicking nerds. In this episode, we're upgrading our patron Moses's your host BZ, and that makes up. You can head over to
I want to see.
Best dice as we get the restriction.
Show me the cards, damn it.
Ones with Darien, and then either beat our.
So this is from 12 months ago. So this might have been when those new cards came out. I don't know exactly what the new soldier cards came out necessarily what they did. I haven't seen them, but it'll kind of give you an idea of like how people make their decks. And there's different levels of decks in Commander. So you have like beginner decks, medium, and then like competitive.
Opponents up with them in combat, or do a critical mass combo of like 3-4 different cards and just kill our opponents that way. Only a couple restrictions for this deck. Keep in Dingus Staff, keep in Angel's Trumpet, and don't make the power too crazy. Keep it lower. That's not too hard. Mono white is tough to really get to a high power level, honestly. Don't worry, it's not broken. It's definitely not a broken deck. So what were the best cards in the deck?
It's not a broken deck because y'all don't know how to build it.
We have to tell you when this deck came in, what were the best cards in it so you can see where this deck stands. Well, first off, the Soul Sisters. Soul Warden, Souls of...
Yeah, these are some of the guys here. So like this one, it's pretty decent. See, but these cards, I'm pretty sure I stopped using a bulk of the. I think I used these two. But for the most part, I stopped using a bunch of these Soul Sisters because they weren't
Attendant,
good
Oriel
enough.
Champion, and Suture Priest. All four of these say when a creature enters the battlefield, at least under your control, you gain a life. And for 3 of them, it's whenever a creature enters the battlefield, period, you gain a life.
Right, and then Suture Priest also makes them lose life, but what actually happens is, let's say they attack you with a 5/5, and you have a couple creatures down, you go, no, I'm not going to block. Take 5, Darien triggers, you're going to make 5 1/1s, and then you just gain 5 life. So this just says you don't get dealt damage, and you instead make that many 1/1s, which is obviously nuts.
You basically have to be.
Something to know though is that he's not necessarily right. Like, so with Darien, if you take damage, you do make the tokens, and then if you have a Soul Sister, it does regen your life back. But if you have like 20 health, for instance, on Darien, and someone attacks you for 20 damage, your life total drops to 0 before you make the tokens, which then regen your life back. So you lose the game because your life points go to 0.
You can't be dealt damage except in lethal doses.
Right.
When you have these 2 on the battlefield. If you have 1 Soul Sister and a Darien, okay, you can't be attacked. You can only be dealt lethal damage. Otherwise, it's not worth it. They can still make you lose life.
But in Commander, your commanders can deal like, I think it's 21 commander damage.
So many stupid 1/1s
If you
flying
take
around.
that much
Our
damage, you
lands
die.
are dealing damage. There's Tarnished Citadel. There's City of Brass. There's all these weirdos that deal damage to us when we tap them for mana. So Skullclamp's just gonna go, oh cool. All right, well with that mana, I guess I'll draw 2 cards.
Yeah, I mean, Skullclamp's insane. Do I have to tell you how insane Skullclamp is?
Nah.
No. Okay. Alish Norn, also an insane Magic card, but this is a go wide deck.
This is the card that always fucked up my Darien on online play. So this is a really common card that people play, and it's super powerful because it has vigilance. It gives all your creatures a +2/+2, and then all your opponent's creatures get -2/-2. So with Darien, it turns him into a 1/1, and then anytime he summons a token, it just instantly dies, and it's a big pain in the ass.
So it's extra insane here.
Yeah, you play Darien, maybe you take a bunch of damage, maybe you deal it to yourself next turn, and then all of a sudden, all right, let's triple the power of my soldiers.
Yep. Then Angel's Trumpet, one of the cards that we didn't cut from the deck.
I think I kept this in my deck too. So basically, it gives all your creatures vigilance for the most part, but at the end of each player's turn, you tap all untapped creatures he or she controls, and it did not attack this turn, and then it deals 1 damage to that creature or that player for each creature tapped this way. So this affects other players and yourself, which means this is a good burn card, and it affects your character as well. So pretty decent. I think I kept it in mine as well.
Actually, one of the best cards in the deck. It's so weird. All creatures have vigilance.
Nice.
And if a creature doesn't attack during combat, at the end step, tap it and it deals 1 damage to its controller.
Well, if we don't attack with any of our creatures, we just double the number of creatures we have, and we don't take any damage with a Soul Sister out. So that seems good.
Exactly. That's why we have so many Soul Sisters, because we want to be able to deal this damage to ourselves. And this is also just good against other players. If they have useless little creatures that can't attack well, guess what? If it's untapped at the end step and it didn't attack, guess what? It's dealing damage to them, and they don't.
And
have
in Magic, there's white, red, black, green, and then colorless, and then you have artifact stuff. So Magic has like a really in-depth lore to it that you'd have to understand, but each color has like its own sort of strength and weaknesses, and then you have combination decks of multiple colors, and then the Eldrazi and shit, these like really powerful colorless monsters that are like multi-dimensional beings.
For us to swing in with our guys if we want to do that.
What else is the other thing that's nice is nobody wants to attack you. It's not like a Ghostly Prison where they're probably not maybe gonna attack you. They're definitely attacking somebody else. Because why would I just give you 4 soldiers? That's way different than dealing 4 damage to you straight up. So you're kind of gonna push some other damage elsewhere. Also, in terms of the Soul Warden and Soul's Tendant, there's plenty of ways to find those. So you have a Recruiter of the Guard, Ranger Vios, and Ranger Captain Vios. So we got to keep those 3 in mind. And the last one is Blasting Station. Whenever a creature enters, you untap it, and you tap it to sacrifice creature to deal 1 damage to any target. Well, if the target's you and you have a Soul Warden, that's already infinite things. You don't have any way to pay it off, but that's infinite actions you can take.
Yeah, you add in a.
This is one of the easy combo cards you can have with him. So this right here, you sack a creature, it deals 1 damage to a target creature or player, and then whenever a creature comes into play, you untap it. So if you have Darien and then you have a Soul Sister, you could basically summon a soldier, sack it, deal yourself a damage, summon another soldier, your soul sister would then heal you for 1, and then you could untap this, and then you could do the whole thing over and over again. So then all you got to do is basically find a way to, like, anytime a creature gets destroyed or something, you deal 1 damage to a player. Or there's like Phyrexian Altar where you can like sack a creature and then give it extra mana. Or there's an enchantment that you can put down that will double the tokens that you make. So you would sack the creature, take 1 damage, summon 2 soldiers, regen 2 HP, and then this would untap, and then you could sack one of the other creatures, and you can make infinite tokens. So and get infinite life. So that's like how easy it is to make infinite combos in the game is kind of ridiculous.
You add in an anointed possession, you now have infinite guys and infinite.
Well, you just win.
And infinite life. Oh, and infinite kill your opponents.
Right.
Yeah, and infinite kill your opponents. So you add in there, so what? You just win the game. So yeah, that's how that works.
Part of the main like critical mass win conditions definitely going to be blasting station happening in the victories.
All right, we only made 16 total changes to this deck. So I want to mention right now, because there's only 16 changes, that we were able, I can show you 1 for 1 pretty much what we took out and what we added in its place. We can start at the top here. Hour of Revelation was cut from the deck. This board wipe is just too much for us. Yes, we're easily going to be able to cast.
Sounds good, man. I'm getting tired myself, so I know we got a bit off topic, but thanks for sticking around, man. I'll talk about anything for the most part. Yeah. Hey, I think it was worth it. I mean, the other video, they're just running around. I was hoping they were gonna like showcase the power station a bit more, but I guess maybe they would later. All right, you have a good night, man.
For white, the issue is we almost never want to be casting a board wipe that wipes everything off the board. We're a critical mass deck. We're not trying to wipe the board too often.
Yes, there's already Vanquish the Horde, which is the most efficient way to wipe out creatures. And then there's also Own-Do Inversion, but that's an MDFC, so it's a split card. You don't always have to use it on the board wipe side. But we don't want to destroy all our little trinkets and our blasting station and our mana crypt or whatever else we got going on to ramp out Darien so fast. And we kind of also don't want to destroy Darien, so we put in Tragic Arrogance instead. It lets us keep our best combo pieces and enchantments, artifacts, keep Darien, and then everything else is just, what do you call it? Collateral damage, but we keep our main engine and nobody else does. They get their worst things.
Exactly, yeah. Tragic Arrogance is here because we do want board wipes. Obviously, almost every deck needs a board wipe 2, 3, depending on what kind of deck you're playing. Tragic Arrogance is a great replacement for Hour of Revelation because we get choices. We never want the board to be completely wiped, but we want it to be almost completely wiped.
Exactly. And sometimes with Darien, you don't even care. You're just like, I don't want them to go infinite, so I'll try to stop them with Arrogance, get rid of their artifacts, enchantments, whatever. Next, Tithe. Not a big Tithe fan, even in mono white. Search for 3 basics if you're behind. We switched it for Sword of the Animist. We already have. There's Steel Shaper's Gift, and then there's Stoneforge Mystic to go find some of the artifacts, their equipments. Well, here's other equipment, and it ramps. And it's perfect to slap on a stupid 1/1 and just get in there when you don't care what happens to them.
Yeah, this is way. I think that Tithe isn't actually ramp, but it kind of fits in our ramp slot because where else are you going to put it? When you're building a deck and you set out in all these slots, well, you have to put it in ramp because it's
kind of like a land slot. It's just nothing crazy.
Yeah, it's weird. So, Sword of the Animus is actually really strong ramp, and like you said, we have tons of guys to just get rid of. We cut Court of Grace, which is some pseudo card draw. You can draw like 1 card a turn, but we replace it with Welcoming Vampire, which draws 1 card a turn, and if we can deal damage to ourselves on opponent's turns, well, suddenly we're drawing multiple turns in a go-around.
We're drawing multiple cards in a turn on every player's turn, not just once a cycle with the Monarchy when we have to take it back. This just says, nope, take damage, draw a card.
Yeah, I think this card is much better than Court of Grace in this deck, not even remotely close.
Next, we cut Guardian of Faith. Didn't really live up to expectations. It's an okay card, but Selfless Spirit is definitely better, especially when you're trying to protect from board wipes, so we switched them pretty easily.
Yeah, this deck, so we have Teferi's Protection, which is the very best of those protection spells, one of the second best, Flawless Maneuver, and then Selfless Spirit. These are 3 of the best. There's just not room for Guardian of Faith, unfortunately, because these other 3 are just better.
Let's not forget Brought Back, which can function as a small version of those things, and it works proactively with fetch lands. That's 4. How many do we need?
We don't. Yeah, you just don't need 70 of them. 3, 4, definitely enough. Next, we cut Giver of Ruins. We have Mother of Ruins still in the deck. We cut the redundant copy of Mother because it's basically in there as a search target for, like you said earlier,
Ranger captains.
Your Ranger and your Ranger captain of Eos. It's basically in there for that. But there's so many good targets. You're not going to inefficient removal spell
overperform.
You don't really. Yeah, it doesn't.
So I think Idol of the Blizzard right away, which is huge. It's cheaper. It's colorless. Card's great.
Yeah, I mean the fact is it's 2 mana, and like you said, getting the card right away. That card's
this one too.
It's about 4 days. And even if only one of the sides is really, really relevant to this deck.
I like this card. Keeper of the Accord.
Which it is. We only truly are going to use the land side. It's still good enough. There is a total of, we cut down to 7 basics. If you could have all 7 basics on the battlefield, guess what? You're in an insanely good shape. I can't imagine you're not.
Right, so that don't worry if it's not going to get basics every second of every day. Next, a Johnny Strength of the Pride was in the deck. I get that we're going to plus, gain a bunch of life, kind of zero. Knock. I don't
just a life.
Johnny's a source.
You can't use 4 mana. But I don't care. I'm adding it to the deck. You can't tell me not to. You're going to keep track of this, and you're going to like it.
Make your own channel if you don't like it.
Yeah.
Go tune up your own deck on your channel.
Keith Harris Crusade, he says it's insanely good, and he loves the card, but he hates keeping track of it. He has to turn all the dice.
If somebody has a more efficient way for Moses to keep track of his Cathars Crusade, I'm sure.
And again, this is Mouth, and a BZ suggestion. What is it?
You're not playing Warp and Whale mode? You're going to screw around with Field of the Dead, which is in here because Moses is an amazing deck builder. So with the Field of the Dead, you got a bunch of utility lands. There's already Tarnished Citadel and all this crap dealing damage. And
not a fan of it. Just like, I
see a big
rack. This is a
cantrip.
Again, we're gonna get our base. This deck is going to get all of its basic planes out
probably
throughout the course of a game. But again, if you have 7 basic planes out, you're doing fine. That's why I feel like he said that he had trouble where it's like, oh, I had too many of these, and I search them all out. It's like, but that's fine. None of these
ideal great
pretty much
that good. I get that they're bad
yourself. More like cool, fun win condition. I feel like this is it. You make fun win.
Yeah, they all trade. I had a weapon.
He's cardboard without Darien on the board.
Oof.
Like literally unplayable. Like some of these cards are just like meh. When we don't have Darien, this is what we added. Yeah, you master. It's a 5 mana 3/3.
Source of Plowshare or something. We just keep.
Launch it. Be either one.
He side on the smaller creatures, but put
2. I really like of things.
That's pretty good.
Planes and this deck is pretty good at drawing cards, especially because as a lot, we're almost always going to have a planes. And as long as we have a planes,
we're good.
We're good.
Please.
Them in the sleeves. This is brush up against my mic.
Well, we'll have to stop with him. We'll have to like maybe get a blocker.
A blocker?
Just block her off.
Okay, this is already more trouble than it's worth.
Let us know.
Could just put her in the room like we did.
Damn, I need to drink something.
So my wife got me this weird new kitchen knife as a Christmas gift. God, I love her.
Upgrade 2, cheese. I could be very superficial, and we will have a I want to know how. What does the uranium do? How do we get the hazmat suits? I want to figure everything out inside here. I have up engineering, but how do I get fame? That can people take our money? Yeah, Motex, they can. Car, you can take off all doors off. Okay. Is the update out? Nobody. Just all their focus is on multiplayer, guys. But I understand what you guys are saying. Alt-C doesn't work anymore. Whoa, oh my word, really? Okay, we gotta go to single player, guys. We gotta go to single player. No, Motex, there's no upgrades. Okay, so it's sticks at level 1. Wood is level 2. Plating is level 3. I don't know what you call this. Wood mixed with cement is level 4. Okay. Can you build different walls? Doors, ramps, roofs, walls. Okay, let's check the new walls. How do I turn the wall? Okay, let's just put the wall on here, guys. This is a base wall. This is just the base, okay? So a base is sticks, wood, plating, brick, cement. Okay? You can't use these walls outside, guys. You can't use these walls. You can't use these walls outside. All of this is for the inner base, okay? This is still for the outer base. This is still for the outer base, okay? Still have to do this for the outer base. So this is still the same. This is still exactly the same. So since that is the same, let's check something quickly. I can't check it.
This is gonna make
no. I can't check it. Can't check it. I wanted to test the ballista bow, guys. I wanted to test the ballista bow. If you can damage the walls. Okay, but in any case, let's just check the base building for now.
This is gonna make C2 Castle really freaking strong.
Spawn in vehicle. We can only spawn this car in. I'm telling you guys, this thing is, this thing has got upgrades on it, but I'm telling you, the handling, I don't know, guys. There's something wrong with the handling. I rather want to find a car. That's the thing. I rather want to find a car. It feels weird, guys. I'm telling you, it feels weird. If it doesn't feel like the other cars. I'm telling you now, it doesn't feel like the other cars. It turns. Look how fast it turns. Look how fast it turns. Put shields off. Put shields off. How do we do that? How do you put the shields off? Remove armor top. Okay. Remove this. Yo, I'm strong. Holy poop, I'm strong, guys. This is strong, dude. This is strong, dude, man. Remove hood. Okay, we can't remove the engine. We can't remove the engine. Remove the door. Okay. You guys don't want to take time to open up doors? Just don't open them, guys. If you guys say it takes long to open up the doors, okay? Just don't open them. It's as easy as that. Okay? Don't open the doors. It's as easy as that. Move the back seat. Let's make an F1 Ferrari, guys. Let's make an F1 Ferrari. Why can't I drop it? Why is that the only option? That's why I say the game needs some fine-tuning still. See, guys, I can't drop it like this. You see there? Okay, let's see how it handles now. Let's see how it handles now. It still turns guys, it turns extremely fast. It turns extremely fast. This is not the same handling as the other cars. I'm telling you guys now. This is, I've got advanced driving, guys. I've got advanced driving. This is not the same handling. No, the other car is here as well, Motix. Other car is here as well.
Seems like it probably isn't finished working yet, but maybe it's front wheel drive.
It's not really getting damaged. It's not even getting damaged, guys. You guys see that? That's what I'm saying, you know, with the driving, it needs more tweaking. Overlay. This is not the finished result. Okay.
Dude, this is a horrible gaming experience. How do you live like this?
Well, I don't know, Linus. I don't have time to research up.
How the heck do we get in here? Oh, guys, remember this? Remember this? Where you guys thought it was a player? My mic is very high. My mic is very high. Just put it softer, buddy. The sounds are very low. Jacob D, Motex, just search for channel Motex. In the Aha! They don't open up doors, guys. I told you guys, that thing in the video was another player, okay? These puppets don't open up doors. Oh, they hit very hard. They hit very hard. They hit very, very hard. Very, very, very hard. But this, guys, this could be my single player settings, eh? Just remember, this could be my single player settings. Okay. I think the radiation is very high here, guys. I think the radiation is very high here. 1.1 SV. Yeah, I think the radiation is very, very high here. Very, very high. Yep. Radiation is extremely high here. Extremely. Very big zone. My clothes aren't dirty. And that is a remote door key to open your door. With the remote. We need Phoenix tears. A long time passed, but it's still very much effective as long as you keep it in good condition. It can be repaired with duct tape. It can be repaired with duct tape. I thought someone said it in my chat. I thought someone was joking. Thank you very much, sir. What? God. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here, Memnon. But I'm like a vampire, don't worry about that. Quick. Freaky. Okay, let's just take our old path, guys. Clearly, we don't know how to take another path here at the moment. Okay, so that's the one container. And when we pick this up, 63 fame. 5 fame. 5 fame for picking that up. 5 fame for picking that up. Another one. There's another one here, guys. There's another one here. And another one. And another one. Okay, we don't... Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. I cannot force it. What? It cannot be forced open. Okay, so you guys can't use a crowbar here, okay? No, we're not starting the event. Okay, so we just pick up this stuff, which gives us a lot of fame. Okay, but okay, so there's 3 of them here, guys. There's 3 of them here. So all we do is we climb up these. We climb up these. $11, $12. Isn't that the default? Oh my word. What do you mean list items, buddy? 3 logs, 10 planks. Okay.
What's the recipe for surprising the kids, treating yourself, and ditching dish duty?
Spawning the be blocked with the potassium. You can wash yourself to get rid of the external radiation. You can wash yourself. How do I wash myself? Radiation. Sweating and peeing will also get rid of the internal radiation. Sweating and peeing. Sweating and peeing. Pee, my bro. Like you've never peed. Peeing. Okay. You have to get rid of all the old clothing. Okay. Spawn item, boots. Okay, so now we've just got clean clothing on us. Now we've just got clean clothing on us. No more radiation, eh? No more radiation. You want to tell me it was the rag shoes that stopped it? Because we had one piece of clothing on us with radiation, guys. We couldn't get rid of it. Okay. That's... Help me look, you know I'm blind. There's way that... What, buddy? Everything you craft is